Hello, everyone. Welcome to the stream.
Well, howdy doodle, everybody. It's I Love My Wife Day.
Oh, it's also I Love My Wife Day. I love you too,
Oh,
sweetie.
wow.
Wow.
I have, but how's it going?
What did you get me for I Love My Wife Day?
This. Mwah.
Oh my god, this is awkward. I got you this. Mwah.
Whoa, my God. It's like Gift of the Magi, but we just traded toupees. I sold all my hair to get you this hair. Wow, that's actually going to come in real useful. Thank you.
What's a one pay?
That's a good question. I think that's like it's like a fake chin strap.
I feel like a one pay is one of those item label creatures.
It's like oh, maybe. I think it's like a merkin for the face. It's like a chin strap that you wear.
I feel like you shouldn't aspire to wear a merkin for any other body part except its intended thing.
It's true, I suppose.
Hey JM, hey Twinkle Twos, good to see you all.
So clearly, as you've guessed from context clues, Rick will be playing some more Felix Wright today.
Yeah, you know, obviously. Oh, should we just get into it? I don't think we've got too much to talk about.
Do we have anything too exciting to talk about?
I think Phoenix is right. I love you too. You've been playing Baldur's Gate 3 lately, haven't you?
I have. I decided to pick it up. I've been having a good time with it. Pleased that you can be explicitly non-binary characters.
Oh, fuck
didn't know that you could just be straight up nude, but you can also hot swap genitals so that, well, maybe not hot swap specifically, but you can you can choose. It's like the traitor from that Resident Evil game opens up his coat and there's just any kind of genital you could want, you can have.
Oh, phenomenal.
But yeah, it's been fun. It's been because I've been wanting to play some tabletop and so bad lately, but as is evident by when we stream, my schedule is so bad that it's never really an option. So
yeah,
so now I get to indulge that a little bit.
Well, we can fix that by streaming tabletop.
One of these days. One of these days, bang zoom straight to
someplace.
Waterdeep.
Straight to Waterdeep, I like that. I forget if I mentioned this last stream, but the executable for this game is just called Pwat.
Pwat?
So, very good. Okay.
Indignant geezer voice. All right, so we done did 2 anti-crimes.
We sure did.
So that's awesome of us.
And now we're on Turnabout Samurai.
Everybody turn your samurai now.
Gra, you have disgraced me for the last time, Steel Samurai. The pale moon in the sky calls for your blood.
Do it!
The moon? No, it is you who should gaze upon the moon, for it will be the last moon you will ever see.
Come on!
See you in hell, evil magistrate.
Oh my god.
Whoa!
You can't just say big kid swears like that, can't
The
they?
warriors' swords gleam and strike in the moonlight. One has fallen, but who? Only the moon knows. Don't mix next week's exciting episode. The Dark Messenger returns.
Dark Messenger interrogates the moon for information.
Ugh, that just went. I had no control over that.
Sure did. Play this right.
October 14th, 5:31 p.m. Wright & Co. Law Offices. That rocked! See you in hell, evil magistrate!
Whoa! Stop waving that broom around!
Oh, Nick! I didn't know you were here.
Of course I'm here!
Hang on, I need to do something unfortunate. Oh god, I thought I got all those out in the pre-stream.
Oh. And what mystery vapors did Jax just deliver into the universe? Vote on your phones now.
Don't!
What was that surreal show you were watching?
What? Nick! I mean, you don't know the steel... you don't know the Steel Samurai?
Wow.
He's only the most popular TV hero for young people.
Young? Like, how young?
Like 10 years old?
What the heck are you doing getting all excited?
Hey, I'm only 17. That's 17, see? I'm a teen. Not like you, Nick.
Hey, don't talk to me like I'm your grandpa or something. I'm only 24 myself. Practically 1 foot in the grave.
Then watch it with me. He's really cool and it's really popular. When they asked grade school kids what they wanted to be, Steel Samurai was #1.
I really worry about kids these days.
Gramps. Well, Steel Samurai's over. Guess it's time to close up the office.
I guess. Wish we had some clients.
Fuck, I'm
A
older
month
than
has
Phoenix.
passed since my trial.
Yeah, me too.
Yeah. Same. His murder was the talk of the town for some time. I don't know why I'm getting all, like, surreptitious now. It's the blackout. But no one paid any attention to the Wright & Co. law offices. Or WACLO, as we abbreviate it. How am I going to pay rent this month? Alright, Phoenix is going to have to start selling his body.
It'll be okay. I'm sure some big client is just round the corner. October 16th, 8:14 a.m. Phoenix Wright's bedroom. Turns out you were right. Ring, ring, meep.
Hello, this is Phoenix.
Nick!
Maya, what? It's still early.
It's the Steel Samurai! The Steel Samurai got arrested!
What the fuck? You mean the guy in that show?
Yes! They're saying the Steel Samurai killed a villain!
Meatballs. Isn't that what he's supposed to do?
Yeah, on TV.
Yeah, on TV.
No, I mean he actually did it, in real life. He skewered a villain with his samurai spear.
Maya, what the fuck? I have absolutely no idea what you're talking about.
Just come to the office, quick. Please, Nick. Merp. October 16th, 9:22 a.m. Wright & Co. Law Offices.
Maya's here, watching television.
Now for the morning... Oh, go ahead.
Now for the morning news. The actor Will Smith was arrested yesterday.
Oh.
Smith plays the lead role in the popular kids show The Steel Samurai Warrior of Neo Old Tokyo. Yahoo! He was arrested on suspicion of murder. The victim was Jack Hammer, who plays the villain known as the Evil Magistrate.
Did I say that right?
His body was found still inside the Evil Magistrate costume.
How about that?
The samurai spear was also found stuck through the body. Police believe this was the murder weapon and are investigating further.
Meatballs. This has to be a joke.
No. It's a nightmare. The Steel Samurai's over. The world is over. Bring. Beep.
Bring me souls.
Yes? Wright & Co. Law Offices. Meatballs. What? Nick! It's the Steel Samurai.
Oh, what?
Yes? Yes, of course. We'll be right there. Beep. You missed up Drake and Will Smith for some fucking reason. Was like, are you sure you want to know a kids show? Oh. Let's go, Nick.
Go where?
They have the Steel Samurai down in detention.
So what?
So, I've decided this will be our first case. How long should she hold her breath?
Hold my breath until you agree. I love that energy.
Uh-huh.
This is like, do what I say or I'll kill myself. See if I won't. Mia's favorite potted plant. Maya's been watering it so much lately, it looks a little swollen.
Ooh.
She's either trying to make it grow or she's perfecting her water torture technique.
Jesus.
It's a nice day outside. Hotel across the way is always full these days. There's the bellboy happily cleaning the room. Hey there, Bilbus. A poster of an old movie Mia liked. I was thinking I should go see it myself. Then I realized that poster doesn't actually say the title of the movie. Now, is that? Do you think that is a movie logo or whatever?
I feel like that's got to be
3 to 4 people looking up in a camera.
I feel like that's got to be just a picture of the devs or something.
Yeah, dev
right?
photos. That's what I figured.
Yeah.
There's a horrendous amount of legal books here. Scarier still is the thought that I have to read all these now. Mia's desk. Actually, it's my desk now. Sitting here always makes me feel like a professional. Aw, yeah. Well, what should we do?
What should we do? How can you just sit here like that? We have to get down to the detention center and meet the Steel Samurai.
Shall I investigate the case or just do some sightseeing, I wonder? My money's on sightseeing.
Oh yeah, one of the devs tried to sneak their dog into every game they work on. Yeah, Missile shows up in this, in Ghost Trick as well. I don't know what else, but it's around. October 16th, Detention Center, Visitors Room.
Welcome, Moon and Star. I have prepared a place for you.
Good afternoon, guys, girls, and everyone else. I refrained from sharing the most cursed statement my brain has conjured.
Well,
you're welcome.
Thank you for that, Delta. I appreciate it, and thank you for the 16-month subscription.
Thank you for teasing the hell you could have wrought. And thank you for not wreaking it.
Headbands mirror.
Thank you. I need those for power.
Meatballs.
What's wrong, Maya? It's him in the flesh.
Is that guy really him?
What do you mean, that guy? Of course it's him. Will Powers, our client. That's him. He's a werewolf.
Maybe I shouldn't be saying this, but he definitely did it. Murder, at least once, maybe twice.
Whoa, 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 whoa. What are you saying?
Yes? Something wrong? No.
Well, this is getting off to a great start.
I know. You're disappointed, aren't you? Disappointed? Oh, no. No, it's okay. This is the real me. When I got the part of the Steel Samurai with the mask, I decided I would never show my face in public until the job was over. It's the kids, you know. I didn't want to wreck their dreams.
I have a voluminous cravat, but only sometimes.
I'm looking at this guy and it's like, he's just kind of average. He's beef-floored, but he's just kind of average looking. And then again, I know that there are some folks on Twitter who are just like, oh, look at this man. Anyway.
Yeah, that one. What are those called? The neck things.
The what? The neck things?
The neck tendons. The big neck tendons. His is going out like past his ear. I don't even know where that's supposed to connect to his dang head.
Oh. I guess it didn't matter. So much for dreams. I wonder what they think of the Steel Samurai now. Nick.
What?
He's a good guy. I mean, he's good.
Yeah.
He didn't do it.
Meatballs. Wait, wait, is there just a little picture of a little corncob pipe on his jacket? This guard monitors the visitors. He visitors the monitor room. It's full of lizards. That's pretty fucked up, isn't it? He seems frozen in awe of William Powers. Smile for the camera.
Oh my god, yeah, why does he just have a pipe on his jacket? I don't think that was there in the DS version.
Only now in the enhanced quality of...
Yeah, can we see his titty pipe?
Maybe you could start by telling us what happened.
Yes, of course. It seems like it was only yesterday. Actually, it was only yesterday. The cast had come down to Global Studios for a run-through. We went through a few action sequences at 10 that morning. There was a rehearsal scheduled for 5 in the afternoon. But when 5 came around and the staff gathered at the studio, the evil magistrate was found lying in a crumpled heap near the set.
You know, I really realized that we're playing ourselves for fools with this, with the quote pot we've infused my sweet boy with. Just because the longer we go and the funnier we inevitably become, the harder it is to look over at chat and not just burst out in the laugh. My legs are like little tiny meat boats.
Oh. Oh.
Who said that and why and when?
Who knows?
Oh, man, look at that hole in his chest. The dude's fucking...
They took off his mask and discovered it was Jack Hammer, dead. He'd been expertly skewered with a samurai spear.
The samurai spear?
Dude's just a huge Rennie Marguerite fan. Yes, it's a long spear that the Steel Samurai uses as a weapon.
Maybe you could explain to me just what the Steel Samurai is.
Nick, how could you say such a thing? I'm sorry, sir. I apologize for my partner. He's new to this and a bit out of touch with the world.
He's not even a weeb or anything. Hey, who's new to this?
No, it's alright, really. The Steel Samurai is the lead character.
My cravat. There it goes.
I think it's a handkerchief.
Oh.
The Steel Samurai is the lead character in a popular kids show. He walks the streets of neo-old Tokyo, fighting battle after battle against the evil magistrate and his minions. Of course, he never really defeats the evil magistrate. Although, I guess he did defeat him this time.
Ooh-ah!
Ooh-wah!
I see. Ooh-wah! Oh boy, this guy cries weird. Neo-oldie Tokyo. Who comes up with these names? Now, where were you on the day of the murder?
Well, that morning I came to the studios at 9. We worked through some action scenes until noon. Rehearsal was to begin at 5, but I was a little tired. So after lunch, I took a nap in my dressing room. When I woke up, it was after 5. I was late for the rehearsal. I hurried to the studio and found everyone looking shocked. They arrested me on the spot and brought me here.
So he was sleeping the entire afternoon of the murder? Some action hero.
What will the kids think?
I think I should probably check out the scene of the murder.
Right. Global Studios. I'll draw you a map. Wow, Nick, let's go!
I'm willing to bet $10 she asks for autographs.
October 16th, Global Studios main gate. Whoa! So this is where they make the Steel Samurai show. Awesome! Aren't you excited?
Hey, you there! You want in? You gotta go through me.
Oh. Sorry. We're, lawyers.
Oh, yeah? Well, that's great. I'm security. And it's my job to make sure gawkers like you stay out.
Gawkers?
Gawkers, sightseers, tourists. I know the type. You heard about the incident and came to snoop around.
Ooh, hydrate. I think I shall.
I think I shall. Youths today. What about you? Don't hear they're lawyers. They're not to work like the rest of like the life of ease to me. I was young when things were right different. I had to close. What are your youths coming to these days? I got a little bit good for something there. A little bit. Shoot.
Nick. Will I grow up to be like her? Please say no.
Don't worry, I'll kill you before that happens. I don't know, it's possible. Thanks, Phoenix.
Hey! Listen when you're being spoken to. Youths today.
So, what do you do here at the studios?
At Global Studios, we make children's dreams come true. In fact, in my younger days...
No. You were a star?
Only a little twinkle between the stars here, I'm afraid, dearie.
Wow.
This place has really gone downhill, you know. But 10 years ago, now that was a studio of dreams. Dream fluff. Hammer was a big star back then, too, he was. Hammer. The victim, dummy. The evil magistrate. He's been reduced to playing villains now. Not exactly the best material to work with.
Can you tell me about Mr. Willpowers?
He's not a bad kid, but don't be... Oh my god, it's like Willpower. Wow.
Yeah.
But don't be fooled by his mask.
I love the names in this.
So fucking good.
So good.
You wouldn't want him on the silver screen without it, believe me.
Now, the problem is that if you're in the Phoenix Wright universe and you've been named, like, dead body or something like that, you know
Yeah.
you're screwed.
Wow.
You know, it's true. I had to change my name from Wendy Youngbag once I turned 60. It's pretty fucked up. Little old ladies watching would lose their lunch. That's probably why he thought that. Oh, right, like because you're correct all the time. I get it now. That's probably that's probably why he thought that the Steel Samurai was his big chance.
Yeah, in Phoenix, because, like, everything goes from the very worst situation to the best situation.
Because it's turnabout, like how you turn a chicken in the microwave to cook it. It makes it hot
Exactly.
like a phoenix.
Yeah,
It's
sure,
perfect.
okay.
It makes perfect sense.
You know, if your chicken has to rise from the ashes, I think you're overcooking it.
But if you overcooking it, it goes back to being regular.
We learned that from Project Zomboid.
That's the secret of the phoenix.
It all ends
Pharrell
with
Williams
beginnings.
taught me that. No one thought he was capable of doing what he did to poor Jack Hammer.
We don't know for certain that Will Powers is guilty.
Powers? Of course he's guilty. How do I know? I know everything. That's my job.
His Japanese name is Now I See. Yeah, I forget what his full name is, but I know that Naruhodo is one of the names.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
That I didn't know. That's good.
The original name for the series in Japanese is translates to Turnabout Courtroom or something like that.
Yeah, that part I remember because it's supposed to be like the turnabout is the whole kind of higher ethos of this game, right?
Yeah, it's good. I like it. Anyway, did you read this?
Whoop. I did.
Oh.
Watch my hand go whoop whoop. What kind of whoop whoop person was Jack Hammer?
Was he, you know?
Whoop whoop. He really jacked his hammer, if you know what I'm saying. What kind of Oh, wait, it was probably Phoenix who read that last one. What kind of person? Oh, if only you knew. Jack Hammer will live on in many hearts as the ultimate action hero. He was simply dashing in the Dynamite Whoop Whoop Samurai series. Should I have heard of that?
You know, there's at least one of these series, Phoenix, that should have been contemporary with you growing up, bud.
Dude's got a serious case of Simpson's lip.
God, I wish you hadn't said that, but you're right.
But that was an accident during filming 5 years ago. He got an unlucky break after that. Reduced to playing the villain on a children's program. What's more, I heard they were paying him peanuts. It's enough to make you cry. And he's allergic, so it's really fucked up.
Why are you so certain Mr. Powers is the killer?
I was standing right here yesterday, I was. I was here from 1 o'clock in the afternoon to 5 o'clock when they found the body. Now, the studio where the murder took place is to the left here. So if you want to go to the studio, you have to pass by me. Only one person went by here between 1 and 2:30 when the murder took place.
And that person was Mr. Powers.
Yes, I saw him.
But Mr. Powers says he was sleeping in his dressing room.
Oh, I'm sure he would say that. He's no fool. But he was the only one that walked by. He's the killer. You can bet your biscuits on it. My name's Abigail Fremantle. I'm 110 years old and I still make my own biscuit. As a joke. Maybe not even for Jax. Who knows? Isn't it about time for you to be heading home?
I have no idea what that joke was.
She was from The Stand. That was just that.
Oh.
I'm Abigail Fremantle. I make my own biscuit.
Oh, her, yes, with her chickens and her cool farm.
You're chicken on a biscuit. There's nothing to see here. Move along.
Actually, we're here at Mr. Powell, who somebody's request. I don't know. Just let us through, you old bitch.
I thought you were suspicious looking. Show me a letter of request, and maybe I'll just let you in.
This lady here thinks she owns this place, obviously. Come pooper. Does it have games?
Reduced to playing villains on children's programs. She'd hate to find out how many villains are really loved. Yeah.
I don't really get the whole queer coding nonsense.
I don't understand why Robbie Rotten is the hottest man.
When Dr. Eggman's sitting right there in front of you.
The computer that runs the studio security cameras.
Hey, no touching!
Whoa! Whoa!
Just skittering along the ceiling.
Oh!
Just like popped her limbs backwards so she's crawling on her back. An overhead map of the studios. Right from here is the employee area. To the left are the actual film studios. Whoa. The main entrance to the studio. There was a big scene here yesterday with onlookers pressing up against the gate. It was like a studio van. You probably use it to carry around film equipment. And these look like studio trees.
Oh. That was
What a
surprising amount
handsome
of
studio
stuff.
bush. Naruhodo Ryuichi is the full name. That's
Oh.
really good.
Hmm.
I don't know if Ryuichi means anything other than first dragon. I have no idea.
Hmm.
The security guard station. That security lady must like junk food. There's a mountain of it on the desk in there. Let's see the computer that runs the security cameras.
Okay, well. How about my attorney badge?
What's that? You giving that to me? Am I an attorney now? Absolutely not.
Okay, well, we gotta go back here. Hello. How is the studio? They all think I did it, don't they? No, not at all. Isn't that right, Nick?
Right, not at all. At worst, you're a suspect.
So what's up with that security lady?
About the security guard at the main gate to the studio.
Oh, the security lady? She's terrible. She called me suspicious looking. Yes, actually, she said the same thing to me before. Take off that mask were her words, I believe. She sucks up to all the bigwigs at the studio. But let her see you stumble once and she'll never let up on you. Ugh, she's got some nerve.
Oh, that's me. Oh shit. Do you think you could? Do you think you could write up a letter formally requesting my representation?
Of course.
Powers request added to the court record.
I just hope this will get me past that security lady. Mr. Powers, you aren't hiding anything from Mr. Owl. You aren't hiding anything from me, are you?
What? Like how many licks it takes to get to the center of a Tootsie Pop? No, I'd never do that.
Take off that mask. No thanks, I'd rather stay home.
Oh, God. Wowzers.
Ah,
Good joke.
bitch, it's for your benefit. I'm keeping it on. Fuck you.
Fuck you.
Earlier, you said that you were sleeping in your dressing room after lunch.
Old Bag would be an anti-masker.
You sure would.
Gorals, gigantic gorals, solving crime, getting acquittals. Hell
It's
yeah.
true.
Good to
Yeah.
see you, Silver.
Welcome.
Yeah.
Welcome to Definitely America.
Oh, yes. Like a baby.
But the security lady says she saw you that day. She says she saw you heading towards the scene of the crime. Selling seashells.
What? That's not possible. I really don't know what to say. I was sleeping, I promise.
Mr. Powers, if you want me to help you, you have to tell me the truth. I'm new to this lawyer business, which I probably shouldn't have told you. Oops.
Yeah, no kidding.
And I need every advantage I can get, because oh boy, I stink at this.
I know. I'm sorry. But I swear to you on my mama's grave, I was sleeping. Maybe the security lady only thought she saw me.
What did she see? He doesn't seem to be lying.
Like how they frame Will as being hideous despite him being, like, daddy in 2023. I know, right? It's just like...
he's got extreme, like, werewolf beef dad energy.
Yeah. He looks like fucking Scott Monster Camp a little bit.
He does.
He's just a himbo.
Just a himbo.
Every puppy loves a himbo.
Ma'am, have a look at this. It's a letter of request from Mr. Powers. Hmm? Yes, I recognize the bold, childish scrawl.
Powers request given to the security lady.
To think he would entrust his fate to youths of such unreliable appearance. Really? Really? Anyway, you may pass.
Yeah, seeing the game in HD, the line art... Oh, man. I think I liked the pixel crunch of the DS version a little bit more.
Yeah, I agree.
It's just too smooth. But, you know,
They
It's also
smoothed
kind
me out, Phoenix. I'm
It is-
young again, can't you tell?
looks like a Flash game. Yeah, I am excited to see the next trilogy release on PC.
Yeah.
Because that's apparently slated for 2024, and like the 3D models in that are phenomenal. Like they look so much like the 2D art that it's just
That's
perfect.
exciting. I
Yeah.
love when they pull that off.
Mhm.
Yeah, I prefer the pixel too. Like there's a purpose behind the pixel art, and it
Mhm.
always ages nicely because good pixel art's just good. But
Mm-hmm.
this is clearly like, well, we're just drawing over the pixel art, and it
Yeah.
definitely loses a certain something.
Yeah.
Don't worry, in a couple more games,
It looks like a Flash game.
soon enough, we'll find Manfred von Karma's gotten pregnant, and you have to help him. Do the mini games.
Oh. Oh.
He's right there in the queue behind Elsa.
Where's our end screen? I need to go lay down.
But only left from there towards the studios. No going to the right. That's the employee area. No one allowed inside, pal, were my instructions. The good detective told me himself.
Hey. Hey, Nick.
What?
There were maps in the security guard station.
Hey, not bad. Did you know that maps backwards is spam?
Dang.
Those are 50 cents apiece, thank you.
Manfred Karma bears the child of a great spirit. Yeah.
Terrifying, but true.
Well,
Does he look to anybody else like the bad guy from Interstellar 5555?
vote no on your phone.
Because he does.
Well, time to go, Nick.
50 cents!
Is my favorite rapper.
It's weird. How did they get 50 people all to sound like one guy? It's amazing.
When Grumps did this game and they made the Huff Puff song for Old Bag. Oh.
The Huff Puffs. She does have a bit of a huff and a puff about her.
Okay. I can't give them
I
that
huff and
back.
puff and I am a pig. How about that one? Atheists.
I need to meet my
Ugh. Need to eat your phone?
Yeah, okay. Oh. Studio 16, October 1 entrance.
Hey. Aren't you that moiterers from the other days?
It's that confused detective.
Hey, pal, you know Prosecutor Edgeworth is all upset, and it's your fault. I saw him sipping tea and staring gloomily out the window. So?
Hey, if he's depressed, it's all your fault for doing sloppy detective work.
Meatballs. Meatballs. Meatballs.
Detective?
I think you hurt his feelings.
Oh no, I'm sorry.
Well, I think his feelings are easily hurt.
You're right, pal. It's all my fault.
Sent me the Huffpuff on Telegram for later as a treat. Oh, hell yeah. Why does Gumshoe look like a sad puppy? He is a sad puppy.
He is a sad puppy.
You know, for people of particular taste, this game has a real buffet of men.
Just a real dad buffet. It's great. Gumshoe and Larry, the two stars of the game. And boy, is voicing Gumshoe ever the tightest tightrope between a really bad Columbo impression and just Jerry the Face Rock.
Yeah!
It's real hard not to slip into him because it's easier. It's easier to do that one.
Oh.
I'm just trying to mentally get just one more thing. My My husband-in-law. That's not a thing.
Chili. One more thing.
Chili. One more
dog.
thing, Chili.
I love the dog.
Love
Paper-
dog.
Paperclip.
Paperclip, love dog.
Hate crime. Hate murder.
Hate crime. Kill the rich people. I can blame other people all I want, but oh god, it's so hard not to do Jerry the Face Rock. I can blame other people all I want, but I know the truth in my heart.
Someone gets Manfred von Karma pregnant. Look,
He's purging it for sure.
look on AO3. I am sure that if you enter von
Christ.
Karma Mpreg, you will find more than enough to sate your curiosity. Oh. Oh my god. Is that a cute little... That is a cute little gumshoe emote. Ah, I love it.
Oh, what a sweet little boy.
Uh-huh. Now what?
I just did what you asked me to do. Top
Right,
result. The
everybody.
last person Manfred expected to see at his apartment was Gregory Edgeworth, especially after their rendezvous. Now, 9 months later, it seemed they would both be reaping the consequences, whether or not he liked it. Tagged with, among other things, apathetic birthing partner. Which I think is very good.
Edgeworth, I fucked your dad!
Edgeworth, you did this to me.
No, Gregory Edgeworth is Miles Edgeworth's dad.
Oh no! Oh, I love the internet and everybody in it wholeheartedly.
Jesus, you can't get old men pregnant. Satan, keep filling that old man pussy.
Oh my god!
I need to sit down. I am sitting down. I need to sit down again.
How do you sit down twice?
I don't know, but if you ever figure it out, let me know. Hey, don't take it so hard. There's always the next case.
Yeah, I suppose you're right. Hey, what exactly are you two doing here? It's just strange as all to me.
Well, we're on this case too, pal.
Huh? Hey, you can't just go around saying pal like that. That's my endearing character trait.
I'd say he's a character, all right.
So, how's your investigation going, Detective? Well, hey, I can't tell you that, pal.
Nick, maybe you need to be a little more indirect with your questions.
3 new quotes in under 10 minutes. God damn it.
Nelly.
Right, so, Detective, mind if I take a look at what you got?
Chad, if you want to clip us, that's also good. Just saying.
Clip my nails, chat. What I got?
Oh, Phoenix wants to look at what he's got.
You want to see what I'm hiding behind these eyebrows, kid? The autopsy report. The latest version, if you please. Sorry, I've got one of those mimic voices. You know how it goes. Right. Sorry about what happened last time, pal.
Autopsy report.
Added to the court record. You ever just get possessed to say things like what you was in a video game? It's weird, right? Anyway, press A to save. Why was Mr. Powers arrested? Simple, pal. The murder took place right over there in Studio 1. Now, the victim entered Studio 1 at approximately 1 p.m. And that's strange to me, you see, because at that time, there was no one other than the victim in the studio. According to the autopsy report, and according to the boys down in the lab, the time of death was 2:30 p.m. Only one person went into the studio between 1 and 2:30. And that person was none other than Will Powers. No one else, pal. If you think I'm lying, ask the security lady at the main gate.
Nick, if that's true, anyone would think that Powers did it with that kind of evidence.
Oh, thanks for cheering me up. About the security lady. Oh, that sweet old lady. What a charmer. Huh? Are we talking about the same person? When I showed her my badge, she gave me a donut and some coffee.
Remember what Powers said? She's a sucker for authority. She loves the taste of boot leather.
Oh. She even gave me a piece of valuable evidence.
What?
Solar beam. What kind of evidence? Well, that photo. The photo of the seal samurai heading toward the scene of the crime.
What? Who took that?
See the camera up there on the gate, pal?
The gate? You mean the one with the welcome sign?
Yeah, whenever someone walks by, that camera automatically snaps a photo of them. It's incredible.
Oh no!
Solar beam.
Nick, he has evidence. We're finished.
Oh, funny. For some reason, for someone with hard proof, he doesn't look too happy. Meatballs. What's wrong, pal? You seem down. Are your eyebrows trying to escape your face, too? You don't look so happy when you say that. Oh.
I'd like to ask the employees here some questions.
Everyone here's really hungry for a meatball sandwich.
I know.
It's the closest you can get to chili in sandwich form. Sure thing, pal.
What about a chili dog?
Shit. My whole world's been flipped turned upside down. I never thought of that.
I mean, you do then have to have the argument of whether a hot dog's a sandwich or not, and that might just be worth avoiding.
What if we just put chili on the meatball sub?
Oh, jeez.
God, can you imagine getting any of that into your mouth?
Extra
It'd
sloppy Joe.
immediately fall over everywhere. Go wherever you like. It's a gunky. Of course, you're not having to find any clues I haven't found. Not gonna do it even. I'm glad someone around here seems to be enjoying themselves.
Nick, let's go. We got a free pass to the place. Now's our chance to check things out.
Have y'all ever heard of Chili Mac? Only as often as I possibly can eat food, yeah. If I'm ever not eating Chili Mac.
You're eating lasagna as a bit.
Yeah, I'm eating lasagna as a bit for Garf streams. It's the studio mascot. I guess it's a monkey of some kind. What kind of monkey has a nose like that? He's holding a sign in his hand. Right to Studio 1, left to Studio 2.
What's up with that thing? It looks kind of busted.
Oh, the wind was pretty strong yesterday and his head broke off. Took that tree down with it, too. Detective Gumshoe, what's down the path to the left? It looks like a tree fell down over the path. Oh, yeah, that was kind of dangerous. You should stay out, pal. It's almost like a third of the way into the road. Who knows what a squirrel could jump out and just like nibble at your toes. You best stay away from it. That's where Studio 2 used to be, they tell me. They don't use it now, though.
Can you step over that tree or go around it? I know, right?
Sorry, you need a Pokemon who can learn the HM move, Cut.
We can't go there now.
Wibbity wobbity wibbity wobbity.
There's a big welcome sign above the path.
Yeah, apparently the studio's fallen on tough times. They've started letting people in on days they aren't filming. Make a bit of extra money by charging for admission.
Huh. You sure know a lot about this place, Detective. You know, you could always quit being a detective and work here.
Yeah, doing detective work.
And what perfect timing, even with the studio mascot down for the count. Just what that's supposed to mean, pal. Why are you whining? Hey, there's a camera here. That's the security camera we were literally just talking about. It takes photos of people going to the studio. All you have to do is look at the data and you can see who went where. There's a number plate on the camera. It's the one, 307.
Take care, Jam. Good to see you as ever.
Have a good one. That must be the camera ID number. I'm a little bushed. Maybe I'll take a short rest here.
Get my spell slots back. Hey, good idea, pal.
Detective, aren't you on the case?
Oh, well, yeah, but... Yeah, us detectives got tired of standing around too, pal. Maybe I'll just enjoy a nice chili dog on a bench. What?
I think your Phoenix voice is getting a bit of gumshoe in it.
Oh, you got Phoenix in my gumshoe.
You got gumshoe in my Phoenix.
The entrance to Studio 1. This is the studio where they found Jack Hammer's body.
Let's go in and check it out, Nick. Meatballs. Hey, it's locked.
Looks like you need a card key to get in.
Gumshoe in your Phoenix. Sure, yeah, like that.
Yeah. That would make sense if they would want to keep the non-employees out.
Can we get in?
No.
Nick, look. That security lady's in the guard station stuffing her face with donuts. I guess all cops like their donuts. And all cops are bastards.
Yeah. Yeah, and they're soft enough she doesn't need teeth to chew them. Hey, you!
Steel Samurai's like a Sentai show? Yeah, pretty much.
Basically.
Well, are you satisfied Mr. Powers is guilty yet?
She had to make my life harder by giving that photo to Detective Gumshoe. Why didn't you tell us about the security photo, ma'am?
Oh, that. I just thought it would be more thrilling to talk with the detective himself. Oh, these things are important, you know. Whoosh, whoosh. Oh, just to the left from here is the gate with the camera that took the photo. So who took this photo? It's my job to check the photos every day, you see. Whoop, whoop. Whoop, whoop. This guard station is in a central position. No matter where you go here, you pass by my station first. Now, poor Hammer, he went to the studio just before 1 o'clock. The murder happened right around 2:30, see? The only one I seen go through here between 1 and 2:30 was Powers himself. The security camera got a good look at him, too. If he's not the one, I don't know what did. What's happening?
Maybe it was you.
All bastards like donuts. The literal bastard, I can confirm. I would love some donuts, actually.
Yummy.
Yeah, ha ha ha. Good one, Sonny.
She thinks I was joking. Was the victim Mr. Hammer a popular actor?
Oh, he was the biggest star in the studio.
Was? Past tense?
Oh yes, he was great as the bearded samurai.
That too, yes. He shone the brightest back in the day. Making a star like him play the evil magistrate, it's a disgrace, I tell you.
BBW Wild Wings 420.
Oh,
Can I get nice, regular, and a strawberry frosted?
strawberry frosted.
Amazing username, by the way.
Very good username. I love it. Welcome. Welcome to
Oh.
Definitely America.
Uh-huh.
Hammer took it pretty hard, and who could blame him?
About the security camera.
Oh, yes, the camera. It's automatic. It can tell when someone walks through the gate, see? Yeah. Then it snaps a photo. Apparently, it records the time when it takes a picture, too. But I don't bother myself with whoop with those details.
I mean, Delta, she's a
Whoop,
big,
whoop.
big fan of Jack Hammer, so, like, that would be wild, right? Unless she's just pretending. Who
Jack
knows?
on my hammer till I steal samurai.
Oh!
I just view all the photos on the computer over in the security guard station. I check them every day before before going home, I do.
Oh, we can get into the employee area now. Neat.
Cool.
October 16th, Global Studios employee area.
Automat had a slight problem with the term ugly bitch.
Mm-hmm. Nick! This is where they do all the behind-the-scenes stuff. Hey, look! There's Powers' dressing room. No one's here this soon after the murder, I guess. Let's take a look around.
The name Jack Hammer always makes you think of Captain Hammer, and that's what the hammer stands for there. That's very fair, actually.
Wait, can we not look at the ladder? But
This ladder
there's
is boring. I refuse to acknowledge how boring this ladder is.
there's a whole running joke with the fucking step ladders in this series. It's notorious. Well, whatever.
Oh, the remains of yesterday's lunch are scattered around. Everyone was probably too shocked to clean up. There's a T-bone on one of the plates, minus the steak.
T-bone steak. That would have hit the spot.
You just had a burger.
Yeah, but I have a second stomach just for steaks.
What? Looks like one of those electric-powered bicycles. I don't know about these. I mean, what's the point?
Makes it a lot easier to go up hills.
Do people cycle to get exercise?
What? What was that line
I don't
read?
know. He just interrobanged when I wasn't expecting it.
Fair. Can you confirm is your second stomach just for steaks? It's certainly for mistakes. That's how I was able to drink so much pilk.
Oh. I hadn't thought about that. You really have a leg up in that situation. There's a half-finished backdrop for a stage here.
I've got two legs up.
Wow. Looks like a castle. Probably Neo Old Tokyo Castle. The grate that used to cover the drain. It's a little bent. I don't think it would fit if I tried to put it back on. Great. Metal grate on the drain here has been taken off. I wonder where it could be. It's a pretty big drain. A kid could fit through there, I bet.
Yeah, if you snuck in that way, you wouldn't have to pay at the gate.
Well, if you want to leave that way, be my guest.
Right. Huh? Hey, I'm not a kid.
It's just swarming with preteens in there.
Oh,
The walls are alive.
they're in the fucking walls.
Well, we're children.
We're children.
That must be the storage room.
That's where they keep all the film equipment.
Wow, Nick, you know a lot about the industry.
I sure the fuck do, bud.
What else would they keep in a film studio?
E-bikes are mainly used for long-distance cycling, especially in urban areas. Yeah, pretty much. And like for a studio lot, it makes sense to have like stuff like this for getting around.
Sure.
Like
E-bikes are for e-girls. Let's see. Cola, candy, chips, gum. Huh. It's so normal. There's no, like, murder gum or... Oh.
I was expecting some cool theme snacks or something. Popcorn, at least.
wait, look, samurai soda. Nick, try this.
Ladies first.
Did this game come out when they were still using film? I mean, digital video recording was definitely a thing. around about when this released. Though I think in the film industry it was probably still preferred to use actual film.
I could not say with any confidence. It was 2003 or 2004. It's one of those.
Mhm.
A window into the dressing room. The glass is frosted, so I can't see inside. There's a sign by the dressing room door. Will Powers. Must be neat to be the star and have your own room like this. Door to the dressing room. It's not locked.
Hey Nick, let's take a look inside. Maybe we can find something as a souvenir.
What do you mean find?
You never know. There might be something like the samurai spear.
We don't need a spear. And that's the murder weapon, for crying out loud.
Hollywood started to capture films digitally in the 2000s, but it wasn't until 2013 that digitally shot films were more common than celluloid productions. Yeah,
Nice.
that sounds about right. October 16th, Global Studios, dressing room.
Powers' dressing room.
Keep track of the number of crimes Maya commits throughout the games. It's an alarming amount. Oh, I'll bet.
So this is where he was sleeping. Or at least this is where he claims he was sleeping.
No one actually saw him taking a nap here, did they?
Right, and there's a picture of him near the crime scene. I hope he's telling the truth, for his sake.
Hmm? This must be Powers' bag.
Hey, don't open that.
Look! His credit card.
An employee card key. That must be Powers'. It says Studio One.
Let's take it, Nick.
Borrow it. You mean borrow.
Card key added to the court record. Should really have had a Maya crimes counter. Maybe for the next game. We'll figure out we'll figure out how many crimes she does in this game, top them up, and then start adding to it.
I like that.
I wonder what else is inside Powers' bag.
Stop that! My partner, the thief in training.
I think she steals less than Edgeworth's partner in Ace Attorney Investigations, who is a literal thief.
I love that Edgeworth's whole idea is like, he never loses. He cheats and makes false evidence if he has to. He's so powerful. And we don't find anything wrong with this. They always have mirrors like this in dressing rooms. I see my hair is still nice and spiky, just how I like it.
Nice and spiky, just how I like you.
I like to stab my pillows when I go to bed. There's a vast array of cosmetics here.
I tried to use a waterbed. It didn't work out.
Almost drowned.
Ooh, this is the wiki used in Samurai Boogie Woogie. Nick, try this on.
No. How can you tell the name of a show just by looking at a wig?
I am kinda like samurai movies.
Kinda.
The wig he used in what? The wig he used in Samurai Boogie Woogie. Keep up.
Samurai Boogie Woogie. Sometimes the samurai's got a boogie woogie.
Samurai's got a boogie. Boogie Woogie. All night long.
You know, people often don't know this, but samurai were around late enough in the history. They probably danced to disco music while sending faxes about how fun disco is.
Holy shit, nice.
There's a bunch of snacks on the table. They must give these to the employees. Some tea and cookies.
Nick, I'm hungry.
The dark hunger is gnawing at me again, Nick. You just had a burger.
Yeah, but I have a separate stomach for sweets.
How many stomachs does this girl have? You know, that is kind of a true thing, though. That, like, I don't want to say sugar makes your stomach get big. It's like that, but not in the way you're thinking of.
Okay, sure. It's come from my soul. Okay, fine.
Like this might actually be totally wrong. I never bothered to verify this, but somewhere I remember hearing that like sugar will kind of convince your stomach to loosen up and make room for more stuff. So when you start eating dessert, you're like, oh yeah, I do have more room for dessert. How'd that happen?
Hey, loosen up. We got some cake. You want
We got some
cake?
cake coming down here for you. There's some regular suits in among the costumes here. This must be his own clothes.
It'd be fun to wear one of the costumes.
I'd say you were already wearing one myself. Because I'm an asshole.
Yeah, kind of.
I'm just a bad person. Looks like someone was sleeping here. Maybe Powers did take a nap here yesterday. It's locked. Looks like he doesn't open his window much. Guess it is kind of dusty outside.
Oh, we got a key card. I'm so sad. I want to examine the step ladder.
What the fuck?
Where is the ladder? Is that a ladder or a step ladder?
That's definitely just a ladder.
Isn't it a step ladder though? Because you step on it.
It's like 12 step ladders because it's got 12 steps.
Oh, it's a 12-step program ladder.
It's 12, yeah. It's a ladder with 2 A's.
Which of the steps is acknowledging that your life is out of control and giving yourself to a higher power?
Oh, then it would have to be like the second one from the top because that's the one most likely to take that power away from you and let you fall. The entrance to Glutio's bum. This is the studio where they found Jack Hammer's body.
Let's go in and check it out, Nick.
I wonder if this card key we borrowed from the dressing room will work. It opened.
All right, we're in.
Breaking and entering. She's way too happy for someone visiting a crime scene. Hey, what you guys doing? Hello?
He is staring into our souls. This gumshoe has seen some shit. They made his irises way too small.
Yeah.
And his pupils are just pinpricks.
I'm trying to send you to the Columbo dimension. I'm learning everything about you. August 4th, 1986. Your dad didn't come home for Christmas.
The look of a man who has survived on nothing but ramen for 2 years. Kinda. October 16th, Studio 1. Meatballs.
What is it?
Meatballs.
You're real quiet all of a sudden.
Doesn't it give you the shivers, Nick? That white tape, it's so real. And so definitely actually used.
Well, the evil magistrate did die here. And the steel samurai killed him. To death. A real human death with blood and everything. The murder weapon was the samurai spear. Sounds pretty real to me. Oh, he died with his Jenkos on.
Look, a ladder.
That's a step ladder.
So, what's the difference? You need to stop judging things based on narrow-minded cultural assumptions, Nick.
Right, sorry. This girl is out there.
Hey look, that's the chair the director sits in. I've always wanted to sit in one of these. Hey Nick, take a look at that. One of those black and white boards they clap at the start of filming. And look, a megaphone, a real live megaphone.
Meatballs.
Ready, Nick? Action!
This girl is more troubled than I thought.
Have a little fun, Phoenix. I mean, okay, it is a
I know,
crime
right?
scene.
Yeah.
Have a little fun on the crime scene, Phoenix.
that you broke into.
Open your guts. Stop having them be closed. What's this? What's this?
It's for reflecting light. What's that? They call it a reflecting screen or something like that. The assistant holds it during filming.
Huh.
What? Where's your enthusiasm for all things entertainment?
Well, lighting is fine, but I'd want to be the director. Or maybe the Steel Samurai.
I think she's being serious.
Having so fun. Yay, yippee! Someone died here.
You're dancing on the crime tape of this hopscotch-shaped man who died.
Somebody killed Steve Minecraft, and now kids are just playing hopscotch on the crime tape.
Wow, look at that camera. That must cost a ton.
Yeah, so don't touch it.
Whoa, it's heavier than I thought. Maybe
Who
Penny?
could it be? Who could it be? Maybe Penny. Hey, you, no touching that. Oh, look, I'm in the game, everybody.
It's true.
My partner's kind of, you know.
You know? No, I don't know.
Who are you?
Who, me?
Who, me? I'm an assistant here. I help with props and stuff, moving them around, ordering new ones, etc.
We're lawyers. Representing Mr. Will Powers.
Sleet real? No, you take that back. I am not real. I'm a figment of everybody's imagination. Oh, you're Whip's people.
Whip? Oh, Will Powers. Whoop, I get it.
It's actually for Warner Brothers. I don't envy you guys one bit. But do what you can for WP, okay? He'd never heard of Fly. He has to be innocent.
Don't worry, leave it to us.
Whoopa. He's a whooper who's been
Whoop,
turned into a man. That's the true definition of himbo if I've ever heard one.
whoop. Oh. Wow, look at that camera. Must cost a ton.
Christ alive, Maya, please.
Whoa, it's heavier than I thought.
Looks like the backdrop for a stage. This must be used in the Steel Samurai or so.
Of course.
Oh.
That's the mountain, Neo Fujiyama.
Doesn't the Steel Samurai take place in old Tokyo? Can you even see Mount Fuji from there?
Not old Tokyo, Nick. Neo old Tokyo.
Oh, right.
Well, time to look at this.
Oh, they outline where Jackhammer's body lay with tape. His body was found still inside the evil magistrate Jorts. Jenko's is what I meant to say. I guess that's why the head part looks like a helmet.
I'm sure you could have Jenko Jorts if you really wanted.
That's true. Oh, I like that. Do they, like, flare out to their normal dimensions just way quicker?
Oh yeah, absolutely.
It's like you're actively trying to parachute down using your pants.
It's like you took a pair of Jinkos and you just like compressed it on the y-axis.
Oh, I see.
Like Mario butt stomped your Jankos.
Exactly.
Sure.
Funny, I would expected a spear stabbing wound to at least leave a few bloodstains. I guess the costume was to absorb most of it.
Wow, what that swirl. I think Junko Jorts would just look like a really wide denim skirt. Kinda.
Like a bad skirt with a seam in the middle.
Which is what all pants are, really.
If you think about it. Could you tell me anything about the day of the murder? Yeah, I was in the studio the whole day. I was the only assistant on staff that day, you see.
Only one assistant?
If that sleep was her ginormous tits that Jax told us about. Now hang on. Yes, well, the studio isn't doing so well right now. And yesterday was only the rehearsal for our action sequences.
Oh, I see.
In the morning, we went through the action sequences in the employee area.
Look at
Employee
her.
area. I know. Ooh! Ooh!
Hang on a sec. Let's just see. Hang on. Okay. And... Computer!
What? That is an emote. Oh my god, though. You make a salient point, Jax, my love.
Am I wrong? Am I fucking wrong?
Holy shit.
Okay, there we go. Okay, where were we?
In the morning, we went through the action sequences in the employee area. WP and Hammer were there, along with everyone else. The employee area, that's where Power's dressing room is, right? Yeah, that's the place. After eating lunch there, Mr. Hammer went to Studio 1. Sorry, I had to small my screen for a second. Now I can read it now. After eating lunch there, Mr. Hammer went to Studio 1. Then I saw WP go into his dressing room.
Well, the game was made in the past, Delta, which means that Sleet hadn't quite gone through her giant titty arc yet.
I still had a couple of tournament arcs to get through first.
Mm-hmm.
I didn't see either of them after that.
She had to go through a lot of character development, if you know what I mean, to get those tits.
I had to fight the band, Spiro and the Lactone. and I don't know, there's probably some other jokes there too. Did you know that Mr. Powers is sleeping in his room? No, I wouldn't go in there unless I had some urgent message for him. I mean, it's his private... what kind of girl do you think I am? What kind? No, I'm sure you're a fine girl. Sorry. So much for getting confirmation of Powers' alibi.
What do we do, Nick? We haven't found anything. If Whip was the only one who came to the studio, then he has to be the killer. They even have a photograph.
Sorry, I know you're busy. Not really. Actually, there's been something bothering me.
Yaha! That's what I'm talking about. A clue, a lead.
Well, I don't know about that, but that day, just after noon, I sensed someone was here. You sensed? Yeah, several times. Some other studio employees, maybe? Boy, this is hard to do with two P-named characters. I'm kind of used to looking at just the first letter. Kind of going on vibes, you know? I don't think so. The only thing we had scheduled was an action scene run-through. I was the only assailant here that day. I have a feeling it was someone from... outside. Really?
But, wait, if someone had come in here, wouldn't that security lady have noticed them?
Yeah, you're right. I'm sorry I don't have any better information than that.
No. Thanks, that helps us a lot. Anything helps. Let's go and put that security lady on the spot.
So you sense that someone other than the regular film crew is in the studio? Yeah, I think doesn't cut it in a witness testimony.
Nick, what about that security lady? If someone else came into the studio, she must have seen them. Sleet is full of so many spirits. They are stored in the tits.
It's true. It's true.
October 16th, Global Studios main gate.
They're like proton packs.
Oh.
What? Oh, you're still here? Really? You look as though you've seen a ghost, or perhaps several, inside of a pair of tits. What were you two people talking about?
You young people with all your new fetishes, it's so weird.
Oh no.
What? I saw that suspicious look on your face.
I wanted to ask you again about yesterday. You came here at 1 p.m., correct? And the estimated time of Hammer's death was 2:30. You sure that Powers was the only one to go through here between those times?
Sure as can be.
But we have a witness who thinks there was someone from outside here that day.
What?
You absolutely sure you were here watching the whole time?
Meatballs. Like the ones in my hair.
Ma'am?
Who was it? Who told you that? Who dares question me? All right, you better tell me. Tell me quick, you spiky-haired cretin. Someone's been complaining about the work I do, eh?
We were just talking to the assistant in Studio One.
Her! She's not even a full-time employee. All you young'uns are like that nowadays, running your mouths like tomorrow, saying that this, that, and the other thing. Well, I knew a thing or two about respecting others, but same for you using blick.
She left.
Well, Nick, this is our chance to do what we can without her looking over our shoulders.
The computer that runs the studio security cameras.
Nick, maybe we can see that photo of Powers with his computer.
Yeah, maybe. Should I try the computer? Okay, let's give it a try.
You know how to work these things, Nick?
Computers? Looks like, yes, I understand the magic of computers. Looks like I just have to enter in a few numbers. Let's see. First, I need the date of the murder. Looks like the camera turned on at 1 p.m. that day. 1 p.m. That was when the security lady arrived at the guard station.
I think it was
Oh,
307.
I think it's 307. There, entered. Meatballs.
Hey, it printed out the data for that day.
Let's see what we got. Meatballs. Uh-huh.
How is this a picture of Will Powers?
Well, he is the one who always wears that suit. I guess that's why the security lady thought it was him.
I don't imagine the detective was very happy with this photo as evidence. Huh? Something's printed on the back.
Huh? October 15th, 2 p.m., photo number 2.
What does that mean?
Maybe there's more photo data from that day?
No, that's the only one on the computer. Hey, Nick. Can't we use this photo as evidence for the trial?
Yeah.
We'll put that security lady in her place with this.
Right. We'll put her in her place.
Hey, that's what I said. Anyway, let's show her this photo and see what she says.
Wait, let's not.
Well, why not?
It's never a good idea to reveal your hand to the enemy too soon.
Nick, you're craftier than I gave you credit for. Why, you could be the next evil magistrate.
Hey, why do I have to be the villain?
Relax, it was just a joke. So, we done for the day?
I think this photo is what we needed for the trial. Still, it'd be better if we had some idea who the real killer was. Maybe it really is that security lady.
To be continued.
Ah,
I am
good
gonna.
old jingle.
It's good. I think the jingle's called "Can't Sleep on a Night Like This," which is
Ah,
kind of a cool name for it.
that is cool. Guess what? I have exciting news for you, Jax.
Uh huh.
I gotta pee.
Okay, go do it. Didn't he show the killer from the second case some vital evidence and get accused for murder because of it? That is correct. Maybe that's why he's a little bit more reticent to do it at this point. He's got experience. Or maybe he's just like, no, this is not how we advance the plot at this time. Oh. Well, chat, how are you all doing? I need to grab a drink after Sleet gets back from being away for toilet crimes. Because I'm very warm. Very, very warm. Oh. Shouldn't show people the evidence that directly incriminates them or at least contradicts them outside the courtroom. Yeah, understandable. Chillin'? Oh, good. Oh. I'm excited for more Phoenix Wright. It's, it has been an age since I played this series, and, like, the 2 games that came out on the 3DS, I only played a little bit of the first one, but I did enjoy it a lot. I haven't played any of the Ace Attorney not Ace Attorney Investigations, the prequel series, the ones with where it's set in like 1900 and there's not Sherlock Holmes there. Oh, those ones look cool. But yeah, the next trilogy pack is apparently going to be called the Apollo Justice Trilogy, which is a little bit wild considering only really the first game has Apollo Justice as the main character. I think in the latter 2 games he shows up quite a bit, but he's not like main character in those.
Meow.
Meow, there you are. Okay, your turn to entertain chat. I'm going to go and grab a drink.
Welcome again to the Sleet and Sleet Alone show, starring me. Oh boy. She was talking about Phoenix, right? And you know what? I don't know who that guy is. I've played this game and none of the others. So everything beyond this first game that we're doing is going to be completely new to me. So that's exciting.
I'm excited for the clown.
Oh, of course there's going to be clowns. Deals direct damage to Sleet. Everyone discard a car. All right, everybody, get rid of your cars. 8777 cars for kids or whatever.
Is that a thing?
Yeah, it's a thing. They're both now out of copyright, so you can safely write and publish fanfic of them together. Sherlock Holmes and Sherlock Sholmes. Oh, great.
I don't think kids should drive.
Well, that's why you're not head of that particular charity.
You know, that's fair. Hey, my freezer was open. That's not good.
No, that's not great.
Oh well.
Sherlock Sholmes wasn't an Ace Attorney name. I don't remember who did that, but yeah, I remember reading somewhere that somebody made a Sherlock Sholmes character just to be a shit ass. Was Sherlock at least a girl? Ah, if only. Lupin versus Sherlock Sholmes.
Isn't Herlock the...
Oh, written by the person behind Arsène. What the hell is his name? I should know it and I don't. Arsène Lupin.
I thought Herlock Sholmes was the Sherlock that showed up in Ace Attorney Chronicles.
Apparently, that's also true. Maurice LeBlanc. That's right. Maurice
Amazing.
LaMarche.
Okay. October 18th. They skipped my fucking birthday.
Fuck.
Assholes. What were they
Damn it.
doing on the 17th? Maybe it was a Sunday. October 18th, 10 a.m., District Court, courtroom number 4. Peas and carrots, peas and carrots.
Court is now in session for the trial of Mr. Will Powers.
They're celebrating my birthday. You're so correct.
Oh.
The prosecution is ready, Your Honor.
The boyfriend is ready, Your Honor.
Very well, Mr. Edgeworth. Your opening statement, please.
The prosecution will show the court that at 2:30 p.m. on October 15th, the defendant, Mr. Will Powers, killed fellow actor Jack Hammer in Studio 1 of Global Studios. It is impossible for anyone else to have committed this heinous crime. The evidence presented during the trial will all point to this fact.
I see. And what am I even doing here? I would like to move on to some testimony. Mr. Edgeworth, the prosecution may call its first witness.
Very well. I call a most familiar face, Detective Gumshoe, to the stand.
Ta-da!
Detective, if you would briefly describe this case to the court.
You might think this is a pencil behind my ear, but actually it's a straw filled with emergency chili. Yes, sir, I'll explain with the guide map here. To understand this case, it's important to keep grasp of the layout of the studio. See? This here is the employee area. The actors did a run-through of the action scenes during the morning here. This is the main gate to the studios. The security lady that works at the studios was here at 1 p.m. on that day. Past the security station, there's a gate, see? Past that are the studios. And here it is, Studio 1. This is the scene of the moida, where the body was found. Now, on the day of the moida, October 15th, there were only 3 people here.
There were only
Victim.
3 people here.
There were only 3 people here. The victim, Jack Hammer, the defendant, Will Powers, and a young woman, the production assistant. She doesn't have a name as far as I can tell. All the production staff were in the employee area until noon. Meow. Then after lunch, the victim, Jack Hammer, took his V-Mobile to Studio 1. Right after that, at 1 p.m., the security lady got to the guard station. Now, jump ahead to later that day, 5 p.m. The production staff came to Studio 1 to perform a rehearsal. Needless to say, the rehearsal was canceled. Because the big dude, what beef did he did there, done did. The time of death was 2:30 p.m. The samurai spear found lodged in the victim's chest was the moida weapon. That's the case in brief. Anyone like to hear that again? Should I listen to that whole thing again?
Should I make Sleep read that whole thing again? No.
But if you have any mercy left within you, God, let me die. I think I can probably remember that.
So the murder weapon was this shaved pencil, apparently. How medieval.
Samurai spear added to the court record.
Samurai spear added to the court record.
Samurai spear added to the court record.
Have we all been possessed by the spirit of the game designer again?
Yes, I would say so. Your Honor,
Piss.
this case is quite simple if you ask one question.
I lose control of my bladder when that happens.
And that question is, who's Stinky?
It's me, Your Honor. Oh, wait, I'm the... Oh, who am I kidding? Who could be honorable in wet jorts like this?
You know, we never see the judge from the waist down. He could be wearing jorts.
Wearing my judgy jorts. Don't at me.
Judgy jorts. And that question is, what did the security lady at the guard station see?
Understood.
Let's call the security officer to the stand. Will the witness declare her name?
Meatballs.
Oh, I forgot that she just grows makeup
Mm-hmm.
like a fucking chameleon.
My, aren't you a handsome fellow?
Oh, Jesus.
I'm afraid I'm a bit flustered.
Your name, please.
George standing for Judge Shorts.
Oh, dearie, no need for you to get embarrassed. Just call me Grandma.
Hey, sis, good to see you. Your name, please.
Seems Edgeworth has a bit of trouble getting his witnesses to say their names.
Wendy Oldbag, dearie. So just call me Grandma. It's practically so. Even when I was young, still, how the other children would make fun of me. Oh, that was canon. He called me an old bag. What, they just cried?
Objection! I object to the witness's talkativeness.
Objection sustained. I think she's pretty hot. The witness will refrain from rambling on this stand, or the law muppet behind me shall devour your soul.
I was just getting to the good part, dearie.
Perhaps we can get to what I call the good part, which is the testimony.
Now, the witness was stationed at the main gate on the day of the murder, correct?
Yes, see, I was.
And to get to the scene of the murder, someone would have to pass by you.
You know your stuff, dearie.
Meatballs. You may begin your testimony. I mean fuck. Shit. I fumbled the joke.
She sure is one hell of an old bag.
Titness testimony. On the day of the murder, I arrived at the guard station at 1 p.m.
Wait, Titness Westimony? Wasn't that the character from Hunger Games?
Oh my god, I think it was. You're right. Poor old Hammer and the rest had been doing a run-through there since the morning. I had some errands to run that morning. Anyway, it was 1 o'clock when I got to the guard station. I was at the main gate from then until 5 o'clock. Now, the murder happened at 2:30, right? Interesting to me because a certain man walked right by me at 2 o'clock. It was Powers, that man right there, and he was heading toward the studio.
You saw the defendant then? Very well. Let's begin the cross-examination, Mr. Wright.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. Let's press on some of the...
I gotta be right back, I'm sorry. I'll be real...
Oh. Oh, well. Chat, Sleet has abandoned me. I'm so afraid and scared and pissing in my jorts. Oh. Sleet found more pee. Yeah. I am guessing that food arrived for her? Maybe? Who can tell? Oh no. Oh no.
I'm back, sorry.
Oh, it's okay. What was that?
I just needed to check my phone messages real quick.
Ah, okay, understandable.
I suddenly got convinced that the message that I didn't check right before stream was going to be like, hey, everybody you know is dead.
Oh.
I just needed to calm myself real quick. What kind of errands?
Oh, well, you know.
Answer the question.
Actually, I was watching poor Hammer and Powers. Observing, you know.
Observing?
Weren't you supposed to be at the whippersnapper? I told you I locked the gate, didn't I? I did my job.
I'm not sure your boss would see it that way.
Anyway, I always watch Hammer's run-throughs, always. Never missed one in all my years.
Oh, I want to see a Steel Samurai run through too.
You could quit being a spear medium and take up guard duty.
Not a bad idea.
Oh.
Hey.
She's a toxic fan.
Jack Hammer, if you ever break kayfabe, I'll kill you and then myself.
So you saw Mr. Powers.
That's what I said. You got wax in your ears, Sonny?
Nick,
Yeah,
this
we
is
all
your
do. It
chance.
helps keep you clean. It's good for you. It's supposed to be there. That's why you make it.
Uh-huh. Nick, this is your chance.
Time to pull out the secret weapon. A gun.
I'll say it again. It was him. It was Powers. It was the powerful man whom it was. Whoopity whoopity.
Keeps the bugs out. Oh, Christ. Let me get this straight, old bag. Miss Old Bag. You've been saying since yesterday that you saw Mr. Powers, correct? But you're talking about the man in this photo, aren't you?
Welcome, Moon and Star. I have
Just a
prepared
moment,
place for
Mr.
you.
Wright.
Defeat those criminals with the power of love and that gun you found.
Jess, thank you for the 27 months.
Thank you. Defeat the criminal with the power of love and the gun you found. Ah, we sure will.
Just a moment, Mr. Wright. The jury orchestra is starting going fucking crazy, so clearly you've got some kind of point. Let me see that photo. Meatballs. What is this exactly?
None other than the Steel Samurai, defender of Neo Oldie Tokyo. I'm still not really sure if I'm supposed to pronounce the E on that word or not. Miss Old Bag. Is this the Mr. Powers that you saw?
Of course. Didn't your mama teach you any sense, Sonny? Anyone can plainly see that's Powers, right?
No, they can't. Meatballs. I wonder.
Call me Emmanuel, because no, they can't. Here, Mr. Powers does play the role of the Steel Samurai. But that doesn't mean Mr. Powers is the Steel Samurai.
Oh. I know that. I wasn't born yesterday.
Clearly.
Hey, welcome, Briz CG.
Hey, welcome to Definitely America. Enjoy.
Oh.
We've made lawyer croissants
What?
for everybody. Here's yours.
What?
I don't know.
Okay.
They're in the shape of the lawyer attorney badge.
Oh, I see.
And they're so yummy.
No one in this court is accusing you of that, Mr. Witness. Eat your hamburger.
He's having trouble calling her old bag, apparently.
Is
There
that
might be some kind of old baggage to him.
isn't that just a crawler? You know? Yeah, correct.
But if it turns out the defendant was guilty, then it was a crueler the whole time. Why? Because it's cruel like a twist of. Okay, fine. They can't all be winners.
No, I got it. I was going.
Oh, I thought it was okay. I thought it was like a.
No, it was a test the emergency joke response protocol.
Oh my God, kids keep hitting that but there are kids crawling in the walls of this place too, and they keep running over the cables that trip those fucking alarms. It's nuts.
First time playing these games, not for me, but for my lovely girlfriend Sleet here. She's played the first
Played
one,
this one.
and none of the rest. I have played most of the series without playing the last couple of 3DS games, and I've not played any of the Great Ace Attorney. But yeah, we're gonna do all of them eventually.
Great Ape Attorney.
The Grape Ape Attorney.
Defendant not guilty. Rah.
Did you read this one already?
I don't remember. You do not have proof that the person in this photo was Mr. Will Powers, do you?
Humph, nosy old man. Of course I have proof.
What?
Huh?
Even Edgeworth is surprised.
The prosecution would like to ask the witness, please make known all the information in your possession ahead of time.
How was I to know everyone would be so nosy? You should be ashamed, all of you. Anyway, I showed that photo to the young detective. He told me this isn't any good as evidence, pal. He didn't even give it a second look.
I mean, balls.
Wow, old Windbag has left even Edgeworth speechless. She's good.
Let's hear about your proof then.
I ain't never to say anything I don't mean, mind you. That morning, during the run-through of the action scene, I saw Powers trip and fall. He broke one of the props. It was a big mess. Apparently, he sprained his ankle pretty bad. Whoop whoop. Now look at that whoop whoop picture. You can see he's dragging his leg. See? Clear as day.
I mean, we can't because your text box is covering the photo, lady.
Well, I'm specifically incapable of shutting up for even a minute, so that's kind of a you issue at this point. That's how I knew it was Powers. Happy.
It couldn't be because the pants like go a whole foot past the foot.
Yeah, right.
Like he's not just walking awkwardly.
So he'd sprained his ankle. He'd sprankled himself. Very well, Mr. Wright. You may cross-examine the witness.
She's got to be hiding something. I'll press her until she squeals.
Whippersnapper!
Hey, I haven't said anything yet.
I'll have you know I'm not pointing fingers at anyone behind their backs. Everything I've said is on the straight and narrow. The up and up. Youth today always whining about each other point. It's enough to make an old lady want to cry.
Mr. Wright, please, for all our sakes, try not to upset the witness.
I think Edgeworth has met his match. He broke a prop?
Sure did. His own samurai spear.
His samurai spear, the murder weapon?
Luckily, I was there with my duct tape to fix it.
This strikes me as a significant detail. I better write this down in the court record. Samurai spear updated in the court record. Made a bitch and ragu. Oh, that sounds good.
Oh.
Wow.
These
Is Mr. Powers' ankle badly sprained?
streaming always makes me hungry, usually because people talk about all the good stuff that they're eating.
Either the game will mention food or someone in chat will mention food, and I'll be like, oh.
Food is a lovely thing. I like that
Food is
food exists.
Although sometimes I wish I could just have nutrient block, so I wouldn't have to worry about the hassle.
Not
Yeah.
so bad that he couldn't walk around. He went to his dressing room to rest up after lunch.
Thus the nap.
Anyway, I saw him dragging his foot when he walked.
Dragging his foot. Okay.
Are you absolutely sure? Let's take a look at that picture again. So he was walking strangely because he was injured.
It does look like he was dragging him's foot.
See? And you didn't trust me, whippersnapper.
Trip and fall.
Yeah, and to think he's supposed to be the Steel Samurai. What a laugh. So Power sprained his ankle. I helped make it better for him, of course.
You helped make it better.
Oh, I gave it a little kissy and made it all better.
Oh, that is what... Shit.
Well, I was just making a joke, but she done did do that.
Let's just skip over that part, shall we?
Where was the assistant then?
Oh, her? She was cleaning up backdrops, I think. She didn't know about Powers' ankle.
You may continue your testimony.
Oh, wait. Didn't she only show up at 1 p.m.?
To the guard station.
Oh.
So she
Come
was...
to me through fire and war.
She was creeping
I
on
broke
him beforehand. Who
Back
was
is-
present at the run-through?
Bakazooie, thank you for the follow. Welcome.
Ah, thank you.
Well, let's see. There was Powers, he's the Steel Samurai. Then poor old Hammer, the evil magistrate. And me. Nyoron.
And what exactly were you doing?
Observing. Just observing.
Watching the beef smash together.
The slap of muscle against muscle.
What about the assistant?
Oh, she was off moving backdrops around and such.
So she didn't see the run-through then.
I think we've heard enough. Haven't we, Your Honor?
Well, there is one thing that bothers me.
Which is?
Yes, I am very afraid of witches, but more importantly, where is the Steel Samurai costume now?
Actually, well, we couldn't find it. We're looking, though. Anyway, that's not important. The witness did see the Steel Samurai, yes. And it is clear that the person in the Steel Samurai suit was Mr. Will Powers.
I suppose that's right.
Are you sure you're sure, Your Honor? Hold it right there. We keep talking possibilities, but we have to agree that this photo shows the Steel Samurai. Nowhere in this photo can we see Mr. Will Powers.
The defense has a point. I also wonder if someone else caught not on camera could have killed Mr. Hammer. We have to consider that possibility also.
I was there, flicking the bean like Robotnik's mean machine.
Oh my.
That's the worst thing anyone's ever said.
Then allow me to remove that doubt from your mind, Your Honor. Will the witness continue her testimony, please?
No need to ask twice.
Please don't. Please don't, Delta.
You better not.
The time of poor Hammer's death was 2:30 p.m., true? The only person I saw go to the studio before then was Will Powers. No one else went there. Nobody ever went in. Nobody ever came out. If they had, I would have seen them.
Hydrate. Don't mind if I do.
I actually don't all that much. It's just I keep nodding off and falling asleep a little bit. So if no one else went to the studio, then it would have to be this steel samurai who did it. Mr. Wright, you may cross-examine the witness.
I've been making characters in WWE 2K23. Maybe I should make the judge.
Oh, I think maybe you should. Older women. Well, yeah, older women are allowed to do that, but now I have to say it like that.
Oh.
How do you know that? Didn't I just explain?
That I'm allowed to masturbate?
Whoop, whoop, whoop. I gave donuts to the whoop whoop to the young detective, and then after some rubbish about being a secret pal, he told me everything. I see Detective Gumshoe shares his fellow officer's fondness for donuts. Those bastards. Are you absolutely sure? Oh, quite, Sonny. Nobody suspicious looking passed by at all. Nobody suspicious looking. All right. What about before you got to the guard station? You mean before 1 o'clock? Why, everyone was in the employeria before then.
Can you please tell me what she's saying as she's eating her steak back there? Because she has such a face.
It's yummy in my tummy. I had to have this assistant here chew the steak up for me first.
Yummy!
Makes it better that way.
Oh.
I locked the maiden gate so no one could get in. Not to whoop whoop mention.
Why do you keep going whoop whoop when she's doing that thing with her hand?
I don't know. I've just started doing it.
Fair enough.
I just like to acknowledge it.
Gotta get my energy up eating some meat before I watch the beef slap together.
Oh, are you sure?
The witness has answered the
Can we
question.
please stop talking about her masturbating?
Anyone going into the studio has to pass by the witness.
That's right, Sonny. You let him have it, edgy boy.
Edgy boy.
Mate balls.
How did she figure out what Phoenix calls me in bed?
Oh, old Windbag sure has balls, or, well, you know what I mean.
Old windbags have a way of skipping over important details, after all. Or, for that matter, entirely forgetting them. And now we're very confused as to what equipment she was even working with at the time.
How convenient.
Thanks for throwing a wrench in those words, Maya.
Ugh.
Something for you to look forward to, perhaps.
Okay. So let's see what we got in terms of evidence. So, autopsy, 2:30, yep. The person I saw go to the studio before then was Will Powers. Well, I think that we present this because it's photo 2, right?
Yeah.
There we go. Music cut out. That's always a good sign.
Hold on. Look at this photograph one more time.
Every
Okay, I
time I
will.
see
Wow. Wow. It's like magic.
This photo was taken. God, we're idiots. By the camera at the gate for the studios, correct?
Yes, sirree, Sonny.
So whenever anyone passes by here, it automatically takes a picture.
And here, I thought you didn't know your head from a hole in the ground.
Head like a hole?
Yeah, I didn't know a head like a hole from
Black as your
a
soul?
hole in a heartbeat, or head like a heart like a head beat. What? I don't know.
I'd rather die than give you control?
I don't actually know any lyrics to that song, or
Do you
I'd
think
join
Edge-
in.
Do you think Edgeworth edges Phoenix for all he's worth? Sorry, was compelled by a natural 20s talk of hard things. Is this the horrible thing that you were talking about?
Look, everybody's got pun names, and that's obviously what Edgeworth spends a lot of his time doing.
Mm-hmm.
So, yeah, I think that's pretty clear that's where Edgeworth comes from as a name.
I mean, if he's edging, he's not coming much. And the other thing is that, like, what Phoenix is doing in Courtroom to Edgeworth is effectively edging, right?
That's true. Getting a not guilty verdict is basically like orgasm denial.
I'm just keeping it right on the edge of victory. Oh, okay, yeah.
Nice. Right.
Okay, Delta,
Anyway.
show us the horrible thing. I need to lie down. I'm waiting for the horrible thing, Delta. It better be horrible.
And it better be the worst.
Mm-hmm.
And it better be so bad that we have to ban you.
It better be so bad that we have to pin the message.
Oh. The Sausage Party universe, eating any food is hardcore with an unaware predator and unwilling prey. The worst part of that, honestly, is mentioning the Sausage Party universe, and I'm upset by it.
Yeah, I'm upset. So congrats, I guess.
Right. Anyway. Also true that the computer in the guard station records all security cam data. All security clam data.
Ooh, you know, if you wanted to work at the studio, we might have an opening.
I call my pussy the security clam.
I call mine the sausage party. They've very computer printed out this photo. No, on the back of the photo we printed the words October 15, 2 p.m. photo number 2. Even I know that means it was taken at 2 p.m. on October 15th. Really, Sonny? So hard for a lasagna. I'm a lasagna hog. Or whatever.
Actually, I knew that too. I know many things. The issue here is the bit at the end where it says photo number 2.
Photo number 2.
The computer only held data for one photo on that day. A wizard told us that. Don't worry about it. Don't you think that's odd? Shouldn't this photo be photo number 1 if it really was the only photo?
Peas and carrots, peas and carrots.
Peas and carrots.
Order, order. Please tell the court what you mean by this, Mr. Wright.
Actually, that's what I want to ask the witness. This evidence shows that not one, but 2 people went to the studio that day.
The Susu Studio?
The studio. Yet there's only data for one of the photos. Who could have erased the data for the other photo? Only someone with access, the security lady herself.
I like how Sleet is doing all the voices so far. Yeah, we divvy up the voices and we try our best to remember how much speaking each character has.
Yeah.
With a
Sometimes Maya and Edgeworth just go out for ice cream.
To do everything else.
It's also good to see you, Snivy. Oh.
I also just like doing the old lady voice so much. Watch your mouth, whippersnapper. The only person I saw that day was Will Powers.
Wait, are you okay? The camera on that gate fired twice. That means 2 people went by.
Well, yes, that's what it would seem to mean.
Can the witness explain this to the court?
I don't understand these newfangled computer things. Edgy boy, help.
Believe me, I want to, but I don't know what this means either.
Some help you are. You're a whippersnapper, too. Can catch you whipping snaps all day long, meatballs.
This world, there's 2 types of people. The whipper snappers and the whipper snapped.
It's true. Meatballs. Whippersnapper.
Something the matter, Mrs. Oldbag?
Ah, that's right. I just remembered something.
Let me guess. Someone else passed by the gate. Someone other than the Steel Samurai.
Oh, well, yes, I suppose you could put it that way.
I see. Your testimony, please.
Every day after I finish my guard duties, I have one other important job to do. I go through the photos recorded on the security computer and check them. I throw out any photos that aren't suspicious looking, you see. Come to think of it now, I remember throwing out one photo that day.
Ms. Oldbag, this is the first I've heard of this.
Well, of course, Sonny, I've only just remembered it.
Right. Anyway, Mr. Wright, please begin the cross-examination.
Well, I'd say this was a turn for the unexpected, but I kind of expected this. I fucking love how done Maya looks in this picture.
Yeah.
Like, this is the one case where I think that the redrawn art is actually an improvement, because I don't think that her expression in the GBA and DS versions was quite this phenomenally done.
Yeah.
Well, who in the heck was that in that photo you erased? Fanboy. Fanboy? Steel Samurai fanboys. Real freaks, if you ask me. They get information about the rehearsals from gosh knows where. They're always hanging about. One Whoop Whoop was there the other day. Wait a second, didn't you just say no one else could get in?
Fanboy from Fanboy and Chum Chum? Oh no. Ace Attorney drinking game. One shot every time a witness conveniently remembers something. Good God, the only thing that's keeping you alive at that point is the fact that the courtroom scenes are so far spaced apart.
Yeah, you've got just enough time to not die. I locked the main gate so no one could get in. Those were your words.
Well, if you must know, there's a drain that goes into the employeria. The grate's been loose for a while. It leads outside, and, well, that's where they come in.
They come in through the drain.
I told you they were freaks.
Little sewer freaks.
Little stinky sewer freak boys. Oh, and they're kids, children, whippersnappers.
Kids? So on the photo that you erased.
It was a boy, probably second or third grade.
Order! Let me get this straight. You saw two people pass by the gate on their way to the studios that day. One was the Steel Samurai dragging his leg. The other was a boy who looked to be in second or third grade.
Oh, yes, well, we see his type there every day. And can't stop him, can't catch him.
A boy in second or third grade. I assume it would be hard, if not impossible, for a young boy to wield the samurai spear.
We have a child murderer, not the other kind.
Oh God.
Possible, I think it's quite heavy.
Right, as I said, I didn't pay him much mind. That's why I erased the data.
Nick, what's going on? I mean, the boy was there. That makes him a suspect.
Yeah, and they're already trying to unsuspect him.
This court will take a 5-minute recess. There will be juice boxes and tag football out on the lawn. I want the defense and the prosecution to consider this new information. And no forgetting vital information this time.
October 18th, 11:08 a.m. District Court, Defendant Lobby Number 3.
Mr. Powers,
Yes?
tell me straight. Were you really in your dressing room? You didn't go to the studio.
I didn't go to the studio. I was sleeping, honest. So who was the Steel Samurai in that security photo? How should I know? The Steel Samurai costume was off in the corner of the dressing room. Anyone could have walked in and taken it, really. What? You should take better care of that stuff. I couldn't imagine anyone would want to steal a Steel Samurai costume. So, where does this leave me?
Oh, the second I take a drink, of course. Fucking goddamn it. Doesn't look good. Try to be stealthy, I swear, to swim in the gym. You're the only likely suspect right now.
Nick! What are we gonna do?
First, we play for more time. We'll start targeting someone else that could have conceivably done this.
Right. It'll take them so long to shoot us down so we can get another day.
Right. But if we pick the wrong person, we might lose on the spot.
You don't sound very optimistic.
I'm not optimistic at all, actually.
Hey Nick, it's time. Jess, thank you for the
Okay.
head pats. Meow, meow, meow.
Thank you. Let's go.
What does that mean? Please don't sigh like that.
Oh, I know that feeling, bud.
Oh,
Was that a "you're angry at me" sigh? Oh, no.
oh god.
Court will now reconvene for the trial of Mr. Will Powers. I don't know why I said it like that. Mr. Edgeworth, will you present the prosecution's thoughts on this matter?
The prosecution's thoughts are simple.
That's
Nothing.
not very nice.
Nothing.
I know he's a himbo, but look,
No, that's the defendant, Your Honor.
where am I?
In courtroom. Here, have your whiskey toddy and your nap.
Oh boy.
Nothing has changed. The other person who went to the studios was a boy of roughly 10 years of age. The photo we do have may not be hard evidence, but there is still no one else that could have... There is still no...
Break it down funky style for me now, edgy boy.
There still is no one else that could have committed this crime. I call for a verdict of guilty for the defendant, Mr. Will Powers.
Very well. To death. Off with his head. No, Mr. Wright, your thoughts?
The defense disagrees with the prosecution's claim. Ow. There is another person who could have committed that crime.
Order. Interesting. Let us hear who you have in mind. However, be aware that this court does not look kindly on accusing the innocent. If you accuse someone who is obviously innocent, you will be penalized.
It's a bold way of pronouncing that. I've never heard that before. I love it. Peneliazid.
I have to make a joke about mispronouncing words so that nobody can know when I actually don't know how to say a word. It's all deep cover. I'm playing 12th dimensional chess here.
You'll be penis-sized.
I already am. What does that mean?
You'll be penis-sized.
I'm 6 inches tall. Right, great. As if the stakes weren't enough.
So who was this person other than Mr. Powers that could have committed the the murder?
It was a security lady, Wendy Oldbag. Oh! The Steel Samurai is dragging his leg in this picture. That means whoever was in the suit knew about that morning's injury. Maybe because they've been watching the action scene run through. There's only one person other than Powers and Hammer who knew about the injury. The security lady, Oldbag. What? Whippersnapper?
Order! Is this true, old bag?
Oldbag? That's Miss Oldbag to you. Miss Oldbag was standing guard alone at the main gate. She was by herself. In other words, she has no alibi. She could have briefly left her post to steal the Steel Samurai costume. Ah, man, words are hard. And slipped into Studio 1, the scene of the murder.
Why would she go through the trouble of wearing the Steel Samurai costume?
Simple, Your Honor. She knew the camera at the gate would take her picture. If she was in his costume, she could point the fictor at Minkter Stamstam.
I see. I think. Excellent deductive reasoning, Mr. Wright.
Oh yeah, right here. Sherlock Holmes 2, baby. Return of Jafar. Meatballs? Well, that's odd. This is the part where Edgeworth pounces. Doesn't he usually jump up with an objection and some new damning evidence?
Well, Mr. Edgeworth, does the prosecution have an opinion on this matter?
Meatballs. The prosecution has no meaningful objections at this time.
What? What's that supposed to mean? Oh, so you all think I did it, is that it? Edgy boy, don't just sit there, do something.
Well, that's my move. Maybe now's my chance to take this the whole way. The very same reasoning that makes Mr. Powers a suspect in this case can be used to cast doubt on Miss Oldbag's actions on that day.
But why would I do something so horrible to poor Hammer?
Give Granny a break. Yeah.
You forget that Mr. Powers lacks a clear motive, too.
Indeed.
That did it. Now Windbag is one of the suspects. No hard feelings, I hope.
Wait just a minute. What about the other person who went to the studio? The boy, the one whose photo I erased. He's probably a murderer.
He's only a grade schooler, though, as you said. Second or third grade, was it?
That doesn't matter. The youth these days playing their Grand Theft Auto, and when I was that age, I could pin my old man in 10 seconds tops.
Your thoughts, Mr. Wright?
That boy is not the killer.
Well, how can you be so sure? Oh, or does it be nice to the kids and mean to your elders' day, whippersnapper?
No, that's actually October 21st. Anyway, I have proof.
Proof? Proof?
Indeed. Let's see this proof, Mr. Wright. Have proof that shows the boy could not have committed this murder?
Yeah, I'm an attorney.
Uh,
Yeah, it's this card key that I stole. I think it's the murder weapon because it's too huge for a kid.
yeah, it's gotta be, right?
Your Honor,
League of Legends.
Death.
the murder weapon was the samurai spear. Well, when you say it like that, okay. That very spear is shown here in the photo. How could the boy have taken the spear? It's impossible.
I see.
I don't.
Because the murder weapon's in the photo, so the kid would have had to steal it from the person in that suit.
Oh, good point. Yeah.
Would the witness care to comment on this?
The windbag. Speechless. I thank fucking Christ.
Oh,
There's got to be a first.
Very well. Death.
If anybody wants like some secret additional GST content, just assume that I say death every time he pounds that gavel because I am thinking it. I just don't want to wear the joke thin.
I mean, at some point it's going to stop being funny, but at some point it's going to start being really funny.
Exactly.
The court will present proceedings on the current trial for the day. Don't worry about it, Mr. Edgeworth. Please find out more about your witness, Mrs. Windy. What was her name?
Something old bag, Your Honor.
What the fuck?
And the prosecution will look further into this old bag before we continue. This old bag marked clues. That is all. The court is adjourned. If you're found to be in contempt of court, the law muppet your soul.
Oh, wait a second. I'm not going to sit here while you run off barking up the wrong tree. Me? Ye? I'm talking. I'm talking.
Oh, great. Stop the presses. The windbag wants to talk.
I heard that, you bitch.
This old bag, what's this all about? You omitted something from your testimony?
Actually, it's pronounced testimony. If you must know, there's something I was told not to talk about.
Not to talk about?
By whom?
Huh? You mean it wasn't Edgeworth who told her not to talk?
Well, testify. What the fuck?
Titness Westimony. It's like fucking Full Metal Alchemist.
Full Metal
Titness
Alchemist.
Westimony.
Global
Studios wanted me. I hit the wrong dial there for a second. Wanted me to keep quiet about something. There were some other people in the studio whoop whoop on the day of the murder. They said they had nothing to do with it. See? Yeah, see? So they told me to just pretend they had been at the studios that day. But if you're going to go accusing me, I'm not letting them get away scot-free. Yeah.
Mrs. Oldbag. What the fuck? Blair, this is crucial information. Why did you keep this from the court until now?
Ain't you been listening? He told me to shut my trap, and I always do what I'm told. I'm a real doormat. That's why they have me as the security guard out front.
Meatballs.
No, this isn't a bad dream, Your Honor. Witness the power of the old bag.
Mr. Wright, in your cross-examination.
This is great. I can just push a button and you have to talk for like a minute.
Global Studios. There were some. Oh, have you ever had a nice bowl of Studios milk? It's great.
Yummy.
Who were these people? Well, the director and the producer, for starters.
The director?
We should have known something was fishy. How could they have done a run-through of their action scene without a director? Of course.
Yes, well, I was surprised no one asked about it.
Yeah, well, hindsight. It's 2020. So, where were these people?
The director was in the employee area all morning for the run-through. He joined the producer around lunchtime, and they had a meeting after that.
Where?
Oh, in the Studio 2 trailer.
Studio 2, Dio? There is a Studio 2, Dio.
Well, if you look at the guide map, here it is. Dipshit. You go through the gate and all the way to the left.
The path where the monkey's head was falling over. That is not a monkey.
Well, Mr. Wright, would you like to continue the cross-examination?
I think I've already asked my questions, but... Your Honor,
We have learned that there were others at the Global Studios on the day in question. The director and the producer and some bigwigs were all present. Yet, as we stand here, they have not been questioned. I hold that it is impossible to declare a verdict on the defendant, Mr. Powers. Gotcha.
The court acknowledges the defense's point. Prosecution will gather more information about the witness, Miss Oldbag. More information about these other people that we've just been told of.
Meatballs. I understand, Your Honor.
This ends the day's proceedings in the trial of Mr. Will Powers. That is all. This court is adjourned. Death.
October 18th, 1:04 p.m. District Court, Defendant Lobby Number 3. Thank you so much, Mr. Wright. I was right to ask you to defend me.
God, this portrait makes him look like fucking Knuckle Joe. Like the Kirby guy.
God, yeah. Oh, really? It's nothing. Grin.
No, not even Knuckle Joe. It's what's the name of the fire dude with the Hey Watch the Hair Man. You know what I'm talking about.
Yeah. Oh, or should I?
Burnin' Leo. Thank God. Well, we'll be going down to the studios to do some more investigating. We have to find out more about this director and producer. They'll be turning up in the next trial as witnesses for certain. So now's my chance to get material for the cross-examination.
Sonic? Have we figured out just who was in that Steel Samurai costume? Could it really have been old Windbag?
What do you think, Mr. Powers?
I don't think it was her, really.
After all, I'm the one who killed the guy.
Neither do I, Nick.
Yeah, I know. Look, I was just buying time back there. Someone had to be the bad guy for a bit to take the pressure off Mr. Powers.
Poor old Windbag. I feel kind of sorry for her.
I don't. Well, she wasn't winning any points in there, with or without my accusation. Okay, let's get down to the studios.
Right. We'll be back to visit you soon. Thanks.
We've got job descriptions to stretch and break.
Thanks, guys. Why did Maya just sniff in that one dialogue? She was like, or should I? Just getting a big old sniff of the Steel Samurai. Steel Samurai smell particles.
He was sniffing, so I thought it was cool.
Yeah, fair. October 18th, Wright & Co. Law Offices.
Oh, what a day.
This is no time for relaxing, Nick. Say, you think Whip's got a chance?
I guess that really depends on the people we found out about in today's trial.
The director and producer.
Yeah, them.
Well, what are we doing here then? Let's get to the studios.
I have a present for you. You're the attorney now. Hey, see this?
You really like showing that off, don't you, Nick?
I sure do.
Would you sniff the samurai spear?
Oh.
Oh.
Now hiring additional Argonian maids to love my esteem. Yeah, it's really good. It's very uplifting and positive.
Detention center, visitors room. Oh, Mr. Wright, thank you for earlier.
Not at all. We got lucky, to tell the truth.
You can say that again.
Let's not.
So, Whip. Do you have any leads that might get us going in the right direction? Sorry, but no. Be sure to tell us anything that comes to mind, no matter how small. Like if you're thinking about a little mouse, and maybe she's got... she's a bartender, and she puts a drink on her head, and it's on the mouse. Or if it's a mouse and she's Ashley from WarioWare, or possibly Resident Evil.
He's just
tell-
overwhelmed with emotion thinking about the tiny mouse and is just bawling in the corner.
Yeah.
Oh, we can't rely on getting lucky again tomorrow.
Got to be up all night to get lucky. Yeah. Oh God. That was horrible.
That's the noise he made.
Oh, I wish I didn't.
Fanboys sneak into the studios often?
No, not that I know of. My security lady's pretty strict with them.
God, every time I see that name, Maushli is such a cute name. I just need to sit down and think about it for a minute.
Fucking good. But in today's testimony, didn't she say they were often hanging around? The kids really, really love the Steel Samurai. They sneak past when she's not looking, I guess.
Was the director present at the morning run-through?
Yes, he was. He was directing how the Steel Samurai and the Evil Magistrate should move.
Maybe you could have told us that shit. Yeah, Maya, what she said.
Why didn't you tell us that before? Well, just the studio asked us to keep quiet. That has nothing to do with this. I hate to repeat myself, but Nick here is a newbie lawyer, fresh off the bar. When he loses, he's gonna lose big. I see.
Whose side is she on?
You ask your Fox Girl mechanic how her work on your car's engine is going. She replies, I'm still fixing it.
Oh, that's adorable.
That's very good.
And then you make out passionately.
Sorry, I thought of a Fox Girl in overalls and I just kind of shut off for a moment there.
I know, knees, weak arm, spaghetti.
You aren't hiding anything else from us, are you? No, I sure hope not. Excuse me. Thank you for showing me that, whatever it is. I wish I could think of some way I could help you. Sorry.
What did you present?
Attorney's badge.
Oh, okay.
October 18th, 2:16 p.m. Global Studios main gate. No one's here.
Right, now that they have Ms. Oldbag in custody. I guess they don't have anyone else to replace her.
Hey, in the guard station, look, she left her donuts.
Christ alive, Maya.
Meatballs. What? I wasn't going to eat them.
Donuts.
Me too.
The computer that runs the security of Skidlios. Huh, looks like it's been turned off for the day.
Okay. Good thing Maya hasn't tried to run away from any crimes, or else she'd be a small medium at large. God, that's a good joke.
Expertly done.
Look, it's that mouse girl.
It's that assassin
Hey!
girl. Hi, WP's lawyers, right? Heard about the trial. Great job, guys. Oh, don't mention it. Is it true they caught the security lady? Oh. Why am I like this? Actually, she just called me. She told me to cover up that drain. Oh, you mean that one? Wow, what a mess. I know. I'm not so good with handiwork. Some assistant, right?
Yeah, but you do work on the props and the backdrops, right?
Right. Just lots of times they end up looking worse than they did before I fixed them.
Oh? Well, I'm sure these things happen. Nothing to worry yourself about.
You're right, I won't. You've really helped me turn my life around today, thank you. Personally, I think she should worry at least a little bit more.
If you'll excuse me, I have to go guard the station. To the station. Oh, fuck me. I'm supposed to fill in for Miss Oldbag.
Right. See you later then.
Good luck with your investigation.
So, the fanboy they were talking about in the trial today came in through this drain?
So it seems. I guess they covered it up in a hurry.
Hey. Hey, Nick. If that drain's covered, the boy won't be able to get in.
Yeah, I think that was the idea.
I feel kind of sorry for him, though, don't you?
We'll put some Cheetos on the other side so that he has something to eat while he's stuck in the trap. What, do you want to rip the grate off?
Really, Nick? We can?
Whoa, she's serious? Uh-oh.
Why not?
Well, I guess some things are just made to be broken.
Yay! You know, Nick, you're pretty swell sometimes.
Sometimes.
Hi-ya! There. That should make the kids happy.
The things we do. Drain gate is off. And I know who did it.
Now the kids will be able to come in again. Doesn't it make you feel great to do a good deed like that?
Must be nice to live so free of guilt.
So that was another Maya crime, I think. Right?
I don't know if it was a crime per se, but it was very rude to Penny. Like, look, I finally fixed that train. Wow, that's great. Hiya! Kicks it into space. Oh, okay, well, I guess just fuck me then, huh?
We can't look at the fucking ladder in this shot. I'm so sad.
Should we still leave Cheetos? We'll leave a couple of Cheetos.
Yeah.
It's only fair. Help reinforce the scent trail.
This is where the Steel Samurai costume was on the day of the murder.
That's what Mr. Powers says, at least. I guess they snuck in and took it while he was sleeping.
But Nick, what if Mr. Powers hadn't been sleeping? And what the killer was planning on doing then?
Huh. She's got a point.
Imagine there's a lot of new things to examine in here.
There's a bunch of snacks on the table. Tea and cookies.
Wait, Nick,
What now?
these snacks. They've passed the expiration date.
Then don't eat them.
They're snacks. They're meant to be eaten.
Looks like someone was sleeping here. Maybe Powers did take a nap here like he said.
I still have some Cheetos. Of course you can, Delta.
Yeah, they're in the grate.
Hmm.
Oh, hello.
Oh, you look a little out of place.
Did you just call me a ho-ho? It's the clothes, isn't it?
And she has a very defined collarbone.
Yeah, really. I thought my camo vest might do the trick. Kind of an alternative guard fashion thing.
I mean, it's very vaguely camo.
Yeah, one could say thought it was just wrinkly.
Mhm.
So, how are the studios doing?
God, that was exactly the delivery I hoped you were going for.
Well, there's police wandering around everywhere. It's terrible. They won't even let me clean up. They don't want me disturbing evidence. I haven't even cleaned up our lunch plates from the day of the murder. I mean those plates with the steak bones left on them from the employeria. Yeah, why do you all keep calling it that? Can you believe it?
Oh, that's me. do kids sneak in here a lot?
Well, I don't think there's that many of them, but I do see one in particular a bunch. He's always gawking at the sets or snapping pictures. You should see old Windbag's eyes flash when she sees him. She's a bit of trouble catching him, though. I heard something at the trial today. I think it was a ducky outside. It was really cute. Anyway, they said the director and the producer were here the day of the murder.
Oh my god, 888 hydrations across all streams. Okay.
Oh, shit.
Sippy time.
It's like the neighbor of the devil, but like a few blocks down.
A few floors up, I think.
You know how that goes.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry. I was in the prop storage room, so I didn't see him. I guess they were here, though. Studio head seemed pretty eager to keep us quiet.
So they were trying to protect the director.
More the producer, really. The producer's our real star here. She saved these studios from the brink of disaster and kept them running. I don't think we'd still be in business if it weren't for that producer. The producer, huh? The producer. Colonel.
Producer.
Produce this, Colonel.
Oh no. October.
Oh, Snake. Why? Into the microphone. Come on, Snake.
That's impressive, because isn't Snake's codec, like, implanted in his ear?
Colonel. They took my spine, Colonel.
October 18th. Studio 1 Entrance. Hey, Nick. Looks like Detective Gumshoe isn't here today.
You're right. He's probably up to his neck in paperwork after commotion at today's trial.
Sonic. Remember that Studio 2 we heard about at the trial today? It's down that path with the fallen tree, right?
Yeah, I think that's what they said. That's definitely what the giant sign says behind you.
Maybe the director and the rest of them are there today? Now's our chance, Nick. Let's check it out. October 18th, Studio 2 entrance.
This place is deserted.
Crash. Eek! Nick! What was that noise? It sounded like it came from inside the trailer.
Someone must be inside.
Hello? Meatballs.
No answer.
Pretty suspicious if you ask me, Nick. Let's go in.
I'm not sure we should be barging in. Huh. It's locked.
What? Don't we have a key?
No. There's probably one at the guard station at the main gate.
Then what are we waiting for? Let's borrow it.
If they'll let us. There's some flowers here.
Wow, so pretty. They're taking good care of these.
Don't get too close. That fence looks dangerous. Looks like 2 people ate here. There's nothing left on the plates.
Hey, so they ate T-bone steaks too.
That must mean that they ate the bones. Interesting.
Mhm.
No, what is it with steaks around here?
Hey, there's always room for steak. But something does seem out of place.
What?
I don't know, it just feels odd. No bones about it, Maya.
No bones. No skin. An incinerator. Apparently they just put this one in. It's already covered in soot. They must not clean it much.
Welcome home, Squeak.
Welcome home.
For the 1000th hydrate, the girls must drink Pepto-Abysmal. No, we're
No.
saving that one for another charity stream, probably, maybe, possibly.
We are.
I don't know. Like, I feel like we gotta up the ante each time now. I don't want to end up like Robbie Dude and drink actual wolf piss out of one of those Garfield mugs that was radioactive.
Oh. Excuse me?
Yeah, funny streamer name of Robbie Dude had their throne open and people submitted a bunch of stuff, and I think they were just accepting everything, and someone submitted, like, a gallon bottle of wolf urine, and someone else bought it for them.
Oh,
So, you know,
cool.
normal.
Love that you buy that stuff by the gallon.
It might have been a liter. Wolf pee and uranium. Yeah. Yeah.
I can see the computer that runs the security cameras. Oh, please don't touch anything in there. The security lady would knock the stuffing out of me if she knew. I really want the key to that trailer. Maybe next time.
Torber 18 stood to 1.
Orbert October.
I don't really want to be in here.
Yeah, it is a murder scene.
I want to go someplace else. Nick? Look, a ladder.
Well, you cheered up quick, huh? That's a step ladder.
So, what's
You're not
the
related by
difference?
blood.
You need to stop judging things based on narrow-minded cultural assumptions, Nick. This is the same dialogue as yesterday.
Right, sorry.
It is a murder scene, you're a literal child. Uh-huh. Okay.
God damn it.
Let me,
I hate my life.
let me just, real quick get into the right, frame of mind.
It's Friday night. You're all alone. 2-liter bottle of Mountain Dew. Dota. Go for it.
What if who are you dudes? Lamau!
Oh God, kill me.
Huh? What? Wait. You first. Who are you? You look pretty suspicious to me.
Whatever, lamers. How could you not know the great Salmonella? I make Talit shows. The Steel Samurai, mine. RTFC, read the film credits.
Really? You're the Salmonella? I'm so sorry. You looked so sorry.
No, quite alright. It's fine. Ruffle. Meatballs.
What is it?
You know, on closer inspection. Yeah. Hot. Hey, do you do like cosplay? Cause that costume rocks or...
Rock sores? What? Hey, you're drooling.
Huh? Lol. Buffer overrun. You've triggered my creative powers. Yes.
How do you say those numbers?
Yes, it's coming to me. Pink Princess.
I'm gonna die.
Sir, that is a minor. No kidding.
The sequel to the Steel Samurai, Pink Princess, Warrior of Little Old Tokyo. Ruffle. Lamau.
Ruffle. Lamau even. Pink Princess?
Why's it gotta be Little Old Tokyo? Why can't I have a cool name like Neo Old Tokyo?
Maya, we really need to talk about cool. Do we have to ask him about...
I try not to pay much attention to things that don't interest me. Lol.
Why are you staring at me like that? Oh.
And what is the thing on his hat? Like, I know it's supposed to be like a top knot, but what the fuck?
Like what? It is a top knot. Like
Why?
wearing his hat-
Why him have top knot on it?
because he's the director of the Steel Samurai shows. So he's like, it's like a cap from a film set that has like a little logo on it for the show. You know.
I guess that's fair.
You met this guy's brother E. coli.
Amazing. Staffing by Elocacus. Did you notice anything unusual on the day of the murder?
Oh, I know who yous are. That security lady told you about us, huh?
That's right.
It was a pretty regular day. We had a run through for an action scene in the morning. They had a meeting from lunchtime with Studio 2 Trader.
Really Zerg rushed those steaks. Yeah.
I was so busy I didn't even get a chance to eat lunch. Oh.
T-bone steak, was it?
Yeah, sucksores. I hate missing out on food.
Nick, what does suck sores mean?
Ugh. When you say it like that, it sounds like some kind of medieval disease.
I thought he had a sister, Echolalia. She has this particular habit.
Anyway, I was in a meeting from noon till after 4. The producer and some bigwigs from the network.
Mr. Hammer's time of death was estimated at 2:30. He's telling the truth. That meeting gives him an alibi. About the producer who was at the meeting with you.
Oh, you mean Dee Vasquez? She's a genius. Mad skills all the way. Scary though. Sweats.
Oh, God!
She brought these studios back from the brink of distraction. She's the one who made it possible for me to make the Steel Samurai.
You had a meeting with her on the day of the murder, right?
Yeah, we were together from noon till 4 p.m. the whole time.
Vanilla in the envelopes is
Ugh.
really good.
It's pretty choice.
Who exactly are these big wigs keep mentioning? God damn it, it's hard.
Oh, the boss over at the network and some sponsors. Also a few production guys. They piled into a limousine and got right here right around noon. Major tension. Sweats.
Every time it's the worst time. Or all of them with you the entire time.
Yeah, unfortunately. They're all gray-haired.
Is equally upset about being in front of this guy.
They're all gray-haired geezers. Scowl.
Oh. Sounds like they'd all be reliable witnesses.
Now,
Sweat.
is that a little heart badge on his turtleneck, or is that a gravy
Or is it a
stain?
bit of steak? It looks too much like it's supposed to be a heart or something.
I think in the DS version, I'd always thought it was just a stain.
A stain makes more sense than a heart.
Oop. Nope, not reading that again.
Oh.
Meatballs.
His mother's called Nora Virus.
Very good.
Amazing.
Excellent.
How dare you be funnier than us on our own show?
This is WAP, right?
How do you know?
Well, I got a mop and bucket for it. Also, he's obviously dragging his foot.
Oh, right. The director would know about that injury. He was there.
Well, let's get away from this guy.
Ugh. Just feel
Uh-oh.
acne coming across me like a cloud.
Oh.
Aha! You again.
Eek.
How rude, acting like you've seen a ghost. You certainly got back to your post quickly. That was Phoenix saying that, not me. Oh, the police took me away, they did. They pulled out a spare Steel Samurai costume. Told me to put it on. Can you imagine? How could I, a sweet little old lady, wear a giant suit like that? Mr. Powers is pretty.
Mr. Powers is pretty tall. Gotta pay attention to the little light blue text box, too.
As soon as they saw there was no way they could wear it, they let me go. I guess that would rule out her being the murderer. Anyway, know this, whippersnapper. This old lady never forgets a slight or an insult. And you won't get any information out of me. My lips are sealed.
You sure are talking a lot for someone with sealed lips.
Fuck you, you know what I mean. Starting now. 1, 2, 3. This lady's too much. About that kid you said you saw. If I see him again, I'm taking him down.
Nick, look at her eyes. She's serious.
About the director, the one who was here on the day of the murder. If I see him again, I'm taking him down. I bust a cap in all y'all asses.
Nick, I think she's losing it.
Pacow, pacow, pacow. Boom, 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 boom. Security guard station. You can see the compooper that runs the security cameras. Hey, no touching. Guess I better investigate there later. Or never again. This is not a monkey.
It's got such a weird nose.
Oh, I guess it's like a proboscis monkey.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
Now that actually totally made... Wow. Ah. A light van for moving staff and equipment around. It kept it in pretty good shape. It looks like it'd run fine. The
Well, let's go for a drive.
Side view mirror on the front instead of the side is interesting.
Actually, yeah, what the fuck is up with that?
Or are those just like folded in so it can get through the gate? I don't know. That is weird.
That doesn't make any goddamn sense.
Sure, if I had a license.
Nick, you don't have a driver's license?
But look, I have this.
Why are you showing me your attorney's badge, Nick?
I like my attorney's badge.
I love showing it to everyone and anyone. Let's see.
The trailer door. It's locked. Key is probably in the security guard station. I doubt they'd let us borrow it. I went to law school and I'm so proud. On closer inspection, this trailer looks like it's been here for a while. I don't think this is a part of some temporary film set. These look like materials for making a movie set.
They've been sitting here for quite some time. This might as well be a junkyard. Alright. One bent-ass fence post? I know. It's suspicious. Oh, hey, there we go. Hey! Hey, wait!
I'll bet he came in right through that drain.
Hey, Kiddio, what's your name, sport?
I'm not the kid, so don't talk to me like that.
Germaner!
I'm not a kid, so don't talk to me like that.
Huh? Huh? But you are a kid. What a
Just
rude little
innocent
German
little
boy.
German boy.
That's no way to talk to an adult.
I don't see no adults here. Hippie fashion chick.
Hippie fashion. Nick, I think I'm being mocked.
Gotta hand it to Maya. She's pretty sharp and pretty mad. I'm Cody Hackins. Call me Kiddio again and I'll cut you down where you stand, evildoer.
No, little German boy, don't go to the Silver Samurai filming area.
Oh my
Such a
god, this
normal
is full of
voice.
murder smoking. Murder and stabbing.
Murdered stabbing.
So you're a fan of the Steel Samurai?
How dare you utter that name, evildoer?
What do you mean? We're on the Steel Samurai's side.
Ha! Ha ha! You can't fool little German boy.
Okay. What's the last line said by the innkeeper in episode 8?
Ha! Easy. Would you like some fries with that?
Not bad, kiddio.
Oh yeah, his hair also has a top knot.
Uh-huh.
I never noticed. Did I notice that before? I might have. On him it looks like the radio antenna to an RC car.
Watch it. Watch me poke my nose. I do it again and again.
What are they doing?
Poke, poke.
Say, poke, poke. You heard anything about the incident the other day?
Schnitzen around and
In his cheeks by the looks of it.
You were here, weren't you?
schnitzen around and
Did you see anything?
he he was such a bad boy. He the Steel Samurai always wins, always. Yeah, I saw him. Yeah, I saw everything.
What?
Sorry. But no way am I telling you losers.
What? Wait.
Let me go.
Meatballs. He's gone.
He's
Huh?
dead.
Something fell off the table when he bumped into it on his way out.
A bottle? A bobble? A boggle?
A boggle.
Why was this sitting here, I wonder?
The label says sleeping pills.
Empty
Uh-oh.
bottle slipped in the pocket. Anyway, what was that kid saying?
He saw everything.
Yeah, how did we not notice this yesterday? Exactly.
Huh? Where's that old windbag?
Odd of her to leave her post.
Hey,
Nick, that was her.
I'm falling. Stop, whippersnapper.
Yeah, it sounds like she's chasing after that boy.
Natch.
Uh-oh, she tripped and made a really weird noise.
Natch.
Maya sure looks happy.
Uh-oh, she tripped.
Uh-oh, she broke her hip, huh?
She's fallen and she can't get up.
Hey. Hey, Nick. There's our
You can
chance.
disable her life alert.
Check out the card station.
Good idea.
Meatballs. Oh! This is it, Nick. The trailer key.
Key to the trailer. In Studio Tudio.
We borrowing this, right, Nick?
There's a lot of triggers in this game that only operate if you're, like, a bit lost and wandering around, or, like, struggling to figure out what to actually ask or present in court, and, those are a lot more effective on a first playthrough, I will say.
Yeah, that's fair. It's like, I know what we want to do. Why do we have to bumble? Do we have to let it bumble? I wonder if the key we borrowed from the guard station will work. Meatballs. It opened.
Great. Let's go, Nick. Let's go, Nick.
She seems on her all eager hunger.
Well, you first, Nick.
She's wishing for a nuclear hunger. Oh, not that eager.
Oh.
Yeah, no, no.
Oh, that's either a bottle of Calpis or like a bottle of that nice, gooey, juicy, nice.
Aloe drink.
Yeah.
That was my first thought. Oh, that stuff's so good.
October 18th, Studio 2 Dio trailer duo.
Meatballs.
Eek! Someone's in here.
Names.
Our names? We're WAP's lawyers and,
I see. Meatballs.
And who might you?
Dee Vasquez, the producer. Dee Vasquez, she's quite beautiful. Kazonga's acquired. Well, this is where they had that meeting. There are documents and paper cups scattered around. Nothing in here that could be a clue. Just some paper cups and crumpled documents and dumpled crocuments. An old movie poster. Dynamite Samurai starring Jack Hammer. I guess Mr. Hammer used to be quite the star. Samurai Summer starring Jack Hammer. This poster is quite old.
Wow, it's been years since I saw that show. It's one of those typical summer romance stories, but it was great.
A typical summer romance with a samurai on a horse? Another old movie poster, A Singing Samurai, starring Jack Hammer.
Oops, sippy, don't mind if I do. Ah.
What the hell does samurai sing about? Chopping off heads?
Oh my god. That
Look
movie
at
was the best.
His butt.
It's about a samurai who sings his way to fame and fortune. Mr. Hammer is a very accomplished singer, you know.
Singing Samurai stars. Oh, what's next? Ninja Ballet? That said Ninja Bells. Which?
Ninja bells.
bells.
Ninja bells.
Ninja Bell.
Oh, you went a different way than I did.
Looks like they were designing a set to use for the Steel Samurai show. I think there might be a little dick drawn in the upper right corner, but I can't quite tell.
Look a little bit dongus-y.
We've got some figures for how much the set costs. I can't believe they spend that much money on those sets.
Some sort of
Ninja
teenage
Ballet would
teenage
be awesome.
ninja.
It would have to be called Ninja Ballet.
Ninjabally. I like that.
I was wondering if you could tell me about the day of the murder. Meatballs. Meatballs? I'm going to be saying that word a lot. Miss Vasquez? Hello? Script? Excuse me? Script. I'm looking for a script. Script. The Steel Samurai, episode 13. I need it.
Could we ask you a bit about the day of the murder?
I need to read it. Meatballs.
Meatballs.
Meatballs. We're getting nowhere fast.
Alright, well, let's go on our little fetch quest. I'm guessing that it's probably with Salmonella, or maybe inside Studio 1.
I hope we talk to Salmonella as little as feasibly possible.
I know that... Okay, we've been through that. I know that he shows up as a witness, so... Sorry.
Yeah, he does. I have to listen to my girlfriend say the word hacksaws again.
Is the script a thing in the environment, or... Well, let's go talk to Ms.
Maybe.
Vasquez a little more, I guess.
Yeah.
We'd really like to ask you about the Steel Samurai.
Meatballs. Meatballs. Miss Vasquez. It's on TV every week. That's all I have to say about that.
Nick, she's telling us to go watch TV? Nerve of her.
Well, Stream Team scripted. Oh no, we're found out.
Oh shit.
Hey, don't get mad at me. About the director, Sal Manella, was it? What exactly is his role here?
Director.
Perhaps I didn't make myself clear. I'm looking for a script. I can't be bothered with anything else. Meatballs.
Nick. Are all people in the entertainment business this weird?
Yes, Maya. It's starting to look like it.
Nick, let's get out of here. Isn't there someplace else we have to go check?
Yeah. Wait. Yes? If you see Manila, give him this.
Why do we have to do your errands?
Meatballs.
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 I don't think I like her.
Don't cry. She'll take it as a sign of weakness. Alright, we'll give it to him if we see him.
Emma reads
Vasquez's memo added to the court record.
Bring me the script for episode 13. She is smoking that pipe like something that I don't think I can repeat.
Wow.
Smoking that pipe like schlonking a donk.
Wow. Here, I got this from the producer.
Huh? Bring me the script for episode 13? Episode 13, where did I put that one? Meatballs. I must have left it somewhere. Sweats. Uh-oh. My ass is pwned if I don't find it. Shakes.
That's how I smoke that kind of pipe? Well, you're smoking it like you're schlonking a donk. I
The
guess.
whole thing in one great rip.
Nick! Might be quicker to just look in all the places where he's likely to have been.
I agree.
I think that now we can actually look at the fucking... Like, it's either sitting on the bench anomalously, or it is that weird-looking block.
The obvious script sitting there in the director's chair.
We're back at the scene of the crime. Let's find what we need and get out of here quick, Nick.
Well, I'm glad that you said that because it means something's different in here.
Mm-hmm. Hey, look, that's the chair the director sits in.
Yeah, we know.
They didn't even spell pwned right. I mean, for the time, a natural 20, that was a commonly accepted spelling of pwned.
Yeah, it used to have a 0 in it, but
yeah,
it got dropped in the aftermath of the war.
Mm-hmm. Admittedly, by the time that this game came out, Leet Speak was definitely old news. So, like, whoa.
Yeah.
Hey, look, that's the chair the director sits in. Always wanted to sit in one of these.
The director, Maya. Take a look around that chair for me, would you? Remember that script the director was talking about? Didn't he say he left it somewhere?
Aha! Found it, Nick. The script.
Oh, it is greasy.
Mm-hmm.
Good work. Script placed in pocket.
I've seen pwned, I've seen pzoned, I've seen...
Oh, yeah.
Like, LeetSpeak had a lot of variations on the same words, because you could spell them with different character combinations, and depending on, you know, how many number letter substitutions you wanted to do. There weren't really any hard and fast rules. Anyway.
Here, we found it. Your script. Ah. Script handed to D. Vasquez. Meatballs. Meatballs. You're not going to talk to us? Quiet. I'm reading.
Meatballs. Just you hold on. What's the big idea? Who do you think you are anyway? Do you even know who we are?
Meatballs. Powers' lawyers.
Right.
Am I a suspect?
No, it's just... Well, no, but...
Meatballs. You wanted to know about the day of the murder.
Yes. Anything you could tell us would be a big help.
Meatballs. You know there was a meeting here at noon. Yes, with the director and the people from the network. Correct. Now, listen closely. None of the people in this trailer afternoon... None of the people in this trailer at the... Fuck me.
Try again.
None of the people in this trailer that afternoon went to Studio One. That wasn't so hard, was it? It was impossible for us to leave.
Impossible? Why?
The path was blocked. The path? I'm an attorney. I'm not interested.
I don't know why it brought up the court record. That was weird.
That sure should have been the thing. On the day of the murder, the path that leads here was blocked. You saw Mr. Monkey on the way here, correct? Mr. Monkey? The monkey with the broken head. Oh, right. That. What an original name. Oh, well, that's a lot more blocked looking.
Yeah, no kidding.
Assholes. Its head fell over in the wind on the day of the murder. They didn't start moving the head out of the way until after 3 o'clock. Until after there was a big murder that had happened.
Mm-hmm.
It was after 4 by the time the path was unblocked. Capiche? Everyone in this trailer was stuck here until that path cleared. Stuck in this trailer. Stuck until after 4. Hammer died at 2:30. Thus, none of us could have gone to Studio One.
What?
It's true. The crane came just after 3 o'clock to move the head. We called some people in to clear the way. I'm sure they'd corroborate my story. Could still walk through the trees in the back.
Yeah.
Ever since aliens put a bunch of invisible walls up all over Earth, it's been really hard to get around. But wait, what if the head fell over after 2:30? Then you could have gone to Studio One. 2:30, the time of death. Meatballs. Very well. Come. Whoa! How did you do that?
Instant transition noise.
Yeah, there was some kind of transition that happened. I don't know what that means. Meatballs. That's Mr. Monkey. My one true love.
Huh?
When it wasn't broken, it announced the time. God damn it, in ooks.
Another clock.
1 ook per hour. Ook, 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 ook. Always with the ooking. Noon fucking sucked. Or maybe it was the best. No, I think it was the bad one. It is a monkey after all. Check its head. The clock inside stopped when it broke.
Meatballs. Nick, it stopped at 2:15.
2:15. That's right. Meow. This path was blocked from 2:15 till after 4 o'clock. Therefore, we're innocent. Mr. Hammer died in Studio 1 at 2:30. See? Goodbye.
What do we do, Nick? There isn't anyone besides WP who could have killed Hammer. It's over. We're finished.
It sure doesn't look good. Guess we should head back to the office and plan our strategy. And so they went.
Right,
Orc
and
Tambo,
total
the Blade Pimp. Now what? We're fresh out of all clues.
Yeah, let's go.
Everyone's alibi is water. Tight. We don't even have any promising leads. Things are looking pretty grim.
Mystery voice. It's a little early for giving up, don't you think?
Huh?
You've got one lead. Wait,
Oh my
no, I
God,
know.
Did
I
I
know.
bring my little pet thespian into work today again? Forgot about it.
Wait, no, I know who this is. You've got one lead.
Mia, it's you. What took you so long? You're the only competent one of us.
Sorry, Phoenix. Maya has trouble calling me unless she's really in trouble.
My ass has trouble. You said, right. Oh, wait. I guess that means we're really in trouble.
I'd say so.
What did you mean we have one lead?
The boy, of course.
Yeah, I saw him. I saw everything.
What?
But no way am I telling you losers.
I don't know. He didn't sound like he was going to help us at all.
I'm sure you can find some way of bringing him over to your side.
Instant tits just add spirits. Instant
Oh.
tits just add Ted's sister. And then she had massive hungalunga gagungas.
Jesus Christ.
That's the best one of those I've heard yet. I like that
Pretty
one.
fucking good. Either way, we should head back to the studios. That boy is our last hope, Phoenix.
Thanks. Now I'm more worried than I was before. What are you doing? Snapper. Snapper. She's been chasing that boy this whole time. When I catch him, yeah. Oh, it sounds like she hasn't had any luck catching him. Ain't got a hostage now, whippersnapper. A hostage? It's not a crime to take a hostage or two. What happened to the boy? What boy?
The boy with the power.
What power?
Power of annoying you.
Who?
You do.
Do what?
Remind me of the boy.
If I see him again, I will just huff. What could I do? Lay him flat, huff, puff.
My, what a violent old lady.
Well, actually, I prefer the bass, but thank you.
Actually, what does that mean? Actually, I just met with the director just now. Just.
Huh. My heart don't feel so good. Oh, Elizabeth, I'm coming for you.
Is she okay?
Before I die, I'd like to visit the place where poor Hammer died. I'm getting more southern by the minute.
Right, so she was saying she wanted to visit the studio where he died. What's this about a hostage?
Oh, and that boy was running away. He dropped this and ran. It says Cobalt 60 on it. I don't. You'll come back for this one.
It's kind of hard to understand her with all that huffing and puffing.
Phoenix, that hostage might be what we need. Cody might talk to us if you gave him that.
Good idea. Miss Oldbag, but no!
You dumb bitch. I'm catching that right if it's the last thing I do.
Phoenix, do you have anything you might trade with her?
Well, I have the Snorlax I haven't really used a whole lot. Trade, I wonder. You can have my job. Miss Oldbag, I'm borrowing this, just so you know.
Oh, okay. Just be sure to give it back. To give it back.
It's like turtles having a great time. She's not as demanding when she's exhausted.
Hey, that's a card. Studio One.
Right, a card key to Studio One.
That's what I said. I could visit poor Hammer. I'd like to visit. He died. I was his fan.
You don't have your own card, Miss Oldbag?
Studio One isn't my turf. You let me borrow it then.
If I give her the card key, then I won't be able to get into Studio One.
That's probably fine. Why don't you let her borrow it, Phoenix?
Guess it can't hurt. Here you go, Miss Oldbag. Card key lent to Miss Oldbag.
What? Meatballs. Listen to me, Sonny. I don't like having debts to no whippersnappers. You take this and we're even. Deal?
What's this? A Steel Samurai trading card?
That sneaky kid dropped it. I figure it's pretty important to him, though. What with the fact that he just ditched it at the first opportunity.
Oh, thank you. I may have a use for this. This must be the hostage she was talking about. It's a shame these weren't commemorable stamps, because then we could have made a hostage stamp. Right, I'm off. Because it's like postage, but it's with a different letter.
Goodbye forever.
A
hostage stamp.
I see. I was very confused.
Well, there she goes, hobbling off towards the studio.
Okay. Where's that meddling kid?
God alone knows.
Probably in the employee area.
Employee area. Yep. Kid, you just live here? Hey! Hey, you! Wait a sec.
Meatballs. Phoenix, was that the boy?
Yeah. His name is Cody Hackins.
I think he ran into the dressing room.
Did you ever think about how October spelled backwards is Robotco? That's interesting. You should be in here somewhere.
Sure did.
Found you.
Schnitzel round, and that's what it was.
Damn it! It's getting away.
Come back. Meatballs. There, he's back.
How did she... Schnitzel rounder.
Hey there. Would you mind helping us out? Please?
Schnitzel. I'm Cody.
Hello, Cody. I'm Mia Fey. Nice to meet you.
Yo.
Oh, he's become Luffy.
And I'm Phoenix Wright. Who asked you, funny boy?
Phoenix, you can take it from here.
I'm not so sure I'm qualified. Take these sleeping pills, kid. Cody, this look familiar?
Hey, my Ur.
You are, huh?
You know, ultra rare. That card's really hard to get. For a grown-up, you sure are dumb.
Cody turns around because Maya turned into
Dummkopf.
Mia. Yeah.
Oh, God. If... Sorry, I'll try it again.
Uh-huh.
I'll give you this if you help me.
Yay, she did it. Yay, everybody cheered for Sleep, the most confident girl in the world. Yay. But that's my card. By offering me something I already own, you're in effect eschewing the very basis of our consumer society, namely the principle of fair trade. Naughty boy. For a grown-up, you sure are Dummkopf.
What do they teach these kids in school these days? Quantum physics? Economics? Both, they're equally difficult.
Whatever, I don't need that card.
Huh?
I got a double. Just keep it. It's yours.
What? After I went through all that trouble.
If you want to trade, find me a really rare card.
Really rare? You mean there's something rarer than ultra rare?
Ultra rare premium cards are way rarer than plain ultra rare cards. Come on.
Why is Cody from 1890s Austria?
It's funny.
He's just little German boy. I don't know. We were like workshopping voices for him, and we were just like, no, we could do little kid voice, but we could do little German boy for no reason.
My clothes used to be white, but then I've stepped into the cave full of blunt and smoking, and now they're stained green. Man, for a grown-up, you sure are dumb.
Premium rare. Why do I feel like we're talking about steaks?
No, little German boy, don't buy the trading cards.
I play blunt and smoking as my land for turn.
The Steel Samurai is so cool. I think he's the bomb.
Ha! What would a lamer like you know about the Steel Samurai?
Hey, what's that attitude?
Phoenix, you really shouldn't yell like that. He's only a kid.
We need Maya back right now, please.
Yeah, don't yell at me like that. I'm only a kid.
So do you know anything about what happened here? Could you tell me, please?
I don't know nothing.
I mean, it looks like a little persuasion's necessary. Maybe a bribe.
Okay, who can we trade cards with?
Where's Stinko Man?
Do you think he would collect them?
I
We gotta get Maya back.
She's gotta have cards.
Oh, we stumbled into a place
Parker.
where someone is.
Ah, hooray. Sometimes that's how this game works.
Oh, hi.
Oh, hello. What brings you here? Only other normal sounding person that I voice.
Oh, well, I had to arrange some stuff.
Yeah?
The, girl with you, doesn't she seem a little different? Yeah, like, is she even the same person as before?
her gungula-hungulos.
I noticed that thing because of my predilections.
Someday those are gonna be mine. Nope, same as always.
Same as always.
Same as it ever was.
Same as it ever was.
Man, she really does kind of look like me. Okay, whatever you say.
She really does.
Have you seen that boy since then? Nope. You missed it, though. The security lady was chasing around after the boy so fast, I thought she'd collapse. Of course, he got away in the end. Boy, was she mad. Actually, we saw them. How's the old windbag doing? Oh, she was squeezing donuts through her clenched fists back at the guard station.
Oh, how?
So, pretty normal. Some people take their jobs a little too seriously. Are all the posters on the wall here of Hammer? Yeah, it's really a terrible loss for the studios. But his popularity had been waning recently, right?
Yeah, that's why you got an umbrella.
That's true. Then again, after what happened... After what happened? You mean you don't know about Hammer? He died. He died yesterday. No, what? I'm sorry. I shouldn't have said anything. Wait, now you have to tell me. What happened with Hammer? I'm sorry. I'm probably not the one who should tell you. Uh-oh. Why do I get the feeling something's being covered up here?
Well, you seem like the person who'd collect trading cards.
Do you know anything about this? Hey, that's a Steel Samurai trading card. I collect those, actually. I'm one card away from a complete set. A complete set? Yeah, a set of one of each card. Huh. Meatballs. Wait. That's it! That's the card I need. You don't know how long I've been looking for it. I don't care what kind of girl you might think I am. I need that card. Oh, Christ. Oh. Please don't clip that. Stares at her magic cards. Please, I beg you, please trade with me.
Please clip that. No. We need more people to clip more things.
No. Okay, that's fair. Trade with you? Yes, trade cards. Look, I'll even trade you an ultra rare premium card. Trade me a... Yes, it's a good deal for your ultra rare. Please.
Phoenix, can't you see she's desperate?
What's everybody getting so excited about?
Okay. Really? Oh, God, she's full of teeth.
Mm-hmm.
Thanks. Then this is for you.
Burp card.
You got a burp card.
Mm-hmm.
Burp card added to the court record. Yahoo! What? And there she goes. She just long jumped out the window. Most humans are full of teeth, Sleet. Yeah, it's true, but she was like really full of teeth.
Doesn't do
Also, if you think about that, by the transitive property, that means teeth are full of humans.
I don't think that's true.
Anyway, we should keep going.
Doesn't doing good things like that make you feel great?
Yeah, it does.
Okay. You know who is the most full of teeth? Freddie Mercury?
I mean, I guess. It's a little mean.
Wait, what?
The lad had big teeth.
Oh, okay, fair enough.
Classically. See this card? Yeah, so... Wait, that's it. That's the last
ultra rare premium card I need. Come on, give it to me, please. I've been such a good boy.
No?
You've got to give it to me.
Wow, I've never seen him so eager.
This fucking sword is stuck in my back. Please, can nobody see that I'm struggling with it?
Right, okay, how about a trade?
You're on.
Oh, thank you, Metasign.
Huh, oh, great. I'll give you a samurai spear and throw in an evil magistrate to boot.
No. Not that kind of trade. I don't want cards. I want info.
Oh, are you sure? Fine by me. Up card given to Cody.
Okay, Phoenix, let's hear what he has to say. If he knows something that could help us, we can have him take the stand tomorrow.
So, you like to play Castlevania? He's so cool. I guess. You're judging him by his looks. You have to look at his actions, at his life.
I'm being lectured on life by a grade schooler.
You like him too, don't you?
Oh, me? Yeah, I love the Steel Samurai.
So tell me what your favorite thing about the Steel Samurai is.
His kind nature.
Right. Come on, think of something. I really like his kind nature. What a guy.
Totally. He looks so tough, but inside he's as gentle as a kitten.
Yeah.
So what else do you like about him?
Don't tell me I have to keep this act up.
So tell me what your favorite thing about the Steel Samurai is.
Well, I've never even seen a full episode of that dumb show. Actually, I'm kind of a fan of Will Powers.
Whoa, that's totally hardcore.
You're calling me hardcore?
So what else do you like about him?
Oh, Christ alive.
Tell me.
Gotta think of something. I like it when he vanquishes his foes.
Yeah, for Sam. The Steel Samurai always wins. Always. Check this out, it's my fan album.
Oh!
Aw, what the? It's all pictures of the Steel Samurai.
I got every live performance.
Oh, stupid publicistas where they beat each other up in public.
I always take a picture when when the Steel Samurai lands the final blow of the Zam. I got them all. I've never missed one, a perfect collection. Check it out, my new digital camera. Wow.
Wow, that's very impressive. The newest model, isn't it?
You bet, lady. Only one company makes cameras, so that can only be
Yeah.
one late model. I just got it for my birthday. My album has a name, wanna hear it? The Steel Samurai Path to Glory. The Steel Samurai always wins, always. Hey, if you want this, you can have it, lady.
Really? Are you sure?
Yeah, I took these with a digital camera. I got all the data at home, so I can always make another one.
Well then, I'm happy to accept. Thank you.
What's with people always giving stuff to Mia? What a life.
Mhm.
There's two reasons why they do that in Phoenix.
God.
You were here on the day of the incident, right?
Jesus, God!
Yeah.
Did you see anything unusual?
Meatballs. Meat and balls. And
Cody?
exclamation mark.
Cody, he needs to know because he's fighting for justice. Isn't that a Steel Samurai's motto? For great justice? Come on! That was fucking old when this game was released.
That was old, literally 20 years ago when this game came out.
Oh.
God damn you, Mia.
You have to help us fight for great justice too.
I saw everything.
Well, you might get some useful information out of him yet. Get implants, Phoenix. Phoenix, right, big naturals. Phoenix, right, big naturals.
Oh, hell yeah.
Cody, I need to ask you something very important. What did you see on the day of the incident? Medicine, I thought you typed metastatic localization, which also feels appropriate.
Oh, God.
Meat and balls. And I got here that day around 2 o'clock. I had to come in through the woods out back so that the old lady wouldn't see me. I got kind of lost, though. I was in this for maybe half an hour or so. And then I finally got to the studio. After that,
What is it, Cody?
the Steel Samurai killed the bad guy.
Just taking a picture of that.
He used his samurai spear just like always, one shot, one kill. It happened so fast I got scared. I went home after that.
I see. It must have been hard for you.
Man, you say those nice things, but it's so obvious you aren't speaking from the heart.
Ah, right. Mia,
Yes?
I think we can say for sure this means the Steel Samurai did it.
True enough.
And the director has an alibi, so it wasn't him.
Indeed.
So the only person left who it could have been is Will Powers.
Meatballs. I have to admit it's kind of a shock. If you put this boy in the witness stand, your client will be guilty for sure.
Let's not call him then.
I think that would be wise. Best to leave this one alone.
Mystery. Oh, no, not a mystery at all. Not so fast, pal. I heard everything. Everything. This German boy here is a key witness. And he's under police protection starting now. Come on, son. You got a rendezvous with me down at the precinct.
No, I ain't going. Va.
Meatballs. That didn't go so well. We're back to 0 leads.
That little German boy just cut the detective in half with a sword.
Yeah. And now we have a serious handicap in court.
Oh, what are we gonna do, Mia?
Well,
Well, you could always move to a new country, change our names.
I really need to be going. Don't worry, Phoenix. I'm sure you'll be fine.
Whoa. Come to the trial tomorrow, please. I need you there.
Phoenix, can I ask you something? Do you really believe that Mr. Powers is innocent?
Yeah. Of course he is.
Meatballs. That's all I wanted to hear. Excellent. I'll see you in court then.
Great, thanks, Mia.
See you soon. To be continued? Oh, Nelly.
To be continued.
I'm gonna take a moment and stretch and grab another pimpsy. Oh.
Oh, that's a good idea. I'm becoming extremely hungry, everybody, and I want you to know that I'm refraining.
I've got some corn in the fridge for dinner. I wanna eat some sweet corn on the cob.
Ah, yummy.
Mhm. October 19th, 9:42 a.m. District Court, Defendant Lobby Number 1. Meatballs. Meatballs? Mr. Wright?
Yeah.
Why do you look so unhappy?
Oh, nothing. It's just that we're fucked.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, salad, spinach, and artichoke dip, 2 bowls of soup, and like 3 breadsticks. We're cutting the stream here. I'm going to get food. Really, it's nothing. Right, Mia? Uh-oh. She looks even unhappier.
Phoenix, your client is now practically a dead man walking. Perhaps that's why I feel particularly close to him.
This is no time for dead people jokes, please.
You know we're going into this trial utterly defenseless. Yet, if Mr. Powers is truly innocent, we should be able to find something overlooked in the evidence to prove it.
Something overlooked?
We have to find something, Phoenix. Today. It's that or lose the trial.
This isn't gonna be easy.
I mean, the sleeping pills, we've not figured out where those fit in just yet.
Yeah.
Aside from, Will Powers eat lunch, take nap. So
You don't know where those fit yet, except in Willpower's mouth.
Yeah, exactly. Eat a whole pint of ice cream soon? Hell yeah.
Oh. God, I want spinach and artichoke dip so fucking
God,
bad.
yes.
Court is now in session for the trial of Mr. Will Powers.
The prosecution is ready, Your Honor.
The defense is ready, Your Honor.
Very well, Mr. Edgeworth, your opening statement, please.
First witness is his brother Austin. Groovy, baby.
Oh, somebody get him out of here. We're gonna get copyright claimed.
Somebody stop me, baby.
That's one of my classic lines, baby.
An unexpected fact has come to the attention of the court. I know that was the mask. I know. It was a joke. Like that one time, as I said, the TF2 engineer's grenade launcher. He said that one wasn't a joke. Yesterday, we learned that there were other people present at the studios. Today, I would like to show evidence proving they had nothing to do with the murder.
Very well. You may call your first witness, Mr. Edgeworth.
I wonder if that's going to make things confusing for the jury. We start calling everybody Mr. Edgeworth. Wonder if it'll be that producer.
The prosecution calls Mr. Salmonella to the stand.
Regrettably. Or that director.
Imagine Mike Myers riffing on trans and non-binary culture. He'd support it in the end, but he'd give it a good tickle first. Yeah, I would hope so.
He's way too bisexual to care about the gender binary.
Yeah. Austin Powers, certainly. I don't know about Mike Myers himself.
Oh, it's totally fair.
Yeah.
To be fair, I don't know that they could ever make an Austin Powers 4 because they had that little cart in the hallway thing, which was the best joke that humanity could ever write. So why bother? Why did they even make it 2 and 3? Nobody knows.
Oh, God. That one Tumblr post where it's like Austin Powers would accidentally misgender you and then say, "Oh, obviously I need to get my specs checked. How could I not recognize that you're a groovy babe? You're a shagadelic baby. Ah, grr."
Yeah.
Or however it goes.
Poofy fucking shirt flapping around as he gesticulates.
Which is a little bit like what Edgeworth wears.
Oh my god, you're not wrong.
Anyway.
Huh. No. Can we
Will
go back to talking about Austin Powers?
Will the witness state his name and profession?
Like a normal human, please.
Meatballs. How rude can you get? You don't know me. I'm the director. I made the Steel Samurai noob ruffle.
Dignified meatballs.
Salmonella. I'm a director. Television.
I'm a sprinkler. I'm a sprinkler. Boo, 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 boo.
What is he doing?
He's pogging so hard. Making sure that everyone in the audience can see.
Whoa, were you at Global Studios on the day of the murder?
Yes, Your Honor.
Very well. Please testify to the court about the events of that day.
Phoenix.
Oh, thank God you're here.
Let's start by picking this testimony apart. If Powers is innocent, you know what that means.
Okay, so I trust you above anybody else to know how that word's pronounced. So it's gotta be testimony. I need to pull the judge aside and let him know that he's been saying it wrong for like 40 years.
Look, I'm not going to start correcting him now. Someone in the trailer on that day did it.
It's just we're all doing it now, and soon enough, Merriam-Webster is going to show up, that two-headed Hydra who governs all words, and is going to change the pronunciation in the dictionary.
It's true. Miriam's the one that gathers the new words, and Webster's the one that decides on the pronunciation of them.
Exactly. She doesn't waste any time putting on the pressure.
Oh,
Titness Westimony.
I was at the studios for around 9 a.m. that morning. During the morning, I was doing an action scene run through. Took a lot more time than I thought it would.
Is that what you call it? Is that what you call it, friend?
I hear that everyone else ate lunch in the employee area. But I had a meeting in the Studio 2 trailer, so I ended up skipping lunch. We were in the meeting until around 4. During the meeting, well, I'm pretty sure no one left their chairs. That's about it.
I'm wondering if I should just give him a normal voice when he's not bleat speaking.
No.
Okay.
Because you know it's in his heart.
True.
The time of Mr. Hammer's death was 2:30 p.m. And according to your testimony, you were in the meeting at that time. Mr. Wright, you may begin your cross-examination.
Yes, Your Honor.
Let's see. Sweaty man.
You think the front of that ball cap
Uh-huh.
says "born to shit, forced to white"? Because I feel like that's something that he would have.
Woof.
Is that when you always come in for work?
Oh no. I come in at all sorts of hours. It's the industry way.
Man, I'm so used to voicing the person giving these testimonies. I saw a stand-up comedian that made such a good point when he said the best way to include trans folk isn't to have them simply visible or to take them seriously, but to completely make fun of them because that normalizes them. I mean, fair.
Yeah, I think there's...
as long as... It depends on what they're being made fun of for.
Yeah, there's definitely a line, like... If... Oh, God. I think that there's making fun of the society around trans folks and making fun of, like, trans folk, tropes, so to speak. Like, oh, you know, you're a puppy girl, aren't you, or some such.
Yeah, something Pickles New Vegas.
Yeah, something tickles New Vegas. Make fun of as opposed to insult. Yeah, exactly. Like, I have seen some good jokes about the trans experience and trans folks told by cis folks.
Oh yeah,
They are possible.
it's not hard.
You can
People just suck ass.
Yeah.
Still, I was pretty busy all that day.
Did you fart? Just cut him off.
I met this one guy from high school a few years later. Turns out she was trans, which is great because I couldn't remember her name. Yeah, exactly. That's a fucking great joke. I love it.
Perfect.
Tell us more about that.
In the employer area?
That's right. Not sure that's how it's said, but, you know. It was a fight scene between Steel Samurai and the evil magistrate.
Was anyone else at the run-through?
Oh yeah, that security lady was sitting there watching the whole thing. Lol. She
Lol.
was cheering on Hammer, if you can believe it.
She certainly has the lungs for it. Anyone else?
Nope. Just us mushrooms.
Why did it go on so long?
I'm pretty sure you've already heard about this, but what twisted his ankle during the run-through, she?
Oh, go ahead then, Briz. Let's hear it.
Somebody tried to ghost ride him and it didn't go very well. Someone was texting his friend about his friend that was somewhere in the middle of the gender spectrum, so instead of trying to describe their gender in the most politically correct way, he referred to them with an aubergine and scissors emojis. Oh my god. That's awesome. Oh, right. Penis limp.
Which of course led to me missing my lunch, Roffs.
Rolling on the floor, starving? What does that mean?
I don't think it has a meaning. I think you just
Read
made it
oh fucking Samuel. Nope. What exactly did they have for lunch? Oh,
T-bone
God.
steak. The assistant cook some up.
Sometimes I like to just wait for them to take the steak off my plate and then I lick the juices off of it.
Oh.
Come to think of it, there was a plate with some buds on it in the employer area.
Everyone else, meaning the witness, did not eat with them.
So in the end, you didn't get to eat.
Yeah, no steak at least. Can you believe it?
That must have been tough.
Phoenix.
Yeah.
Doesn't something about that seem odd to you?
No. Yes. Is no ever the question? Or was it just like, good. I was just testing you, Phoenix. Good job. That was totally normal thing for him to say.
Is no ever the question?
Is no ever the answer to the question?
I don't think so. Maybe once or twice.
Mr. Manila.
What? What did you want? Sweats.
When I went to Studio, I saw something on the table there. There were 2 plates. The same kind of plates as the ones in the employeria. Who ate lunch there? Oh my god!
No, good call, Sweats. I was embarrassed so I didn't mention it. But I did eat after all.
A T-bone steak, you mean?
Yeah, well, I mean, the assistant went through all that trouble. I brought it to the trailer, thinking I could eat it later.
Clearly a man who likes to eat. I had suspected as much. Phoenix!
You dickhead.
Be cool! When exactly did you... Yeah.
We took one break during that meeting. I, wolfed it down then. Drool.
Mental image I will carry with me to my grave. Wait a second. If they took a break in that meeting, that contradicts his testimony. I'll press on that one a bit more. You didn't take a single break? Did you
Yeah,
have to do
well,
a potty even once?
yeah, not a one. Sweat.
What's he sweating so much about, I wonder? If only I had an idea.
He has the meat sweat.
Oh, maybe I do have an idea.
No, it's just yes, it's alright.
Wait a second. Mr. Manella, you've just contradicted yourself. Didn't you just tell the court that you ate a T-bone steak during a break? A T-bone
Oops.
break?
Ruffle.
Well,
Mr. Manila, what's this all about?
well, yeah, I guess we did take a little break. Phoenix, great job. If they took a break, one of them could have gone to the studio during that time.
Your Honor, death. League of Legends. I call on the witness to testify to the court about this break.
Very well. Mr. Manila, your testimony, please. Again. Like with every fucking witness we have on that fucking stand for 40 years.
Oh, Edgeworth is laughing.
Yeah, we took a break. Ruffle.
What?
But it was only 15 minutes. 15? That's only 13 in base 12.
Fuck you.
What?
That is incredibly nothing. Right? It's gotta be.
I mean, yeah, that's true.
Well, great.
Because, like, your ones digit is 12, so 1 12 and 3 is 15, so yeah, correct, I guess. You asshole.
It was only 15 minutes. 15, that's only 13 in base 12. Not enough time for someone to, say, commit murder in Studio 1.
No!
Lol.
Lol.
That's only just enough time to eat a T-bone steak, if you ask me. Steams.
I steamed
What
my
is it?
hands.
Do you just steam his hands in the fucking witnesses stand?
Look how sweaty he is. I think he's steaming his hands constantly.
Oh man.
I don't like that. I don't think it would even be enough time for even that but that's just me, an old man. Very well, you may begin the cross-examination.
Okay.
Where are his pupils? That's what I want to know.
What time exactly did you take this break?
I'd say it
Oh, I
was
found
around...
them. Everybody, I found his pupils. It's false alarm, everybody.
I'd say it was from around 2:30 or so until 2:45.
2:30. That's the time of the death. So he could have gone to Studio 1, killed Hammer, and come back. I guess it's possible, time-wise.
Meatballs.
Oops. Sorry. What were you doing for those 15 minutes?
Eat my T-bone steak. Why else?
The bonstick. There were 2 plates on the table.
Oh, right. The other one was D. Vasquez's plate.
D. Vasquez, the producer.
To eat a T-bone steak in 15 minutes, that's quite a feat. The temptation to just take a quick break and leave y'all on this screen.
Don't be mean to them. I know they're mean to us, but why is that?
Haven't we had enough of this pointless line of questioning? Your Honor, the testimony to this point has made one certain fact painfully clear. The people in the trailer had nothing to do
See,
with this
now when he
murder.
does it like that, I get less confident. Yeah, I know. I could have sworn it was supposed to be testimony. I don't fucking understand. Like, is he just going crazy about it too? Is he trying to kiss up to the judge? Yeah, right. Like that's what I was thinking too. Oh, sorry, everybody's looking at us. We'll talk later. No, go on. We were just. I have a cold. Your finger's getting tired, there, buddy.
I'm trying so hard. It was impossible for any of them to go to Studio One. Fuck. It was impossible for any of them to go to Studio One.
What?
Something wrong, Mr. Wright? Surely you aren't suggesting that one of the people in the trailer went to Studio One.
Well, Mr. Wright,
Phoenix, this is critical. Think about it before you give your answer.
do you claim someone from the trailer went to Studio One?
Your Honor, I'm a retard.
I'm a lawyer. I mean, we've got to say yes, right?
Yeah, it's got to be true, otherwise we're fucked. If I agree to let everyone in that trailer off the hook, then the trial is over. Mr. Powers will be found guilty for larceny. The victim was murdered at 2:30, the exact time of the break in the meeting. In 15 minutes, murder is certainly a possibility.
Suppose you might say that.
All right, I've got the judge thinking now.
Never a dull moment with you, Mr. Wright.
What's your point, Edgeworth?
You've been doing your homework, haven't you? Look at the court record.
The court record?
Surely you knew that from 2:15 to 4 p.m. the path between the studios was blocked. Ms. Monkey's head had fallen across the path.
You're right. Congratulations on her transition, also.
Yeah, right. True, the break in the trailer meeting came right at... Ugh. True, the break in the trailer meeting came right at the time of death. However, the path from there to the scene of the crime was blocked. The fallen Mrs. Monkey had barred the way.
Meatballs. It's actually Mr. Monkey, but Edgeworth has a point. And somehow I feel no desire to correct him.
Thank you for clipping that design. Appreciate it.
No counter-argument, Mr. Wright. And I'm afraid you lose this round.
Oh, our health bar.
KO!
I believe we have seen enough evidence. I would like to relieve Mr. Manella from the stand.
What? It's over?
Very well. The court's opinion on this case is as follows. We have found that there were several other people in the Studio 2 on the day of the murder. However, it is also clear that none of these people could have gone to Studio 1. They therefore have no relation to this case. Furthermore, with regards to the photo of the Steel Samurai, given the size of the costume, no one other than Mr. Powers could have worn it that day. All that is lacking is decisive evidence that he is the one who did it.
Part almost seems like it's meant to trip you up on purpose. Yeah, kinda.
Yeah, a little bit.
If we had that, I'm afraid I would have to find Mr. Powers guilty.
Your Honor. League of Legends.
Death.
The prosecution is pleased to announce that we indeed have decisive evidence. A witness.
Who is this witness, Mr. Edgeworth?
My witness saw the very moment when the Steel Samurai skewered the victim.
Order? I will have order. I see. Court will take a 10-minute recess, after which we will hear from our witness. My pizza rolls are done, and I want to go eat them before they get cold. Court is adjourned for a recess.
Go play on the slides. October
Now,
19th.
non-cops only, though. We don't want to suffer more medical bills.
Pizza rolls can get cold? Yeah?
They can.
Entropy's like that.
Entropy's like that. Totino's has solved entropy.
God. Meatballs.
What do we do now, Mia? If everyone in that trailer has an alibi,
Meatballs.
well, we'll have to kill everybody in the courtroom.
I'm sorry, Phoenix. I guess I was wrong.
Mia! Don't tell me you're giving up. If you give up, what hope do I have?
Meatballs. Don't get me wrong. I've never given up on a trial before, not while there was a chance.
I'm just gonna stop helping you.
Only one thing became clear in your cross-examination. The people in the trailer could not have gone to Studio One. I thought there was more to it than that. But I was wrong. That's all there is. What's going to happen to me? It kinda seems like everyone in that courtroom thinks I did it. They think I'm a murderer. Don't worry, Mr. Powers. If you're innocent, we'll prove it. I guarantee it.
You will get your mojo back.
Leave it to us and be yourself. Be strong. You are the Steel Samurai, hero to children everywhere, after all. You. Thanks. Okay, Phoenix. This one's for the kids. Let's do it. Well, pizza rolls were made of white-hot magma. You know, good point. October 19th, 1:15 a.m., District Court, Courtroom number 4.
11:15.
11:15.
Court is back in session and is now 11:15. The trial of Mr. Will Powers.
The prosecution has a concern. As our witness is a grade schooler of tender years, and this is a murder case, we worry that the defense might cause unnecessary trauma with his cruel questioning.
Nice to see Edgeworth taking the moral high ground.
However, we have no choice. The prosecution calls Cody Hackins to the stand. Your Honor, perhaps you could arrange a box for him to stand on.
Oh, right. God, please bring him a box. One of those donut crates should do.
Donut crates?
God, we go through a lot of them.
Donutcrates, my favorite.
Donutcrates.
Will the witness state his name and grade in school?
Meat and balls.
Witness.
What? Just because you're all grown up don't mean you can push me around.
Cody, answer his question, okay?
Hey, it's you, the nice lady. I'm Cody Hackins. I'm in 2nd grade. I get the feeling this is gonna be a long day. Phoenix, you don't know the half.
Mr. Edgeworth, please remember that you're speaking to a child. Try to be gentle.
Witness! I mean, Cody.
He's having trouble with this gentle thing.
You were present, you were at Global Studios on the day of the, incident.
You got a problem with that?
Please tell us what you saw that day.
Why do you think the policeman let me carry a fucking katana into the courtroom?
This is comfort katana.
What, Pops? You wanted me to tell you and Gramps with the beard over there?
Just, Mr. Edgeworth
I
will be
prefer
fine.
bearded gentlemen myself.
A very long day.
Incidentally, death. What?
I was right. It's getting funnier every time.
You sure were. Photographic equipment is strictly forbidden in this courtroom. The sword's fucking fine, though, I guess.
My apologies, Your Honor. He said he wouldn't testify if he couldn't bring it. I'd like special permission if that's possible.
Well, it's not.
Wait, so you're saying you had to bargain terms with a kid and you lost?
Hey, I just got this new camera. Don't really know how to use it all that good yet. The buttons are in slightly different places from my last one, and I have no idea how it works. But I bring it with me wherever I go.
Phoenix, I wonder if he had that camera on the day of the murder. You'd better make a note of it in the court record.
Sometimes I wonder if you gave me his role so I wouldn't be mispronouncing it as Pahonix this whole time. Because I don't have any opportunity to say his own
Come to
name.
me through
You're
fire
right.
and war. I welcome you.
The Purple Knight, thank you for the follow. Welcome.
Thank you, welcome. Good color choice.
Very well, Cody. Please testify to the court about what you saw on the day of the incident. Do not fear the law, Muppet. He loves all children.
Can I say something real quick? Just real quick.
Of course.
I know it's the Steel Samurai. It looks like Evil Thomas the Tank Engine.
You're not wrong.
Thomas the Tank Engine.
I've wanted to see a Steel Samurai rehearsal just once. I found a map on the internet and went to the studio that day. I went through the woods like a proper little German boy on the way to see his grandmother, off the path so that the old lady wouldn't catch me.
Thomas the Tank Engine, but as a luchador? Oh, you're also not wrong.
Oh my god.
I was going for the studio. I kinda got lost on the way though for about 30 minutes. When I came out by the studio, there was a Steel Samurai. It totally rocked. Right before my eyes, out came the bad guy. Of course, the Steel Samurai took him down. Pow!
Thank you for the hat pads.
Mamma mia. If I had my camera with me, that would have been the time for a shot, I tell you. Anyway, I couldn't get into the studio, so I went home.
Very well. The defense may begin its cross-examination. Phoenix, your pronouns are idiots, right? But be gentle. Remember, you're talking to a wee little tot.
Oh, Schnitzelorben.
This kid is tougher than most adults we see in here, honestly.
Found a map on the internet when I came to the studio.
Oh, hold it. What happened to the bad guy?
Huh? Well, he kinda didn't move, not a bit, like he was dead. I guess he's a real pro. What a great actor.
Yeah, I suppose he was. If you had your camera? You mean you weren't carrying your camera then?
No, I wasn't. It's not like I have it all the time.
Really? I guess seeing the killing freaked him out and he went home.
Phoenix, remember, he's a child. Use gentle words, but be firm.
Easy for you to say. Yeah, does the description involve?
Always
Yeah,
carries.
always carries it. Cody, what you just said seems, well, a little strange. Didn't you say before that you always bring your digital camera wherever you go? You were quite clear about that. Ugh. Solar beam! Uh-huh.
Hey, so I missed a bit, but isn't Mia, fucking dead? Yeah,
Yeah.
but Maya can channel her, and
She's a ghost.
mhm,
Got ghost powers.
mhm.
Cody, you shouldn't lie here. You understand that, right? We'll put you away for a very long time, Cody.
Mr. Wright, what the fuck? A word with you.
Uh-oh. Was I putting the pressure on too much?
What digital camera? What is this digital camera contraption you're speaking of?
It's, digital camera, Your Honor. It's kind of a new sort of camera. Only it's digital. How do I explain that?
I see.
Anyway, Cody, I can't believe you wouldn't bring your camera on a trip to the studios. You did bring it, didn't you?
Mr. Wright, how cruel you are to terrorize a poor child so.
I don't care if he's a child or a prosecuting attorney. No one should lie in court.
What do you mean, or a prosecuting attorney?
What do you mean, what do I mean? What do you think I mean? Well, Cody?
What? Yeah, so I had my camera, so what? You got the problem with that?
Yes. So, did you have a camera? And did you use this camera?
Why would I use it? I was too busy watching.
Very well. Please testify to the court about what you were so busy watching.
I think it's just Phoenix who can see that. No, I thought
Cody
as well.
here can see her too, for sure.
Yeah, and Penny also was like, "Hey, that girl who was with you, she seems different somehow."
Yeah. So she just kind of shape changes.
Which is kind of wild.
Yeah, I had my camera with me. But I was glued to the action. I couldn't take my eyes off of it. The Steel Samurai, he goes for the bad guy, Van. Then the bad guy stopped moving. He's so strong, the seal stars to us Rus.
Yes, honey.
Apart from that last bit, which was pretty incoherent, was that everything? Well, it was brief. Mr. Wright, your cross-examination. I remember when I could still wear briefs.
Oh, God.
I'm on that jockstrap train now, baby.
Oh, okay. That's fine.
I took it in a different direction.
Yippee!
So the bad guy attacked him first.
Yeah.
What sort of person was this bad guy?
I told you, a person. He was a person.
How was he dressed?
Meatballs. I kinda don't remember. I was too busy watching the Steel Samurai.
I see. And what happened next?
Why? Why?
Huh? Why did you say why like that? It's the incorrect intonation.
Why wasn't the bad guy moving?
Well, because the Steel Samurai brought him to justice.
I'm getting a little bit old man with him.
Yeah,
They're all starting to mix together a little
to
bit.
dial up the German a little bit and dial down the old one.
Oh no, the boiler's like busting apart at the seams at this point. I'm like fucking Casey Jones just trying to get the train into the station. And how exactly did he do that?
How did he do it? With the samurai kick and the samurai punch, samurai chop, samurai slap, something like that.
He's still being vague about this.
What? Don't give me that look, Pops.
How should I play this? Cordy. Shit, sorry. Oh, sorry. You came all this way. I pronounced your name wrong. You can just go. You can just go. What? Something's bothering me. There's a whoopee cushion on my chair, and if I sit down, everyone's gonna laugh, but my legs are getting real tired. A real saw trap for clowns. Before you said that you couldn't take your eyes off the action.
Yeah, so what?
Yet you missed the most important part.
What is the meaning of this? The witness has stated what he saw quite clearly.
You know as well as I do that he's being vague. Tell me, what kind of murderer uses a samurai slap? My point is this. The spear point. Cody, you may have seen some of the Steel Samurais fight. But you missed the most important part. The killing blow.
Order, order. Mr. Wright? How could this be? Can you explain how he might have missed something so vital?
That's the thing.
Phoenix, I believe you're on the right track with this. Think, why didn't Cody see the climax of the fight? I know you. You can figure this out.
Mr. Wright, your answer. We have ascertained that this young boy is a great fan of the Steel Samurai. Why wouldn't he watch the climax of the fight?
I don't remember.
He was maybe trying to figure out how to work his digital camera?
That's what I thought, like the lens cap was on or something and he was fucking with it. Your Honor, I have evidence.
Oh! Evidence? What's that?
Yes, Your Honor.
Why did Cody look away from the fight?
Here's my proof.
What's that? The camera?
The witness stated that he recently received this camera.
Yes, I'm aware of that.
He wasn't entirely familiar with its operation.
More of that too. Oh! Somebody whipped me from underneath the judge's seat. What the fuck? You heard it, right? You all heard it.
Must be Franziska. God damn it. You're not in this game.
Crab walks away. Correct. Why would Cody be looking at somewhere else at the critical moment? Because he was looking at his camera. He was trying to take a picture.
Hey, solar beam.
Bullseye.
What's your problem, Pops? You got to sing for picking on little kids.
Pressing, not picking.
Good job, Phoenix. Cody was lying, clearly.
Thank
Smart
you,
of
Mia.
Smart of you to realize there was no way you could just stand there watching his hero and not take a picture.
Right. Cody. There was only one reason why you would have looked away from the fight. And that was because you wanted to take a picture. But having just received your camera, you weren't used to using it yet. So you missed the climax of the fight, correct?
Schnitzenrounden. Oh, meat and ballin'. Oh, other things as well, probably. Yeah.
Well, Phoenix, I'll bet you anything he's hiding more than that. Have him testify again.
Right. Me means business. Your Honor, defense would like to request that Cody Hackins testify once more.
Oh, very well. None of us have anything to do today, so I guess why the fuck not, Cody? Could you please tell us what this mystical wizardry box is? And about why you didn't take a picture of the fight?
Welcome to the real world, kid.
Megamind.jpg.
No photo.
Yeah, you're right, Pops. The Steel Samurai had just escaped the clutches of the villain.
What is that? Pink Megamind.
Ugh.
Oh, Big Nose Bug Megamind through figure. Okay. Yeah, that
Oh,
makes sense.
okay. I thought it was maybe like Worms Armageddon, Megamind.
So I held up my camera to take a picture. But the lens wouldn't open in time, so I missed it. That's all that happened. Yeah.
Anything strange in that testimony, Mr. Wright?
Well, I'm not sure. But I'd like to proceed with the cross-examination anyway. Phoenix Trite.
Oh.
Wow. That's all?
Yeah, I told you I didn't take a picture.
I would have once I got that lens open. Did you really not take a picture? Not even one? No, I definitely would have taken a picture. There's gotta be something here I can use. Cody? Listen up, Cody Hackins. I know exactly what happened that day. You took a picture.
Hey! Bullseye? How did you know?
I see through all your lies, Cody Hackins. It's one of my powers.
Wow.
Oh, this feels great.
Lying to children? Amazing.
Lying to children? This is awesome.
Yeah, I took a picture.
Perhaps you could change your testimony to reflect this, Cody.
I took a few shots, but it was too late, so I erased them.
You erased them?
Yeah.
Why would you erase a picture of your beloved Steel Samurai, victorious?
Well, you know. Why would I want to keep a picture like that?
This is becoming less and less cooperative. I better find a clear contradiction soon, or some solid evidence. How can I pick holes in such a short testimony? Ah, fuck.
There has to be something. Dig up the dirt, Phoenix. Find out what this kid's all about. Okay, I think we gotta present the... yeah. The Samurai Scrapbook.
Yeah.
Cody! What? Man, every time you say Cody, you follow it with something bad.
I just wanted to thank you for giving me this the other day.
Huh? Oh, right.
What was it you told me then?
I go to every live performance. I always take a picture when the Steel Samurai lands the final blow of Zam. I got them all. I never missed a one. A perfect collection.
Cody, did you really get a picture of the Steel Samurai standing victorious over his foe? If you did, I find it hard to believe that you would just erase it. Wouldn't you keep it for your album?
Ah, soda bean.
Mr. Wright, please stop making him do that. There's so many holes in the fucking courthouse now. What exactly is this album?
It's called The Path to Glory. It's a collection of pictures of the Steel Samurai, all taken by Cody Hackins. He claims it's a perfect collection of every battle the Steel Samurai has won.
I see.
Don't you find this very odd, Your Honor?
Among
All his pictures of the Steel Samurai, none were taken that day.
order, Mr. Wright, have you an explanation? If the Steel Samurai had just defeated his adversary, I certainly would expect to see a picture of it in this album.
Love how you can see the box under Cody. Yeah.
Yeah.
Good detail.
Exactly my point, Your Honor. Meatballs. Meatballs.
No way, no way.
Phoenix? I think we finally discovered the truth. And what a truth it is.
Mia, are we sure about this? Did he actually... Yes.
Yes.
Yeah. So I was...
I'm pretty sure what you're thinking is right. Tell them, Phoenix. Soldier Boy, tell them what the truth is.
Mr. Wright, please explain to the court what's going on here. Why was there no picture in the album from the day of the murder? Why would the boy have erased the photos he took?
Now, obviously, no.
Yeah.
Has
Because he killed him, Your Honor.
Mhm.
He did it. I can think of only one reason, Your Honor. The Steel Samurai didn't win. That's why Cody deleted those photos.
You mean the Steel Samurai lost?
Well, Cody, I'm right, aren't I? I'll break this child's spirit, leave him sobbing on the floor.
God.
Tell the truth. The bad guy defeated the Steel Samurai.
No way. No. It's impossible. The Steel Samurai never loses. He never loses to anyone ever.
Your Honor. League of Legends.
Death!
The witness has revealed everything with his words. There was a reason why he lied and told us he didn't take a picture. The same reason he erased his precious photos. For Cody, it was inconceivable that the Steel Samurai could be defeated. However, Cody witnessed the impossible. He saw the Steel Samurai lose. Yet to admit what he saw would destroy everything he believed in. That's why he lied and said the Steel Samurai won. He couldn't handle the truth. God damn it, Phoenix.
Oh.
I don't think that word means what you think it means. Order, we'll have order. Witness, Cody, is this true? What did you see? Tell the court what you saw.
Cody, that day you saw the Steel Samurai lose a fight, right?
Wow, okay. You're right. The ghosts are falling out of my eyeballs. The Steel Samurai fell down. Then he didn't move. Wow.
Order, order, order.
What kind of stunt are you trying to pull, right? The Steel Samurai was the murderer, not the victim.
Ugh.
What?
Ugh.
What?
Ollie failed to get a hopsicle.
Sorry, what happened?
That was the trick. The trick Phoenix was trying to pull was Ollie, but he fucked up.
Oh, I see.
Now his back's broken. He's dying on the ground. You gotta get an ambulance. Yet according to your Titness's testimony, the Steel Samurai was the one who fell.
Mr. Wright, stop with the fucking spoonerisms already.
Apparently, we've all made a serious error.
An error? What's this all about?
Steel Samurai was the victim. If you understand what really happened, it's actually quite simple. At the end of the fight, the Steel Samurai fell to the ground and lay still. In other words, the Steel Samurai was not the killer, he was the victim. Don't you see? Jack Hammer was the Steel Samurai.
Order, order, order. So the Steel Samurai in this photograph. You're saying that the man in this costume is the victim, Mr. Jack Hammer?
That's what I'm saying, Your Honor. Jack Hammer was present at the action scene. Run through the Hang on. Hold, please.
Hammer was the victim. Yeah.
Jack Hammer was present at the action scene run through that morning. Thus, he obviously knew about Will Powers' foot injury.
But wait, there's more. Continue. Hadn't Mr. Hammer gone to Studio One already?
That's what everyone thought. But remember what Miss Oldbag said in her testimony?
On the day of the murder, I arrived at the guard station at 1 p.m. Everybody else whose Sleet ever voiced was there too. Come on in, everybody. Why don't you add your voices to the mix, huh? Let's go, come on. Did I see poor old Hammer? No. He'd already gone to the studio before I got back to the guard station.
Mr. Jack Hammer left the employee area after lunch. Oh god, I said it normal. I'm so sorry. However, no one saw him going to Studio One. Nor was there a picture of him. He waited for Mr. Powers to take a nap in his dressing room. Then he snuck into the dressing room and stole the Steel Samurai costume.
Meatballs.
But why would the victim, Meatballs, such a thing do?
I don't fucking know.
Meat. Oh no.
Germaner,
Meat-
Germaner.
Meatballs. Meat and balls, and I get it. It completely fell out of my head for a bit, but I have it back now.
Question mark.
I thought that the Steel Samurai was moving strange. So it was a different person inside the suit. Pops.
What, me? What? Sounded like Jack Black St. Peach for a second.
Actually, there was one piece of data I saved.
Data?
Yeah, a photo on my digital camera.
Oh,
Fleisch,
technically
Fleischkloschen.
Fleischkloschen. Fleischkloschen. Yeah.
Fleischkloschen.
The,
Good to
the,
know.
The umlaut over the O makes it.
Ooh, it's like there are two of them. That's what the little dots mean. It's like there's two of the letter.
That's why Motley Crue should be Motley Crue.
Motley Crue.
Exclamation point.
Ow. What? Nani?
Show us, quick.
No fair, man. Not if you're gonna look at me like that.
No!
Sniff. Sniff, sniff. Sniffs Germany. Here, this is it.
Meatballs. Well, looking at this, it's still a little hard to say. I'm afraid that it could be anyone in that costume.
Missed when this kid was made German. It was an executive decision
Yeah.
because it would
He
be
was-
funnier than me just being like, "Oh, I'm a kid. Wow, I love gaming and Pokemon and samurais." And
Yeah, this kid was AGAB, assigned German at birth.
he was. and we were the assigners.
Your opinion, Mr. Wright?
I think frikadellen are different because, like, the frikadellen that I've had are like big, meaty pork patties. They're fucking good.
Oh. You know, I met a big meaty pally at the Freakadeli once.
Oh.
She was really nice to me.
I'll bet.
Your Honor, this isn't decisive evidence.
Sorry, this doesn't look like it's the proof we need. Therefore, death. I'll give it back.
Big meaty claws. Oh.
Ah.
Wait, Bohenix.
Mia, what?
Look at that photo once more. That's it, Phoenix. That photo's all the evidence you need to win this trial.
Let the laughter just come out of you. What? Your Honor, what? No, no. He's a German. He's speaking through me. He's very naughty. May I see that photo once more, please? Big meaty balls.
Hell yeah.
You can't just... Ooh, you can't just say that.
Oh.
Certainly, I don't see why not.
Phoenix, show him. There's a glaring, decisive inconsistency with the facts as we know them in that photo.
You're a lawyer.
It's gotta be the Studio 2 sign, right? The 2D
Yeah.
Studio sign?
Yeah, to the studio. Your Honor, look at this.
I see a gate.
Might I draw your attention to the number on that gate?
Oh, you mean the upside down 7? Yes, I see it. Ah, yes. Well, it's hard to see, but it looks like a 2. Clearly not a 1.
One, Your Honor, correct?
Gah!
I believe Mr. Edgeworth sees what I'm getting at.
But...
But...
That's impossible!
Well, what's all this about? Where am I? Please explain so that I might be able to go so that I might be shocked along with the rest of the court. It was actually a really good joke, and I was going to step over it. I'm so sorry, Judge.
I'll use the fuck me. Why is this so hard? The studio was found here in Body 1. Nothing matters anymore. What do we see in this photo taken at the time of the murder? It does not say 1 on that gate in the photo. Your Honor. League of Legends. Here's the true scene of the crime. Show the judge where the murder took place. It was in Studio 2. Here, at Studio Tudio.
I see. That would explain the studio on the gate in the photo.
Your Honor, I find it very significant that the murder took place in Studio 2.
Gotta be the trailer, right?
You may recall there's a trailer in Studio Tudio. Now, on that day, a meeting was held in that very trailer. There was a break in the meeting corresponding to the time of death. During that break, Mr. Salmonella and Miss Dee Vasquez were outside eating steak. They were at the scene of the crime. The path to the trailer was blocked.
So we've heard. Multiple times.
The path was blocked at 2:15. In other words, the victim went to Studio 2 before that time.
Yes, I suppose that would be the case.
Hey, Vera.
Whoa.
Remember Salmonella's testimony? Allow me to remind the court. He said no one in the trailer was guilty because they could not have gone to Studio 1. Yet, in actuality, the reverse was true. Only someone in the trailer could have committed this murder. They were the only ones with access to the scene of the crime, Studio 2.
Order.
The defense makes the following claims. The scene of the crime was Studio 2. Theo. The person that the security guard, Miss Oldbag, saw was the victim, Mr. Jack Hammer. Mr. Hammer, for some reason, stole a steel samurai costume. Shit. Fuck. God damn it. Then he went to Studio Tudio.
This is madness. Jackhammer is the
Bite your
victim.
finger.
Jackhammer is the victim. The victim! Why would he steal a Steel Samurai costume?
It's pretty hard to say that, isn't it?
It is. Are you suggesting he did so to cover up the details of his own murder?
The perfect crime. Well, no, of course not.
Or do you have proof? Give me proof that the victim, Jack Hammer, stole the costume.
Sure, we probably have proof.
The sleeping pills, maybe?
It's proof that it could have been.
Well, that's close enough.
I have proof.
You do?
You do? Mr. Wright?
Well, now that there's some surprise, suddenly I'm much less confident.
I think I'm right, though. Here's my proof that Jack Hammer stole the costume. This is it.
An empty medicine bottle.
I found this on the table in the employeria. Same table where Mr. Hammer and Mr. Powers ate. The label reads, sleeping pills.
Sleeping pills.
The fedendant Mr. Powers spent the afternoon sleeping. Just like Chigor wishes she was doing right now.
Oh no.
He was drugged by Mr. Mammer. I think there's going to be like an evil OBGYN in one of these later episodes called like Mr. Heck to me. I guess he wouldn't have been a minister if he was a fuck. Shit!
Wait a moment. That bottle does raise some suspicions, yes. But there is no proof that Mr. Hammer used it.
Your Honor, I have an idea. Well,
It will be out
blood
of
test-
Powers' blood.
yeah.
Fingerprint the bottle, I guess.
Yeah?
An idea? Very well, let's hear it.
I want to check this bottle for fingerprints, other than mine, I guess.
Yeah.
If my claim is true, Mr. Hammer's fingerprints should show up on this bottle.
I suppose you're right. Very well. The court will take possession of the bottle. Empty bottle given to the judge.
Objection, misdirection.
This court will suspend proceedings on the current trial for today.
God damn it, Judge, I'm so hungry.
Cody Hackett's testimony has revealed new possibilities in this case. In fact, things may have happened very differently than we previously thought. The Steel Samurai seen by Miss Oldbag may have been the victim, Jack Hammer. The scene of the crime was not Studio 1, but Studio 2. And those in the trailer did have time to commit the murder. Also, I licked the inside of that bottle, and now I'm really sleepy. Mr. Wright?
Yes, Your Honor.
Your homework is to find an answer to the following question. If two trains are leaving Topeka, Kansas at the same, why would Mr. Hammer steal the Steel Samurai costume? Also, who fucking killed him and why? Find the answers for me by tomorrow.
That's a lot of homework.
Mr. Edgeworth, you will need to reconsider your stance in this case. Above all, you will need to reconsider your suspicion of Mr. Will Powers.
And as you say, Your Honor.
This trial will be extended until tomorrow. This is the last extension. Very well, court is adjourned.
And as usual, isn't that the police's job is not a valid answer?
Yeah,
I mean, at least they admit that the police don't do any fucking work in this world.
it's true.
Oh, there's not a rich person involved? We're not getting into it. We can't enrich ourselves or anything like that, so fuck it.
Oh yeah, they won't even let us on the slides anymore. Races. Phew. Well, that was a close one.
Oh, we were saved by a hair, but that's all that counts. I thought seriously about going home about 3 times during the trial.
Where's home? Are you a ghost? Dead person ghost. Me too.
Oh, you know.
Your bones?
No, you know. Colorado.
Colorado.
I didn't really have a joke to ollie out of that one, so, you know.
Okay, I thought you were leading into my tits again.
Damn, I should have gone with that, huh? Really?
Always go with my tits.
You both seem so confident.
Huh. Maybe I should take up a career in acting? I was ready to pronounce you dead about 3 times back there.
Me too. Dead? Oh, of course, we're kidding. Are you sure?
Extra H makes it a lot throatier. I wasn't kidding. No, Mr. Powers, we have to go potty real bad. We have to go make our final investigation. But I promise you will find the true killer by tomorrow's trial.
Right. Thanks. Okay.
To be continued.
Oh, do you need to perform any biological
I
functions?
have to pee and I'm so fucking hungry.
Eat a snack. Get a piss.
Let me figure out the order for that. Okay, I'll be right back again.
Oh, chat. Oh, chat. I'm enjoying myself with this. It's been a minute. It's been a minute with this. But oh God. I hope y'all are having fun too. This is always an opportunity for us to shred our voice boxes. Oh jeez. The Japanese name for this game series is Turnabout Trial. Yeah, something like that. And absolutely. Abso-fucking-lutely. And even in the English version, each case is called Turnabout something or other. Like I think this is Turnabout Samurai. But yeah, God. It's a good series. It's aged surprisingly gracefully. Like, admittedly, you know, as I say, the upscaled, redrawn assets aren't my favorite, but some of them look great. Some of them really could have done with a bit more time in the oven. A special Canadian case called Turnabout. Oh, God. Well, it's a good time to mention that if you are enjoying what we do here, the best thing that you can do if you're not already following is to hit that follow button. If you are already following, hey, maybe talk about us to other people. Say, hey, there's these 2 idiots that make funny stuff, and you should watch them too. And yeah, we'd appreciate that. Spreading the word always helps. And if you're also not following us on YouTube, consider subscribing there. Exclamation point YouTube for the link to our highlights channel, and that has a link to our VODs channel, which I need to get back to updating because...
Welcome, Moon and Star. I have prepared a place for you.
Ah, Anonymous, thank you for gifting Z a sub. Appreciate it. Ooh, hydrate as well. Don't mind if I do. Yeah, I really wish they had an option for the original graphics. That would have been nice. We are gearing up for a Girl Stream Team Rumble, which I think might also be a subscription drive. Not quite sure yet.
Trans rights.
Oh, God. On the one hand, I feel like I maybe should remove trans rights Garfield, but on the other hand, man, that's a good point, Sync. Yeah, we're gearing up for a WWE stream. I've been tinkering around in WWE and creating some characters, so we're gonna, you know, following the tradition of streamers and do some kind of CPU rumble in WWE. I'm quite excited for it. Um, God, it's been a long time since I actually played any wrestling games. I think that the last one that I played for any great length of time was SmackDown on the PS1. So it's been a while. It, and it's nice to see that the character creators in WWE 2023 are pretty fantastic. You can't get as wet and wild as you could in previous installments with like body proportions and that, but there's still a lot of parts.
Terrible news, everybody.
Uh-huh.
I don't really have a lot of snack food in the house, so I'm just making my dinner. So deal
Well,
with it.
You're gonna have to
I'm
entertain chat because I need to tag out for a moment.
I'm so hungry. So hungry. I heard that we had the gift subs. Thank you very much for doing that to the person that did do. I should have expected another episode of Sleet and Sleet Alone Show, everybody's favorite show with me, Sleek Q Monster, attorney at law. I've got some spicy beef. Some spicy beef Chinese leftovers. That's my dinner. I'm just gonna make it because I'm hungry and I want it, and I've been thinking about it for like the last hour and a half on stream, almost exclusively in between making words come out of my mouth face. So now I get to enjoy the adventure of me trying to eat it quietly. Womp womp. Yeah, I bit the bullet and I've been playing Baldur's Gate 3. Never played the older Baldur's Gate games. Wanted to do some tabletop and real bad. Man, that does a good job of just feeling like it's fucking tabletop game. I've got a great old one warlock. I don't know if I was gonna stick with her, but kind of getting to the point where I'm like, yeah, fuck it. Warlocks are fun. I like the funny wizard. I like the twink vampire. Oh, that's right. You were at a convention over the weekend. That's exciting. Lizzle says your friends and you would spend longer making characters in Soul Calibur 4. I only had one Soul Calibur game that was on the. Oh, my microwave is done. Sorry about the beeps. Was it 2 that was on the PS2? I remember having a lot of fun making and didn't really play it much because I suck at fighting games, but the character creator was fun enough. Still like Pathfinder 2 a lot more than 5th edition. That's totally fair. I mean, yeah, WotC sucks. And Hasbro sucks, and they all suck. But you know, the people who make the actual game content don't necessarily suck. So I hate to say that the whole thing is terrible just because the people who regrettably own it are awful. Which doesn't mean that you should give them a whole bunch of money because don't. But yeah, I've never played. Oh, that's not true. I did play Pathfinder once, not for very long though. It looks. I mean, it looks fine. It looks like a much crunchier character builder in that sense than D&D is. I really just like the whole subclass is so much fun to me because it seems like such a good way to inject flavor into the class. It's just like, here's who you are, and here's all the different extra fun little twists that you could add to that, and it's always really cool. But I've been wanting to play some tabletop so bad, but like I said, this is by schedule. The times we can stream are like the only times I have off. It's kind of hard to do streams that late at night. So I'd been trying to run one myself, and that hasn't gone terribly well. I was using Dungeon World just because
I don't really have any experience DMing, and I thought that would be easier to get into. If you want a superhero kitchen sink RPG, there's always meeting some masterminds. I haven't heard of that one. But kind of wanting to do like a post-apocalypse one since we've been playing. Well, we've beaten it now, but we were playing Wasteland 3 on our own. That was a lot of fun, and I'm a big fan of post-apocalyptic stuff, so I think that would be a fun thing to do. I know there was somebody who does a lot of Cataclysm. God, Jax, get back here, please. Someone who does a lot of Cataclysm videos on YouTube who I think made and ran a zombie apocalypse TTRPG with the idea that they were all playing themselves and traveling about the world was using like Google Maps just from their location. I thought that would be cool. That would be fun to play. Just like, hey, we're going to take over this Walmart that I know about that's like 5 minutes down the road, and that's going to be our fucking kingdom from here on out. Huzzah. Sleet's job is homophobic. God, I hate crazy stance. Bet you wouldn't have expected me to say this. I hate my job so much. Get me out of here. Subscribe a lot so I don't have to work there anymore. No, don't do that. Take care of yourself. I do hate that job a lot though. God bless America. Wouldn't mind running Savage Worlds again. Ooh. Yeah, I don't know. It's such a good creative outlet. I need those. I need those for when the ADHD is that I almost certainly definitely have is hitting hard, and I'm sitting here with a half dozen things I want to do and not doing any of them because Christ. I'm sorry about the beeps. I don't want to abandon you to go get my food back, but Jaxie's gone forever. He's going to keep beeping until I get my food out of the microwave. So we're just going to have to live with it. But it's a fun game, Baldur's Gate. I can say that. Like, I was dealing with a tricky customer who I needed to deal with, but killing her would have pissed off a bunch of other people in that area until I realized she's kind of near a pit. I can kind of just shove. It just silently topples over the side. It's like, oh hey, cool. Well, that problem solved pretty quickly. I feel really intelligent. Isn't Kobold Press starting on their own RPG? I'm pretty sure they are. Yeah, a lot of people when one of the many times over the last year or so that WotC cast Stub on their own toes. Misty stepped their own feet into their dang mouths, if you will. A lot of people started announcing work on their own RPGs, which is exciting. Kobold Press did. I think Critical Role didn't they? Isn't that Candela Obscura like a system that they made from whole cloth? So that's fun. Which is awesome.
I'm approaching.
Oh my god, thank Christ. Pathfinder's working on 2.5 and distancing itself from the old Ogle.
Yeah, like Pathfinder was kind of pretty close to D&D 3.0, if I remember right.
Yeah, that sounds about right. It kind of budded off of D&D and became its own thing.
Mm-hmm. Honestly good.
Honestly good. Now I can stop to incessant.
Oh,
everybody's
good.
so happy and they cheer for me and
Yippee!
parade around the town square. It's wonderful.
Pathfinder did a hit job on 4E. Did it? I guess maybe.
Hit him right in the job.
Controversial take. 4E wasn't so horrible. a lot of people were just kind of sweaty about it because it was kind of taking some notes from MMORPG classes at the time and kind of figuring, well, you can kind of arrange your class's combat role into a loose, damage sink, big damage dealer, and like AoE and buff and such. Which,
Well, hey everybody, it's me, AoE Buff and such. I'm here to learn you a thing or two about skinning a Wolverine. Okay, I'm here.
Okay, I'm good to go as well. Thank you for bearing with us, chat.
Thank you.
But that was about 5 and some change hours of stream, so we have biological needs sometimes.
God.
Okay, October 19th, 3:27 p.m. Wright & Co. Law Offices.
Oh.
Really? Too bad. I'm sorry I missed it.
Maya.
So, what happened?
Well, I think I've got a pretty good idea who did it. Now all I need is a motive and proof.
Whoa, good going, Nick.
Under the initial trial system, tomorrow's the last day we have.
Initial trial? What's that?
That's the new court system they introduced 2 or 3 years ago. They had so many cases in the system, they decided to speed the whole process up. We are in America then, huh?
Mm-hmm. So, under that system, trials have to end in 3 days?
Yeah, pretty much. It's fucked up, isn't it?
Mm-hmm.
Well, we've no time to waste.
Okay. Straight to the stud.io gate.
Listening to this music, I can smell like Phoenix's morning coffee on like the raining like mornings when he comes into the office. I don't know what it is. It's just so good.
It's good. October 19th, Global Studios, Main Gate.
Welcome, Moon and Star. I have prepared a place for you.
Smells like bunny.
Meatballs.
Come on, hey. Thank you for the subscription. 27 months. God dang.
It's like Benoit. Oh my god.
Ah.
Meatballs. Meatballs.
The old windbag sure is quiet today.
Meatballs.
You know, this place is really peaceful like this.
Meatballs.
Nick? I think her guard's down.
Punch her in the kidney. Yeah?
Welcome, Moon and Star.
Those donuts
I
in the
have
guard
prepared a
station
place
if
for
we
you.
want
Those
to.
are 3 days old now, Maya. Go buy some donuts.
Oh. Bjor, thank you for gifting a sub to Non-Existent Pumpkin. Hell yeah. Yeah.
Thank you.
Oh shit, and we're close to a hype train as well. Ooh.
Ooh.
Whoa-hoo-hoo. I bet we could even eat those donuts in the guard station, if we wanted.
Meatballs. You eat, you die.
Oh, she's alive!
Welcome, Moon and Star. I have prepared a place for you.
Why was that so much louder?
Ah,
Fiora, thank you for gifting a sub to Jam Productions. Hell yeah.
there was so many. Thank you.
Welcome, Moon and Star. I have prepared a place for you.
Weird. I think I need to tweak the sub notifications. They seem a little bit busted when they're gift subs.
Welcome, Moon and Star. I have prepared a place for you.
Oh, Natural 20, thank you for gifting a sub to Lily.
Aw.
Yeah, sorry about the alert being loud. See what I can do about that. There we go. I think that should sort
Sometimes you just want to cause chaos.
it. You sure do. Thank you for the bits, sis. Okay, there we go.
Welcome, Moon and Star. I have prepared a place for you.
Oh, Twinkle2s, thank you for gifting a sub to Latex Lips. Hell yeah.
Y'all, thank you.
I think I'll go to the detention center so that hopefully you can scrum something down without having to voice a character.
Oh, it's so kind of you.
October, detention center, visitor's room.
No time.
Mr. Wright, you did very well again today. Thank you.
Oh, thanks. Could you not look like you're about to burst into tears?
Wow, Nick, you must have really wowed them in there.
And could you wipe that grin off your face?
Hey, WAP, only 1 day left. Let's make it count. Yes. Though, there's not really anything I can do to help. Haha, I'm not really sure what I can do either.
You're basically fucked. Please, this is no laughing matter. Could you tell me more about Miss Vasquez?
Oh, the producer? She's well respected in the industry. They say she's a genius. A genius? She's been at Global Studios for 5 years now. Right or wrong, nobody dares tell her different these days.
Why is that? That was such a bad idea.
Ever since she came on board, we've had nothing but hits. Global Studios was on its knees, but she picked it up and made it shine. Oh, and what? Nothing. Forget it. I've only heard rumors anyhow.
Can you tell me anything about Mr. Manila?
Oh, he used to be a miner, straight to video.
Well,
he used to be
same
a
with
miner.
all of us, but
Not me, I've always been like this. I was grown in the tube.
you're big too.
Thank you. He used to be a minor straight-to-video director, but something in his work caught Vasquez's eye. She brought the Steel Samurai idea to him. Now everyone knows the name Salmonella. I hear he's pretty much at her beck and call, though. Whenever she says jump, he asks how high and all that.
I can imagine it. I can imagine him being at her beck and call, though. I can't imagine him jumping.
Phoenix!
Damn it, Phoenix.
Phoenix Wright!
I was wondering.
Oh,
I was
yeah, wow.
That's an actual series of videos on YouTube that I'm kind of concerned to watch because they were made in the early aughts. So, you know, it's like how we all like to repeat the whole, he's frozen in here, but what I want to know is who's the cowboy. But then when we go back to watch that video, we kind of grit our teeth and realize, oh.
Yeah. Whoops. That got real something real quick.
I got real racist. I was wondering about Mr. Hammer. He was a big star back in the day, right? There needs to be more noise? Oh,
Maximum Finergy.
thank you for the bits, sis. But then he just dropped off the face of the earth. Hydrate? Okay, yeah, that's probably a good idea. Ah. Oh. Yes, you're right. In fact, he was my role model when I started in this business. He just stopped taking on big roles. That's when he began appearing in little productions at Global. How could he do that? I was really looking forward to a sequel to Samurai Summer. He just gave up being a star 5 years ago. Actually, now that I think about it, I was right when Ms. Vasquez came to Global.
5 years ago. Y'all, I need to come clean with you now. I made a real big mistake. This is really spicy.
Oh, good.
It's good, but I would be all.
Y'all, thank you for the hype train. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you
Level
for
2.
strapping us to a train and sending us off into the sunset.
Oh. Toot toot. I'm sorry, Willow.
I was wondering about Dee Vasquez, the producer.
Oh, the studio bigwigs love her. So she always gets her way.
She seems bitter.
Do you not like the producers?
I think it's a fine movie, but I preferred Willy Wonka myself. If you're going for Gene Wilder stuff, look, the studio people don't want me talking about her, so sorry.
Can I ask you about Salmonella, the director? Is there supposed to be a pun with Vasquez? I think it's supposed to be just Diva.
Yeah, diva. I guess.
Vasquez.
Mm-hmm.
Like Sonic says, but
Yeah.
someone's making a movie that you don't like. That's no good.
Sal, he's soft, a pushover. Does whatever Vasquez tells him to. She treats him like dirt, but I think he likes it.
Huh? Why would anyone like being treated like dirt? That doesn't make any sense, does it, Nick?
You'll figure it out when you're older. No, it doesn't, Maya.
About Mr. Hammer. Wrong voice, asshole. I heard about what you said today, cheeky whippersnapper. Poor old Hammer. You drag his star down from the sky and stomp on it. Calling him a crimo, a thief. Won't forget this.
Oh, she's so angry she started singing at me.
Mm-hmm.
I guess.
Apparently.
She's really pissed.
You listen to me, whippersnapper. My poor old Hammer would never do such thing. Why would he steal Power's costume so he could sneak up by me? He would never stoop so low. It's impossible.
Okay, well.
I kind of expected she was going to go into one of those big rants, so I started talking fast, and then it didn't happen.
I thought she was
Yahoo!
going to do it too. October 19th, Studio 1
Oh
entrance.
no.
Think back, Nick, to the day of the murder.
Carl Sagan, was that you?
Wait, what?
I don't know. It's something Carl Sagan in that voice you just did.
October 19th, Studio 19 entrance.
If you'd like to make a samurai from scratch,
We have to first invent chocolate cake.
his sword was folded billions and millions of times.
Mr. Hammer put on the Steel Samurai costume. They left from here to go to Studio 2.
Dio. Right.
But why? I wonder if someone called him. Like the director or the producer?
Or the corrector or the deducer. Wait, that's you, isn't it, Phoenix?
October 19th, Studio 2 entrance. Yo. Hey Nick, it's Ms. Vasquez. Hello?
Meatballs.
H-E-L. Hang on. H-E-L-L-O. I've got no rhythm.
H-E-L-L-O. Meatballs.
H-E-L-L-O.
Maya, you should at least try to be polite. Meatballs.
Her name in Japanese is Sakura Himegami, so like Princess Goddess Cherry Blossom.
Oh my god.
Like Windy Oldbag? Or this lady?
Maybe this lady. That sounds like a diva to me.
Mm-hmm.
I'm watching the clouds. Meatballs. That's what they look like to me. That's all she had to say, apparently. There's some flowers here. Some red
Wow,
flowers.
so
Oh
pretty.
no.
I'm gonna eat some.
No. Don't get too close. Those flowers look dangerous.
October Doctober Studio Tudio trailer. Meatballs. Wasn't the assistant cleaning up yesterday? Funny, still seems pretty messy in here.
I guess she was still on a high from getting that rare card she needed. Oh yeah, we did do that. My doppelganger.
Yeah. I'm stalling for time as much as I can to let you eat some food.
Drive your wine.
October of October, 19th, Global Studios employee area. I guess they're not filming today either. I did want to see them filming. Just one time.
His trial will be over and done by tomorrow. You can come see them film later.
Windy Oldbag's name is Kaoru Uba, and Uba could roll into Uba-san or Ubaka, Grandma or Big Idiot. That's pretty great. Take care, Twinkle Chews. Always good to see you around here.
See you later.
Hope you have a good night. I guess. This is where you found that bottle of sleeping pills, right?
Uh-huh.
Wonder if there are any other clues lying around.
Yeah, no touching. Oh, sorry, pal. Didn't mean to frighten you.
Didn't mean I almost had a heart attack.
Yeah, have either of you two seen a dog come running through here? real low to the ground basset hound. I guess it can be a little dramatique at times. I suppose it's the actor in me. Dramatique indeed. Anyway, I'm here to examine the plate on that table.
Wait, are you looking for sleeping pills?
Yeah, pal. Traces thereof.
Did you know that, and I hope this doesn't sound like I'm setting up for a joke, that Peter Falk originally didn't want a dog on Columbo?
Really? I didn't know that.
He was like, Columbo's got enough quirks. He doesn't need a dog, too. And then they're like, yeah, but look at the dog that we got. And Peter Falk was like, you're right. We need this dog right now.
That's amazing.
He like immediately fell in love with the dog.
Oh,
he's so just as shabby as I am. We gotta have him. Oh, hello.
I'm sorry, I've been looking for a character that you don't voice. I can't find anyone.
It's because I voice everybody. What the fuck's happening?
We divvied these up equally at the start of everything.
We did.
What are you doing here?
Oh, I was just cleaning up the dressing room. I guess WP won't be using it anymore, so I figured I'd start squatting in it.
Why? But Whip's innocent.
Yes, and I'm really grateful for all you've done. But this week is the last episode of Steel Samurai.
What? No!
Solar Beam.
Why do you keep saying Solar Beam?
I don't. They have their mouth open, but it's like bright white, and it's falling off of their face. It's like they're charging up an attack.
Okay, fair enough.
I was asking if I could wonder you about Mr. Hammer, about Mr. Screwdriver. Yeah. On the day of the murder, he went to Studio Tudio. Huh? I thought he went to Studio 1 Dio.
He stole the Steel Samurai costume too.
What? Why would Mr. Hammer do something like that? Meatballs. Oh. Well, I guess the rumor must be true then.
The rumor?
Yeah. Miss Vasquez, that producer, had some kind of hold on Hammer. She had some dirt on him. He'd do anything she said, apparently.
Some dirt? What dirt?
Meatballs. Meatball dirt. Dirt, you know, bad stuff.
Meatballs. I know what dirt means.
About 5 years ago, they were filming a movie starring Mr. Hammer.
Sorry, I'm just eating all these new trading cards you gave me. Ah, they're good. They were using the new Studio Tudio. Some sort of accident happened during filming. And after that, they never used Studio 2 again. They left the film set the way it was, too. The film set? Was that trailer part of the film set, then?
What do you mean, The Last Steel Samurai?
I know it's a shock, but nothing can be done to save it now. Whoever really did kill Mr. Hammer also signed the Steel Samurai's death warrant.
No. No!
Also, I hear that Global Studios is going to change its programming. They're not going to make kids shows anymore. It's all Ancient Aliens from here on out.
Why?
Ancient Aliens and Hitler documentaries. I don't know. It's sad, but that's what Universal Studios decided. Let's call a spade, shall we? Why aren't they going to make kids shows anymore? The studio bigwigs don't want the Steel Samurai around anymore. They want to forget all this ever happened. And they want it quiet, you understand?
How can they just do that? What about all the kids who love the Steel Samurai?
It's okay. I'm sure the kids will be fine. They'll find a new hero to follow.
No, that can't be true. A major studio
I could fly
cancelling a
if I
bunch of
wanted.
shows left and right solely for accounting purposes? That would never happen.
Yeah, really.
What a ridiculous fantasy in this
completely silly.
in this game. Now let me just take a sip and look at Twitter. The program just ends, they'll be heartbroken for sure. Nick, say something.
Yeah. Fuck.
I think evidence rather than words is called for here.
Here, take a look at this.
Was Megas XLR out before these games? Yeah? Yeah, I think so. It was at least contemporary because I remember watching it around that time. And this is... A fan collected all these photographs. The kids love the Steel Samurai. The show shouldn't be chancelled just so some adults can save face. I would think you'd understand that better than anyone. Meatballs. Meatballs? You're right. Okay, but what can I do? Well, for starters, you can tell me something. Tell me what it is that Global Studios is so intent on hiding. Tell you about this accident 5 years ago. Megas was also one of the first clear cases of a show getting cancelled for tax purposes? Oh, really? That fucking sucks. Megas XLR was fun as hell. God damn it.
I recognize that name, but I don't think I know what that show is.
Living here in Jersey, fighting villains from afar. You gotta find first gear in your giant robot car. You dig giant robots. Anyway, yeah.
Ah.
It's good. It's a good show. Like, it's, I'm gonna stall for time so you can shove stuff in your face. It's a show about, a gearhead guy called Coop and his BFF Jamie, who find, during a trip to the junkyard, the body of a big giant robot that's been accidentally sent back in time from the future. And the robot was meant to be a decisive weapon in the war against a nasty alien invading race, the name of which escapes me right now. And the head of the robot's missing, so Coop takes his classic muscle car and rigs it up as the robot's head. And they have half-hour adventures each week, and it is fun. It had a lot of interesting voice talent in it. Like, Bruce Campbell showed up as a weird floating head guy. It was cool.
Hmm.
Oh, the Symbionic Titan was also cancelled for tax reasons. That fucking sucks. Man. Cartoon Network wrote it off here that Warner Brothers owes and sitting out, so there's some hope, assuming any Warner Brothers executives were sane at the moment. That's a big assumption. It's a shame, like... Yeah, Jamie's kind of a piece of shit in that show. Honestly, Coop's kind of not to be trusted with the big robot. He does kind of stomp on the DMV that one time. Yeah, one of their adventures featured said robot repeatedly stomping the DMV. Oh, it was a good fucking show. It ended on a cliffhanger where there was some evil alternate universe Coop who was using his big cool robot to like lord over humanity, if I remember. Anyway. Are you in a position to start voicing again?
Almost.
Okay. Meatballs. Okay. Could you tell us what happened 5 years ago? Well, I can tell you what I've heard. Apparently 5 years ago, someone died and it was Hammer's fault. Someone died? It was an accident, of course. Anyway, producer Ms. Vasquez managed to hush it up. And that's the dirt she had on Hammer. And that's why Mr. Hammer would do anything Ms. Vasquez asked him to do. Meatballs. But it was an accident, right? Why didn't they just make it public? Well, you know, Mr. Hammer was a big star back then. They were afraid about what would happen to his career if word got out. I went to a restaurant in Stockholm once called Meatballs for the People. And then you said, show us your balls on the front.
Hell yeah.
Man. I've not been to Stockholm in a good long while. I used to go out there occasionally for work reasons, and it was fun. Nice place to walk around, and I will never forget seeing this one place that just had just like big glass floor-to-ceiling windows, and in one of the windows was something that translated roughly to "the portal will open in 5 days." Which, amazing, sinister. Shame I had to fly home before seeing it open. Welcome back, Silver. Oh, you're ready. I see.
You know who knows more about this? Miss Oldbag. She was the one they killed.
Oh.
She was there at the studios back then. You know.
Oh, sippy. Wobber.
I'm drinking water. I got spice face. I gotta drink water. This is what I thought the hot chip would be like before I realized how cruel the world really is. Thanks. We'll try asking later. If she'll talk.
Alrighty. So we probably want to go and talk to... Oh, what?
What, you're still stinking around? If you like the place so much, why don't you fucking marry it, idiot?
The old windbag doesn't look so good.
Everybody's out doing their darndest to forget Hammer. Oh, who do they think made Universal Studios what it is today? Hammer. It's all due to Hammer.
She's starting to froth at the mouth, Nick. Maybe we should keep a safe distance.
We should get her to a hospital. I wanted to ask you about 5 years ago. Exclamation point. Who told? Who did you hear that from? Nichols. Nichols?
Nichols, Nick, Penny Nichols, that assistant we talked to.
Nichols, Nick, Penny, Nichols. Oh, right. Anyway, we heard about the accident. It was during filming with Jack Hammer. He killed a man, didn't he? Just to watch him die? Whippersnappers. Dredging up dirt on someone's past like that, and the recently departed, no less. I suppose you think this is fun. No, I'm just doing my job to protect Mr. Powers. And you claim that Hammer stole Powers' costume?
Her and her sister dimes and quarters.
You expect me to believe that rubbish? Or do you have some kind of proof? Proof that Hammer stole Powers' costume? Sorry, Miss Oldbag, but I do have proof. I can prove that Mr. Hammer stole Mr. Powers' costume.
Oh, maybe I can't.
Divine authority rested upon me, an attorney.
Well, I thought I still had the sleeping pills, but I guess not.
Humph! What's that supposed to prove? That means nothing to me.
Nick, I'm kind of having trouble figuring that one out too.
Wrong evidence. But I know Old Bag knows something. I have to get her to talk.
Okay, we probably just don't have the right evidence.
Penny's younger sister, Hey, short for Hey Penny. Here's that picture again.
Is that really Jack Hammer inside that suit?
He's the only one that could have been.
Why would he? Yeah, why?
You're the medium. Why don't you summon up Mr. Hammer's spirit and ask him yourself, asshole?
Give me about 3 more years.
We don't have 3 more years. Look at us, the Toon novices.
Toon novices.
Do you think Penny Parker ever plays farming games on her channel? And if so, does she call herself Hey Penny? Because
God, I
she
hope
should.
so. Hey, bitch. Excuse me, Mr. Hammer came here on the day of the murder and...
Shh.
Huh?
Perhaps you didn't hear me. I'm watching the clouds. I'm not interested in talking to you.
Do something, Nick. She's really ticking me off.
Oh dear.
Mr. Powers wasn't the killer. You don't have to cancel the Steel Samurai.
I think I'm tired of the Steel Samurai.
You did it. Nick, she did it. She's the killer. My fey blood speaks to me. I know it. I know it.
Oh dear. I was wondering if you could tell me about Mr. Manila. Meatballs. Do. If you must talk about that man, perhaps you could talk about it in the trailer. By ourselves. Oh dear. It's a fun lady. Right, maybe we will.
Yeah. There's nothing in particular in here. I guess we'll look at the table.
That's where they had that meeting. Scumped their comples. Okay, we went in and we talked about him and we're done now.
Yeah.
You happy? I'm an attorney.
Doe passes by the
Maybe we
studio.
can stab her with the spear.
Oh.
Meatballs. She's not even looking. Okay, hey, you, look.
Why are you showing that to me, Nick?
Meatballs. Hey, bitch.
Do we have evidence?
Evidence that he stole it.
camera, the photos just show somebody dressed up like it. Penny later changes her name to Dreadful Awesome.
Oh, hey, Gumshoe, you're here. I forgot about that.
I've been here the whole time.
So you're looking for traces of the sleeping pills. How?
For a thorough examination, I gotta take this plate back to the precinct. But I have the capabilities to make a cursory examination right here. Our science guy gave me some testing solution. Bill, his name is, I think. These react to sleeping pills, see? If there's traces, it'll change color.
Whoa, neat. Well, Detective Gumshoe, what are you waiting for?
Now, every time and do thing, pal. Meatballs. Well, the testing solution on the plate changed color, all right. I chanted the 3 magic words. So the food laced on this plate had been sleep with pills.
Perfect.
Corky too long.
I know, it's so long. We're nearly done.
Looks like it. Steak plate added to the court record. You jabronis. I can't stay mad at you. How goes your investigation? To tell the truth, it's a real mess, pal. My wife, I tell you, she thinks we should pursue the case we already have against Powers. Some people think we should switch suspects.
What do you think, Detective Gumshoe?
Well, pal, I hate to admit it, but I'm not sure I buy the case against Mr. Powers anymore. I feel kind of bad for Mr. Edgeworth, though. How is Edgeworth doing anyway? Mr. Edgeworth is out of control. He was in the waiting room and he crushed his paper cup with hot coffee in it. Well, talk about burns, pal.
Wow, the furry of Edgeworth.
Yeah, crushing on paper cups. Cups, bottles? Say, whatever happened to that empty bottle? Oh, hey, that was a nice segue, pal. Oh, the bottle of sleeping pills.
Hey again, Jam.
Hello. I got some news for you about that. Good news, even. They found the victim, Jack Hammer's prints on the bottle.
So that means...
Yep, it sounds like the one who put Powers to sleep was none other than the victim. So I was right. I have magical bullshitting powers, I think.
Oh. Okay. Alright, we're getting to the dialogue tree about 5 years ago. Blah,
For
blah,
those T-bone steak center.
blah. Blah, blah, blah. There we go.
Yeah, he was dead asleep. Here's my proof.
What? What's a little empty bottle supposed to prove?
It's a bottle of peeping swills with Mr. Hammer's fingerprints on it.
What does that prove?
Fingerprints.
Fingerprints. Fingerplimps.
I'm sure old Hammer had some sleepless nights. Where's your proof that he used those pills on Powers?
Mr. Powers ate a T-bone steak for lunch, correct?
Well, yes, so?
This is the plate that he used to eat that steak.
Dang, most people use cutlery.
He had one in each hand. He was like, chow, 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 chow. There are traces of sleeping pill powder on the plate.
Meatballs. I see. Poor Hammer. You did wrong, Hammer. Rest your soul.
Ms. Oldbag?
Okay, you win, I'll talk. I'm tired, see. Tired of holding it all in. Make sweet hot love to me right now, lawyer boy.
Cool.
Miss Oldbag. You're right. I am an old bag. 5 years ago, there was an accident. A fatal accident. What's worse, a paparazzo took a photo of it. That photo, well, it caused quite a stir. And guess who made it all better? Vasquez. She has ties to the mafia. She silenced that paparazzi. That was the beginning. After that, she became a force to be reckoned with here at the studio. She's saving that for the other player. Fair. She's got the hots on for Edgeworth.
I see.
As do we all.
Absolutely.
But you have to understand. Poor old Hammer never meant any harm to anyone.
Ms. Oldbag.
Hold on a minute.
Poor Ms. Oldbag.
Stop it. Here, take this. A photograph? Well, this doesn't make me feel like laughing at all.
Oh.
Wait a second. This is the picture. Is this the trailer in Studio Tudio? A Hammer was supposed to fight with a bad guy on the top of those stairs there. He pushed the other actor and the man fell under the flower box fence. How did you get this? It was a long time ago. I don't feel much like talking about it. No, I understand. 5-year-old photo added to the court record.
Well, obviously the thing to do is now to go to the lady with mafia connections and just show her this
Antagonize
photo.
her.
Yeah.
Meatballs. Wow. She's not even looking. Where? What? Where did you get that? Well... Old bag. Old...
She means the security lady, Ms. Oldbag, Nick.
Oh, shit, bud. Right. Anyway. Miss Vasquez.
Remember when Phoenix said he wasn't going to do stuff like this? Yeah.
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 You hid this incident from the press, didn't you? And you used it to control Mr. Hammer. Meatballs. The wind. Huh? It's gotten stronger, don't you think? The wind. Meatballs. Your conversation interests me. Let's talk about it more inside the trailer.
Nick, she went inside the trailer. Okay, we still can't examine the cool spike.
You came. Well then, in your state of heightened clarity, what was it you were talking about? Why is she so eager to talk all of a sudden? Miss Vasquez, you were using that accident. You were blackmailing Mr. Hammer so you could control him, weren't you? Oh, no! Oh, the beans, she's saying.
She's
She's... That's why he was doing kids shows for petty change. So I'm a blackmailer now.
Well, that's what it was, wasn't it? I mean, sure, it was an accident. He used it to drag Mr. Hammer down from his rightful place as a star.
Oh. I haven't pulled anyone down from anywhere. Mr. Hammer's career went sour of its own accord.
Just realised that the tweeting sound wasn't Vasquez's text noise, just thought she had the voice of a bird for some reason. That'd have been good.
Tweet, tweet, motherfucker. I mean XX.
But you were the cause. You pressured him. To think it was just an accident.
Excuse me. What is this all about? You keep saying accident, accident. How are you so sure?
What do you mean?
Must I spell everything out for you? Think. What would it be if it wasn't an accident?
No.
No. No way. You mean Mr. Hammer did it on purpose? That is what I mean.
Where's your proof? Can you prove it?
Just think. Would he have let me run his life for 5 years over a mere accident? And I ran him hard, believe you me.
But the security lady said it was an accident.
Oh, well, she was a big fan of hammers, you see. She owned like 30 of them. I once saw her waiting for a new hardware store to open up. Goddamn. She jumped on the reporter who brought the photo into the studio. She wrenched it out of his hands, she did. Gave him a few bruises, too. Meatballs. So that's why she had the photo. She's an old fool. Of course, all the reporter would need is the negatives. He could have made a copy. But he didn't. The only copy of that photo is the one you hold. Give it to me now. Come on, baby, give it to me. Wow. Wow.
What?
Wow.
This is valuable evidence.
Boys.
Uh-oh.
Meatballs.
Who are they? Professionals. They're good at erasing various things. What do you think? Would you like to be erased?
Ms. Vasquez, are they coming on to me?
Uh-huh.
What?
None it.
Sippy.
None that all.
They're hiding under the table. I
The
don't
men
know.
have appeared.
I feel like they just sprang out of a closet or something.
Okay, first throw handkerchief at face. Discombobulate. Right crack ribs. We can do this, Phoenix. You're gonna think your way out of it. Right crack ribs. Discombobulate.
The trial ends tomorrow. How unfortunate. It's a shame you'll have to miss it.
Meatballs. Tell me why. Why do you want this photograph so badly? This is Mr. Hammer's dirt, no? Why should D. Vasquez care about it at all?
Meatballs. I'm sure you'll have plenty of time to think about that where you're going. So long, friends. Boys, erase away.
No!
Game over. Hold it right there.
Stop
I
right
heard
there.
everything, pal. Stop right there. I heard everything, pal.
Please,
Your
please.
stolen goods are now forfeit.
Yay.
Pay the quarter fine. Pay the quarter fine. D. Vasquez, you're coming down to the precinct with me now.
Meatballs. Not bad. Very well. It appears the contest will be decided tomorrow then, in court.
Yeah, Gumshoe busting in and having a big damn hero moment is very good.
Fucking love Gumshoe.
I'll be looking forward to it.
Whoa. Hey, you okay, pal? Sorry I was a little late with my entrance. I don't get many chances to practice that sort of thing.
Welcome, Moon and Star. I have prepared a place for you.
Your Honor, I object on the grounds that Japanifornian law is bullshit.
Bliss Authority, thank you for the
Thank you,
sub.
Bliss
Thank you for 2
Authority.
months.
2 sweet months.
Yeah. Detective Gumshoe. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I was really scared.
I'll bet you was about to get iced by the mob. What the fuck? Don't mention it, pal. Just doing my job. Meatballs. Meatballs.
Detective Gumshoe?
Did I go home star on it for a minute?
So it's just I've wanted to say that line ever since I became a detective. Meatballs. Oh, okay. I got one more job to do today. I'm sure we'll run into each other again soon.
Well, Nick, looks like we're getting close to the bottom of this.
And who's at the bottom? D. Vasquez.
Oh
To
boy.
be continued.
We're getting there, chat. October the 20th of 10 a.m. District Court, courtroom number 4.
District Court, courtroom number 4 room.
Fortnite,
Fortnite basketball.
Court is now in session for the trial of Mr. Will Powers.
The prosecution is ready, Your Honor.
The defense is ready, Your Honor.
Today will be the final day of this trial. I hope both the prosecution and the defense will be able to present decisive evidence. Very well, Mr. Edgeworth, your opening statement.
In yesterday's session, the defense presented us with a new theory for this case. He claims that the scene of the crime was, in fact, Studio 2-dio. Today, I will call on people present in the Studio 2-dio trailer that day-dio. From their testimonies, the truth will become clear.
Very well.
Edgeworth seems a bit on Edgeworth today.
Good joke, good joke, good joke. Peas and carrots.
Piece of carrots.
You may call your first witness, Mr. Edgeworth.
The prosecution called Ms. D. Vasquez to the stand. Ms. D. Vasquez is a producer who was present in the Studio 2 trailer that day. Will the witness state her name and occupation?
Meatballs. D. Vasquez. I am a producer for Universal Studios.
On the day of the murder, you were in the trailer in Studio 2-dio.
Why do you people keep saying it like that? As everyone here knows, yes?
Meatballs?
I dislike needle banters. They're a kind of horror of mutant Wolverine that attacks you from the bush. If you must pontificate, do it when I'm not here.
She's the one that's taking over the garden wall off HBO Max.
Oh
Get
my
her.
god, kill her.
Very well, Miss Vasquez. Please give the court your testimony concerning the day of the murder.
Nick, I know she did it. Make her pay.
Right.
She's also taking off Airplane? What the fuck?
Why?
Fucking love that, like, streaming services are just like, well, we could have everything on here, but nah.
No.
We're just gonna
create artificial scarcity for a 50-year-old movie. I hate society.
It's just a shame that there's no other way to obtain things like that. I mean, I'm sure if there was some way of getting them, there'd just be a torrent of people trying to get their hands on these old films.
Yeah, I like the idea, but it's definitely just a bit that you're doing. You know, you and I as cats, we like to mew a lot on this show.
Absolutely.
Yeah, for sure.
Anyway, Yar har fiddly dee, being a pirate is so good to me.
Right.
Excellent. Anyway, no reason for that diversion. We just like pirates. It's fun.
Pirates are fun.
We should
Do
play
you know
Sea of
pirates are all
Thieves.
gay?
Play Sea of Thieves again at some point.
Yeah.
Anyway.
If she's guilty, I'll catch her with her pants down, so to speak. Everybody hopes. Somebody stole my pants. I entered the trailer, a little before noon. The meeting began at 12 o'clock sharp. It ended at 4 o'clock. There was to be a rehearsal afterwards, so we went to Studio 1. I was fatigued, so I had Cell take me. At 2:30, we took it. I really get concerned that people are going to think that's just how I pronounce those words, but I can't help doing it all the time. It's like a cursed little monkey. Sometimes I just can't hold back and I have to mispronounce something.
It's okay, I understand.
At 2:30, we took a 15-minute break in the meeting. Sal and I ate T-bone steaks on the table in front of the trailer. We found Hammer's body later when we all went to Studio 1. That's all.
Sorry, I've been trying to levitate my gavel over here. I have a question about one part of your testimony. You said fatigued, right? So you had Cell take you?
The van.
Mm.
There's a van at Studio 2. I had him take me in that. I thought it might be risky to walk, what with that monkey's head toppling over. So we decided to just drive over the fucker instead.
Yeah, no kidding.
Just to see us treating the judge with his due respect.
Absolutely.
He's an old man. The only time my heart beats is when I'm on screen. I see. Very well. Mr. Wright, your cross-examination.
This is the final bell, Nick. Let's do it. Okay. Well, let's see. What? When was the monkey's head? Between 2:15 and 4 p.m. So
That's gotta be it, right?
I think the meeting ran until 4, right? Yeah, ended at 4.
When did
So
she
that's-
say she was tired, though, and had to get driven around? Oh, it was
Yeah,
afterwards.
4.
Okay, that's not a thing. That's normal.
Well, let's just press everything.
Yep. By yourself? Yes. And you didn't stop in the employeria? No. Meatballs. Are you always this terse? Yes. Oh dear.
Papa's
employeria. Did no one leave during the meeting? No one. Meatballs. Meatballs? Come on, let's talk a bit more about that.
The witness did not come here to engage in idle conversation.
But I did.
Stop interrupting the testimony.
How was your day, Edgeworth? It's not pronounced like that.
What? Well, who said that? Somebody say something?
The same could be said to you, Mr. Edgeworth. And please stop banging on your little desk. It hurts my ears. Look, we don't get to have a lot of fun at these things. And when exactly was that? I've forgotten. Meatballs. Meatballs. Maybe you could try remembering? No.
The meeting
No.
ended at 4, and the rehearsal was scheduled for 5. I would think that it was between those times.
You would think? Come on, all you did was state the obvious, Edgeworth. Hold on. You had Sal take you? What does that mean? It means just what I said. I had Sal take me in the Studio 2 van. Oh, right. And what were you doing during that time? Don't hit your desk. It irritates me.
Yeah, Mr. Wright. Oops.
Meatballs. It was a 15-minute break. Do you have someone who can verify this? Sal. No, I mean someone else. One person is enough. If she committed murder during that break, she wouldn't have had time to eat a T-bone steak.
Oh, that rhymes.
Oh my god, I can't stop rhyming in my own head. If I had some evidence that proved she didn't eat that steak.
Well, Nick, find anything?
Aw, gee, give me a break. I kind of wish she'd said a little more.
It's hard. I think she's pretty used to being the boss. But I'm sure you'll find some kind of contradiction in what she said somewhere. Okay, so... it's gotta be here somewhere. Now, would it be that Mr. Monkey's head blocked the path? Because if that's true, how would they get the stakes to them?
Why?
Right?
Well, I suppose they could have just already had the stakes there.
Maybe. But I don't think they've got any cooking equipment outside the employee area.
They have the incinerator.
It's not really for cooking, is it?
No.
Nope, that isn't it.
This evidence clearly reveals the contradiction in your statement, Your Honor.
Oh, exactly. Or the bat put up a hoopa weeble wobble wooba.
They aren't. I mean, I'm a big dumbo. Everybody welcome my embarrassment fetish. Yahoo!
Hello, Mr. Wright. I'm eating a bit of your health bar for power.
Yum, 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 yum.
Nom, 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 nom.
Well, I don't think that won me any points with the judge.
Whose steaks were dosed? It was,
Hammers.
Howard.
It was the stakes at the other, the
Yeah.
employee area.
Explode now, Mr. Wright.
Corn.
Okay.
To the corn with you. No. Can we, like, get more info about the van from this? Or is it just there was a van there?
Maybe. I mean, I guess there weren't any bones on the plate, so maybe we present the steak plate?
Oh, yeah, that makes sense.
There we go.
Ah. Ha! As I thought. Meatballs. I mean T-bone steaks. You claim you ate a T-bone steak. Where are the bones? I say you did not.
What's this now, Mr. Wright?
Look at this.
It's a plate.
This plate was on the table at the employee area. As you can see, a large bone has been left behind.
Mr. Wright, need I remind you that it was a T-bone steak?
Exactly my point. Remember, if you will. Ms. Vasquez and Mr. Manella ate at the table outside the trailer. Yet there were no bones left on the plates.
Where were the bones?
We planted them
Miss
to make a cow tree.
Vasquez. Tell me, how can a person eat a T-bone steak and not leave the bone?
Okay, you caught me. I'm part hyena.
I'm a werewolf, yeah.
Case certified boneless.
Boneless.
Bones. You ate the bone too.
You ate the bone too. You ate the bone too. Will it fuck us up? I guess it would.
Probably.
You didn't eat any steak during that break? During your steak break? You took your steak and threw it somewhere, like that incinerator. Meatballs.
I see. And what was Miss Vasquez doing during her break?
That was your steak break mistake. Isn't it obvious, Your Honor?
Making fun of salmonella.
She was making fun. We all would have been doing the same thing, obviously. She was in the meeting with the Steel Samurai.
Order? Are you saying?
Yes, Your Honor. As Miss Vasquez left the trailer to eat her steak, she ran into the Steel Samurai. And then you did it. You killed him with your own hands. It feels good to get under her skin.
Mm-hmm.
Mr. Wright, isn't that a little presumptuous?
What kind of stunt are you trying to pull, Wright?
Let him claim what he wants. You say I did it? Yeah. Fascinating. And here I was worrying that today would be as boring as all the rest. Meatballs. Very well. Let us have a battle of wits, you and I. Any day, Vasquez.
Good luck, Nick.
I'm going to allow this.
Let's see. What was that murder weapon again? Oh, yes, the samurai spear. Yeah? Yeah? I am, as you can see, a woman of petite stature. How could I possibly use that heavy spear as the weapon? You couldn't. You did this. You killed him on the garden. Garden. I think you would have a great deal of difficulty using that as a weapon. Pretty much anyone would. Huh. You see? Yeah. However, that has no bearing on this case. Meatballs. Meaning? The samurai spear was not the murder weapon. What?
Peas and carrots, peas and carrots.
Piece of carrots, piece of carrots.
What is the meaning of this? The spear was found lying next to the victim's body.
I have proof, Your Honor. I can prove that the samurai spear was not the murder weapon.
Oh boy.
It was a duct tape.
Yeah,
Do
like
we have a picture of the... Oh, we do.
yeah. Let's try it.
I present my proof, the so-called murder weapon.
Oops, sippy.
I present my proof, the so-called murder weapon. Check this out.
But that is the murder weapon.
Aha! So you confess. Not so fast. Remember that the spear broke during the morning action scene run-through. But someone fixed the spear. It was the security lady. She fixed it with duct tape. Now tell me, how is it possible for someone to stab a man who's wearing that thick costume with this through the chest?
Order, order. Oiter, oiter. I got a dink.
Mr. Wright, what are you driving at? Think about what you're...
Like a pizza. Silence.
I'm the one testifying here, and I will be heard. Are you quite sane? Are you even aware of what you're saying? If the samurai spear was not the murder weapon, then pray tell what was. How was Hammer killed?
Well, Mr. Wright, can you tell us what weapon was used to kill Mr. Hammer?
Would I make a claim like that if I couldn't tell you what the weapon was? Come on. Trust me.
I'm afraid your confidence can sometimes be unfounded, Mr. Wright.
No, it can't. What the fuck? He's never been anything but the most amazing attorney in history. Fuck you. Okay, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, say it with me. Look at this photograph.
What is this? Why, that's Jack Hammer standing at the top of the stairs. Order, order. If I cannot have order, this child will be suspended.
Oh, hey, Mia, make note of that. We can make use of that in the future.
Mr. Wright! What is this all about?
This photograph is from 5 years ago. Slap, 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 slap. There was an unfortunate accident in Universal Studios. This is a photo of that very accident. Not a word of this was leaked to the outside. Until now. It was Kless to keep the secret. Simba this.
Are you quite all right, Phoenix Wright?
Falls over dead.
Well, I suppose I win by default. Go Edgeworth. I'm going to the beach.
Just pictured him in for 3 frames wearing a cheerleader costume for himself.
What does this have to do with the current case? If you look at this photograph on a soundboard, if you're gonna do more Phoenix, right?
Really?
You know you're right.
Mr. Edgeworth. You still can't see it. See the fallen man in this photo? See how the fence post pierced him through the chest?
Actually, I might look at this photograph at point redeem at this rate.
That would be amazing, actually.
What? Are you saying?
Yes. What happened 5 years ago? It's happened again.
Death. Mr. Wright, continue.
It's 2:30 p.m. on the day of the murder. Miss D. Vasquez meets Jack Hammer outside the Studio trailer. Then she did it. She pushed Mr. Hammer off the stairs onto the fence. Just like Mr. Hammer had himself done 5 years ago. Whether she did it on purpose or by accident, I cannot say.
Meatballs.
In other words, the victim, Mr. Hammer, he died in the same way that he caused another man to die. 5 years ago.
Precisely. Ironic, isn't it? Meatballs.
It is like rain on your wedding day.
Oh, very creative, Mr. Wright. I could use a man like you on my script writing staff. You deny that what I say is true? Meatballs. Mr. Wright, let's say, for the sake of argument, that Hammer died at the trailer, as you say. Yet the body was found at Studio 1, was it not? And in the evil magistrate's costume, no less. Are you then claiming that I carried the body to Studio 1 and returned to the trailer
All in the space of a 15-minute break. How could I have disposed of the body? Meatballs.
The break in the meeting at the trailer lasted 15 minutes, from 2:30 to 2:45. Could Jack Hammer have been pushed off the stairs to his death, then carried to Studio One and placed inside his costume? There wasn't enough time.
Indeed. Well, Mr. Wright, how could she have dealt with the body?
The van, obviously.
So, yeah. What if she had another way to carry the body other than with her own hands? For instance, you've got magical powers, ma'am. Actually, for that matter, there was no need for her to do the deed in 15 minutes. And there was a way for you to carry that body. Interesting. Let's hear it then.
Mr. Wright, please show us on this doll how she carried the body.
Miss Vasquez, you carried the body to Studio One, and you used the studio van to do it.
What?
Recall your testimony.
Is that how you say it? I'm not sure.
I
if
don't
that's how
even
you
know
say it.
anymore. I'm just going with whatever the flow feels like at the time. There was to be a rehearsal afterwards, so we went to Studio One. I was fatigued, so I had Sal take me. There was a van there, right? I had Sal drive me. You used the van to carry the body to Studio One. Then before everyone else got there, you put the body into the magistrate costume.
Hold on, Wright. Don't forget, it was Sal Manella that drove the van. Are you suggesting that Mr. Manella was a conspirator?
Ugh.
He would have to be, right?
He would have to have helped her get him into the van, then out of the van, and out of that suit, and into a different suit, and onto the floor.
Yeah.
Of course Salmonella has to have been a conspirator. The body had to be placed in the van and put into the costume. Thank you. There's no way Miss Vasquez could have done all that alone. Also, don't forget that they had to dispose of the Steel Samurai costume. They had to. They had to. Because it was covered in Mr. Hammer's blood. The blood that was conspicuously absent at the crime scene, which I feel like should have been a more important detail until
Yeah,
now.
right.
They probably burned it in that small incinerator. It's the size of a medium incinerator, so it probably would have fit that costume.
You'd have to help everybody walk the dinosaur. Ooh, what are you getting again, Bliss Authority?
Well, Miss Vasquez, shall I continue? Meatballs. No need. You're smarter than you look, Mr. Wright. Humph.
Thought it glitched out with my 2-month thing. Oh, Twitch will do that sometimes. It's just weird.
Twitch sucks butts.
Mm-hmm.
I lose, you win. It was fun. I win?
Meatballs.
Meatballs.
Meatballs, meatballs.
Various
meatballs.
courtroom meatballs. So what happens next?
What?
Don't wear me? Don't you have anything to say? What would you like me to say? I lost, something like that. I just said that. Wait, so you mean D. Vasquez, so it was you. You killed Jack Hammer. Meatballs.
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 Meatballs, meatballs, meatballs,
meatballs. Who can say? Are you sure I did? Mr. Wright,
We just engaged in a battle of wits. And the result of that battle, you proved the possibility that I murdered Hammer.
Right.
But that is only a possibility. Proof is another thing altogether.
Metaballs.
Wow. You lack decisive proof, Mr. Wright.
What? What?
Not that one! Order! Mr. Edgeworth, your thoughts?
Ugh.
He needs a vacation.
Of course, it's as the witness says. Meatballs. Certainly, it does seem very likely she did it, but there's no proof.
Meatballs! Edgeworth isn't sure. Meatballs. Well, I came here as a witness today. If you've no more questions, I'll be leaving.
What do I do now?
I'd like you to testify again.
Testify again?
Know when to give up, Mr. Wright. Think about it. Even if I were to testify again, what's the point? I can only say what I said before. The truth, Mr. Wright. I've already said all there is to say. What would happen if I said it again? You'd ask the same questions, get the same answers. A waste of time. Damn. It's come so far only to fail.
You're such a bitch, even Edgeworth thinks you did it. Yeah.
Yeah.
As it seems there are no further questions, I would like to end the cross-examination of the witness, Miss Vasquez.
The butterfly
Oh,
tattoos are part of the dress match. I figured they were part of the dress.
yeah.
Oh, Edgeworth.
Meatballs.
Yes, Mr. Edgeworth?
I was hoping to come up with a question while I was objecting, Your Honor. I did not.
I see. Very well. Whoever's playing the secret... Oh, there we go. Okay.
Your Honor, I request that the witness
Was playing
testify
in the
again.
secret Edgeworth version of this game, concurrently with us, just failed their decision there.
You are the prosecutor, are you not? Why are you badgering me? I'm your witness.
I really like Edgeworth's character development through the series. He's just a genuinely cool guy.
Hell yeah. I only know about his development in here, but it's very good.
I just want to hear your testimony again. Sorry, your testimony.
Thank you.
Does this make any sense to you, Your Honor? I don't see what we have anything to gain by repeating the last several minutes.
Mr. Edgeworth, I too see little point in making Miss Vasquez repeat herself. What exactly did you want her to testify about?
Well, yes, meatballs. Indeed, verily I say, ergo... I want to hear about what happened after they found the body.
After they found the body? Very well. Off with their heads. The witness will testify to the court concerning this matter.
Oh. Yeah, I did play a bit of Ace Attorney Investigations 1. I didn't play any of 2 because, well, obviously it never got a translation. But I imagine there's a fan patch out there, so... Definitely on the docket for our Phoenix Wright bonanza.
Yeah, totally.
Nick, why did Edgeworth...
Who knows?
He probably realized she did it too.
But... Wasn't he the one who said he always gets a guilty verdict? After all that?
Edgeworth.
Alright.
I was with Sal and Old Bag, the security lady, when we found the body. The assistant was there too, only Powers was absent. I immediately called the police, then Powers showed up. The security lady, Old Bag, was quite agitated, pointing at Powers, saying he did it. I asked to be left out of the proceedings. I went back to the trailer to get my script and direction notes. Then I went home.
I see no issues raised by this testimony. Mr. Wright, your cross-examination.
Okay, Nick, we're close. Real close. She may be acting tough now. If you put her on the spot, she's sure to falter. Find the key you need and twist the truth out of her, Nick.
Right.
Oh, there is a complete fan translation for Perfect Prosecutor 2. Oh, hell yeah.
Ooh. What time was that? We were to meet at 5 o'clock for the rehearsal. So I'd say it was then. When exactly did you and Mr. Manila arrive at the Sklogio? About 10 minutes before. I wasn't stuffing any bodies into costumes, mind you. Where were the other employees when you got to the studio? They weren't there yet. Well, then you could have put Hammer in that costume with Salmonella's help. Oh. What did I just say? Did I not just say I wasn't stuffing any bodies into any costumes? You should try to listen to what people are saying, boy.
Boy? The boy will continue. Oh, never mind. The witness will continue her testimony to the boy. Lock that one up.
Mr. Powers was taking a crap, correct? So he says. Did no one go to call him? Remember. Remember what? Who you are. There was a dead body lying in front of us, yet you expect me to be calm. You certainly seemed calm enough when I accused you of murder. Wait a second. Wouldn't that be the other way around? The other way around? You discovered a murdered body, and one person was missing, right? Wouldn't you normally go looking for the missing person?
I have to agree with the defense on this one. Well, Miss Vasquez.
Logically speaking, perhaps. But no one there was thinking very logically, I assure you. Also, without his steel samurai costume, Powers doesn't really stand out. We often left him on the bus when shooting at location. No one noticed he was missing. Poor Powers.
Well, I suppose that explains that. Very well, Miss Vasquez. You may continue.
What was everyone else doing at that time? No one said a thing. It was silent, completely silent. So we stood there until Powers finally arrived on the scene. Sorry, I'm late. Then silence. Dead silence. Meatballs?
Meatballs.
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 Meatballs. Silence.
Hey. Hey. Hey, Nick. Hey.
Listen.
Hey. Hey.
I'm not
Hey,
touching
Apple.
you. Nick, I'm not touching you.
Hey, Nick. Why is everyone so quiet? Someone should do something to lighten things up.
old bag, the security lady. Why did the security lady think Powers had done it? She said because she saw him going toward the studio. Yeah, sorry. Right, the steel samurai. Did the detective arrest Mr. Powers based solely on the security lady's word? This is pretty fucked up. Perhaps not. She seems to have also given the detective that photograph. He won't stop. He actually died. He died last night because he was laughing so much about it.
God damn.
Of course, I heard all this after the fact. That photograph. I mean, the one taken by the security camera. She's not known for exhibiting the best sense of judgment when it comes to Hammer. Huh. I don't think there's anything in there I can use. You asked to be left out? Yes. It seems that everyone else was questioned. And I'm really not fond of that sort of thing. But you can't just decide who the police will and will not question. Do I not look rich to you? Hello? Thankfully, the studio thinks otherwise. They were nice enough to understand that, since we were in a meeting, there was no way we could have been involved. Thus, they covered for us. Covered for you? Or covered it up for you? There must have been a lot writing on it with all those bigwigs at the meeting. I'm sure her professionals helped convince everyone they didn't require questioning. The script and your direction notes? Yes, they're quite valuable. It wouldn't do to have them stolen. No, I guess not. Wait a second. I thought you came to Studio One for rehearsal. Why didn't you bring your script and notes? Well, I was under the impression that we wouldn't be able to rehearse anything. Why? There was a murder, after all.
That doesn't make sense.
No, it doesn't.
She would have brought the notes over.
Yeah. Who could think of rehearsing after that? Oh yeah, I guess.
Very well, Miss Vasquez. Please continue.
Your Honor, I have an objection to the witness's last statement.
Huh?
Think. Ms. Vasquez said she didn't bring the script because there wouldn't be a rehearsal. Don't you see what that means? She would have had to know about the murder before going to Studio One.
Meatballs! Order, order! Mr. Edgeworth,
Meatballs?
what you have just said is a reasonable observation. However, I find it hard to understand why the prosecution would make such a move. Or are you thinking of a career change to defense?
Meatballs. I appreciate the concern, Your Honor. I will stand by my statement, however, regardless of how the court sees my role here. Now, Ms. Vasquez, do you have an explanation?
I can't believe Edgeworth is helping me. So the prosecution is in cahoots with the defense. What kind of court is this? No matter. I think you misunderstood me. I had a perfectly good reason to believe there would be no rehearsal.
Very well. The witness will change her testimony to reflect this reason.
I knew that Hammer was injured and couldn't do any action scenes, so I left them behind. How did you know about the injury? How did I know? Sal. He told me. Sal, the director.
We have to find something to peg her with on here, or everything we've done till now will have been wasted. I believe in you, Nick. Go get him. Okay. She couldn't have known that.
Because
Let's see.
she was too busy eating T-bone steaks to take in new information.
Yeah. Okay, the monkey statue fell down and blocked the path between 2:15 and 4. Sal
Alright.
was at the rehearsal, I think. So she could have known?
When did the...
Wait. That's right, Hammer was injured? It wasn't Hammer who was injured.
Oh, right.
Powers who was injured.
Powers was the injured one.
Okay, well how do we...
I think that one, yeah. You knew that Hammer was injured. Don't you think that's a little funny? I mean, it was the Steel Samurai who was injured. It was Will Powers. What?
Peas and carrots, peas and carrots.
Piece of carrots, piece of carrots.
Mr. Wright, explain yourself.
Yes, Mr. Hammer is dragging his leg in this photo. But that's because he was pretending to be Mr. Powers. Pretending? One person was injured in the run-through that morning. That person was Mr. Powers, not Mr. Hammer. Now, why did you think it was Mr. Hammer who was injured? Meatballs. I already said it was Sal who told me. That's right. He must have gotten it wrong. I think not. Mr. Manella was at the run-through that morning. He would have known it was Mr. Powers who was injured. He saw it happen. Why would he tell you the wrong person? Miss Vasquez. Actually, you didn't hear anything from Mr. Manila. You saw Mr. Hammer limping with your own eyes.
Yes, but wasn't it Mr. Powers who was injured?
Yes, but remember, Mr. Hammer was dragging his leg too. He was pretending to be Mr. Powers.
Oh! Sorry, there was a spider.
When was he doing this?
Well, it would have to have been after he put on the Steel Samurai costume and went to Studio Tudio where he was murderioed.
Exactly. Except he wasn't murdered at W01. Ms. Vasquez.
I know, I said Studio Tudio.
Oh, I guess that makes sense then. You saw him, didn't you? You saw the Steel Samurai limping. And Mr. Hammer was in the Steel Samurai suit. That's why you were confused. That's why you thought it was Mr. Hammer who had been injured that morning.
Meatballs. Order, order, I will have order.
Witness. Can you refute this claim?
Witness these nuts! Meatballs. Meatballs. Yeah, let's see you sneak out of this one, Vasquez. Meatballs. Very well. I have a question for you. Why are the real killers always so persistent? Why in the world would I want Hammer dead? Yes, he'd fallen on hard times, but he was a star. I had nothing to gain from his death. Nothing.
Yes, you would need a motive. Why would she have killed the victim? There's a reason it is unclear to this court. Does the defense have anything to say on the matter? In other words, can you prove she had a motive?
I mean, the fact that she was
just have to
blackmailing,
trust me, Judgment.
like,
Yeah.
maybe Hammer decided, this is not worth it, I'm gonna go public with this.
Right. He kind of counter blackmailed. Okay. I have proof, and I'll show it to you. I present to the court evidence as to Vasquez's murder motive. This is my proof.
This is the photo from before.
This photo reveals the motive in his murder. Meatballs. I'm right, aren't I, Miss Vasquez? 5 years ago, Mr. Hammer was at the height of his fame. With D. Vasquez's help, a terrible accident was swept under the carpet. Ladies and gentlemen, the case currently up for trial. It began on that day 5 years ago. Meatballs. Ironically enough, that accident precipitated Mr. Hammer's fall.
As someone who has been on jury duty, this is not how court cases go. Yeah, but this is a lot more fun.
This is a lot better. His fall from stardom.
His guilt weighed him down, no doubt.
However, you, D. Vasquez, used Mr. Hammer. You made him work for you for petty change.
Bringing us to the present day, and Mr. Hammer's last role as the evil magistrate.
Yes, undoubtedly it was a constant source of shame for the ex-star.
One moment, Mr. Wright. I have to go to the hospital real quick. We aren't talking about motives here yet. You've only talked about Mr. Hammer.
The original Ace Attorney games could be seen as satirical criticism of the Japanese court system. Oh, absolutely.
Yeah, it definitely is, because favoring guilty verdicts is something that I think they're famously struggling with.
Mm-hmm.
Or at least used to be.
And prosecution colluding with the police and
basically pulling an Edgeworth.
Yeah, exactly.
It almost seems as if it was Mr. Hammer who had killed D. Vasquez, not the other way around. What motive would Miss Vasquez have?
Yes, that's right. I'm definitely not Mr. Hammer in a sweet costume. According to what you say, I would have had no reason to kill Hammer. He was a good source of income for me. And I never get rid of useful men. It's a policy of mine.
Mr. Wright, please explain to Miss Vasquez her own motive for killing a guy or whatever.
I mean, are we going to just show the photograph again?
What's that paperwork? That's nothing, right?
This?
That's
the
the
autopsy.
autopsy.
Yeah. Well, in for a penny,
Yeah.
in for a pound.
Okay. Allow me to present the court evidence proving Miss Vasquez's motive. This is my proof!
And this tells us why Miss Vasquez wanted to kill Mr. Hammer?
I'd say all it proves is the defense attorney has completely lost his marbles.
Mr. Wright, the court requests that you find your marbles immediately. And I'm afraid I have to penalize you. I have to penalize you for this waste of the court's time.
Okay.
I shoot you once in the toe.
Oh. What could it be? Like, we don't have solid evidence for that, do we?
That might be it. Just trust me on this one.
Nick, we're so close. Think this one through, please.
Mr. Wright, I'll ask you again. Please explain Miss Vasquez's motive for murder.
She has to have a motive.
She has to have a motive.
So what is the evidence that proves that.
So, autopsy report's nothing. The photo doesn't do anything.
Guide map doesn't prove anything. The samurai spear doesn't prove anything.
It maybe was that the scrapbook, because it's like, here's a litany of all the times he's been shamed, and he just got so myoid. Yeah, he was gonna kill her, and then she did it first.
Maybe.
The only thing I can think of.
That ain't it either.
This is my proof.
Beep bop boodly boodle.
Motives with
Squilly bop, squam bam biddy him.
Oh, jeez.
You're losing your denim health bar. You're gonna have to move to corduroy. Immediate marbles. I cast bag of marbles.
Oh, what the fuck? Ow. It was so close. Okay. Is it that she doesn't have a motive and it was another accident that she's covering up? Surely not. Uh-oh,
Maybe-
chat.
Maybe it was that she doesn't have a motive. Like, we don't have a strong piece of evidence that makes any logical sense, so maybe it
Yeah.
was self-defense.
Yeah.
Think about it. Because, like, she doesn't get rid of quote-unquote useful men, so Jackhammer comes to do her in, and she pushes him off the stairs in self-defense.
It was man's laughter, Judge. Man. She had no motive, Your Honor.
What's that now?
It was Mr. Hammer who was out for blood. All Miss Vasquez did was push him off the stairs in self-defense.
What's that now?
It's simple. Mr. Hammer was intending to kill Miss Vasquez.
What? What?
Your Honor,
League of Legends.
Death.
Jack Hammer drugged Mr. Powers with sleeping pills. Jack Hammer snuck into the dressing room and stole the Steel Samurai costume. Jack Hammer wore the costume to fool the security leader into thinking he was Powers. Security leader. Then Jack Hammer made his way to the trailer. And for what purpose, you ask? To kill D. Vasquez, who had so cruelly taken advantage of him all those years.
Versus elimination goes a long way in these games. I don't get it. No, their options are feasible. Yeah.
So, you did do it, didn't you? I mean, now that it's out in the open, yeah, because all of it wild stuff that we know Hammer was doing.
Mm-hmm.
Yes. I am guilty. It was me.
Someone call an ambulance. There's blood everywhere. We're too late. Ah, Miss Vasquez. What happened here?
Manuel fell from the trailer stairs.
Oh, right. That's 5 years ago.
Manuel! Man, not so well anymore, it seems.
Ms. Vasquez, please try to remain calm.
No, how could this?
It was an accident.
Mr. Hammer was doing an action scene and...
No, Manuel!
Don't touch him, Miss Vasquez.
No.
Please, please don't die.
Or it almost makes me feel bad for Vasquez, but she's still kind of awful. Yeah, she did
She's
try to
pretty
kill us.
He did try to kill us, including a 17-year-old girl.
Yeah.
Please.
Oh, her pipe's back. Oh, but only from the back.
I had a spare. Congratulations, Mr. Wright. I lose again.
Peas and carrots, peas and carrots.
Piece of carrots, piece of carrots.
Mr. Edgeworth, where's D. Vasquez?
In the waiting lobby, Your Honor, as calm and collected as ever.
I fell asleep in my chair for a little bit and she was gone. I see. Mr. Wright,
Yes, Your Honor.
damn son. Appears you brought about yet another miracle.
Thank you, Your Honor.
I think not, Your Honor. Will Powers was innocent. That he should be found so is only natural, not a miracle.
Balls. I was trying to compliment the new guy, but sure, why not? Yes, you're right. Very well. Death. The court defines the defendant, Mr. Will Powers. Nort Gelto. That is all. Court is adjourned.
October 20. 1:12 p.m.
Most realistic part. Man, you ever think that goes off by mistake after the guy's been found guilty of murder?
Guilty!
Oh, sorry. That wasn't supposed. Ooh, that feels bad, actually. Sorry. Yeah. You know what? You can just go. You just go. Just go. Don't do it again.
District Court, defendant lobby number 3. I don't know what to say. Thank you so much for playing my game.
I'm just glad you a werewolf aren't going to kill me.
Yes, but it's sad. I know now that Mr. Hammer stole my costume. It's bad enough that he wanted to kill Miss Vasquez, but to think that he tried to frame me for the murder, it makes me sad. Tell me why, Mr. Wright.
What? Huh?
Tell me.
Explain to me the depths of the human soul.
Why did Mr. Hammer want to blame me?
Oh, this is the samurai book, for
Mhm.
sure. Well, this is what I think. Mr. Hammer wanted to put the blame on you because I'm an attorney. Another joke that gets funnier every time I say it. It's because you were the Steel Samurai.
Because I was the Steel Samurai?
Mr. Hammer was a big star once, but he was reduced to acting in a kids' show, and is a villain to boot. The kids love the Steel Samurai, and so he hated you.
I think I understand. He could have just told me. I would have changed places with him any time.
I think you're missing the point.
Meatballs. Thank you. I'm just glad it's all over.
So am I. So am I.
Congratulations, Whip! Oh. Thanks to you, I'll be able to don the Steel Samurai outfit once more. I can't wait to get back into that sweaty costume and... Meatballs? Is something wrong? No, of course not. Ah!
Solar Beam.
Nick, Edgeworth!
Ah, is it like Duck Duck Goose?
Meatballs.
Meatballs.
Meatballs. Say something right. I'm not good at small talk.
I love you. I mean, huh? What? Meatballs. That was too bad, Edgeworth.
You don't waste any time gloating, do you?
No, I really want to thank you. Vasquez would have gotten away if you hadn't stepped in.
Just want to yank that cravat, no real reason, just want to.
Just
You
wanna.
yank the cravat and he just spins around like a fucking spinny top.
Yeah.
Pleased to meet you. I'm Powers.
Sniff Powers.
Edgeworth. I'm a big fan of your work, Mr. Powers.
Liar.
Meet
Truther.
Right.
Right. Why am I voicing you now?
I must say, I hadn't expected to meet you again after all these years. Meet again? However,
No, I'll just have the vegetable soup today, thank you.
in retrospect, it would have been better had we not met. Thanks to you, I'm saddled
God.
with
The
unnecessary...
shading right here looks like he's got just the sweat stainediest armpit, and it's nasty.
Yeah.
This shit's soaking into the collar, dude.
Oh,
Do something about it. Make out with your husband.
thanks to you, I am saddled with unnecessary feelings.
Unnecessary feelings.
Yes. Unease and uncertainty.
Also, I have a wicked boner right now, and I don't know why. Aren't those kind of necessary?
They only serve to get in my way. You listen to me, Phoenix Wright. Don't ever show your face in front of me again. That's what I came here to tell you. He just throws up the V's and pieces out.
Yeah.
Mr. Wright? Was that guy your friend? What friends? As if. They're rivals. Rivals, right, Nick?
For now, we are, I guess.
Huh? Why do I get the feeling I'm missing something? Come on, Nick, tell me. What's the deal with you and Edgeworth?
And so the curtain closed on another trial. I caused quite a stir by revealing that accident from 5 years ago. It was the talk of the town. Thankfully, Universal Studios rethought its programming change. They went back to making kids' shows again.
Nick, this is it. The new show starts today. You're gonna watch it with me, right?
I'll admit, I was kind of surprised. I didn't think they'd seriously go through with it.
You have to buy trading cards too, okay? We have to trade with Cody and that assistant.
Fine, I'll do it.
Isn't it great that Whip gets to play the lead again? I wonder if they'll show his real face this time.
I don't know. I don't think the world is ready for the real Will Powers. What does that mean?
I don't know.
He's like the most timid and normal guy.
I know.
Because he's a werewolf.
They made that. Does that mean Salmonella got off scot-free?
That's a good point, actually.
Yeah, that's a fair ass point. Huh. Well, Edgeworth's got a headache. Alrighty.
Well, you know, a lot of companies like that don't let you have your own IP if you do it under their own employees, so they probably just took the rights from him.
Are you ready to ruin Christmas? Oh, so
Yeah.
nearly. Okay.
It's been
15 years.
since
That-
I saw those two penises in a boat.
That, however, is gonna have to be where we leave off for today, because we have been going
Right.
for
Laying up
7.5 hours. And
Fuck.
oh god, I'm sweaty spaghetti.
Yeah.
Oh,
Only 10 hydra. Well, I shouldn't have said that. Wow.
there we are.
No, chat, don't you dare. It's the end of stream. They don't count.
It's okay. It's okay. They're still on a cooldown.
Oh, good. We better
Well-
get the fuck out of here.
Well, y'all, thank you so much for coming along. Thank you so much for sticking around. Thanks for the gift subs and resubs and everything. Appreciate it so much. Let's have a quick check for fan art. And nope, okay, nothing, but that's fine. If you do want to post fan art, you can post it in the Discord. Exclamation point Discord for the link. And you can also check out our highlights on YouTube. Exclamation point YouTube. We're going to find someone to raid. I don't know who's still alive at this point, but let's see.
Holly Holotones is on. Queeve is on.
Oh, but Ati's live.
Aki's
and
on.
I don't think I've raided. I don't think we've raided Ati at all ever. So Ati is doing The Last of Us Part 2. So let's go and raid Ati. What's our raid phrase gonna be?
Death.
Death. I like that.
No, it can't just be death.
How about Your Honor? Death. There we go. Okay. Well, thanks all for coming along. We're going to be back on Monday with some more. Oh God, what's it called?
Crave Story.
Either Cave Story or Boss Game.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. We'll see you
Forgot
then.
about Bosky.
Y'all take care, and we'll see you again soon.
Mwah.